Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-27. As someone who had crossed the bitter adversity, Sang Tian had abandoned his sequence foundation to save his life, and even the progenitor had not been able to catch him. Don't worry about it. He's someone who has crossed the bitter adversity, and he's been a Sang Tian for far too long. Senior, you've been suppressing the sequence's strings in Primeval City. In terms of cultivation time, he might not be any slower than you, Lu Yin consoled. The progenitor rolled his eyes. He didn't rely on his strength to escape. He relied on a turbid treasure. Lu Yin was astonished. He has a turbid treasure. What do you think? Turbid treasures are rare, but what's so strange about someone at the bitter adversity obtaining one? Don't you have one as well? The probability of you obtaining a turbid treasure is much lower than Du Ku-yi obtaining one. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Then why hadn't the president used a turbid treasure in the tributary of the River of Time? Was it not time to save his life? Against the progenitor, he had abandoned the sealed world and used a turbid treasure instead. Perhaps even you Sang Tian did not know about this treasure. This is what you wanted. The progenitor gave the sealed world to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never obtained a sealed world in the tributary of the River of Time, which was ranked 5th among the 10 sequence foundations. It had a boundless amount of sequence particles, and it had been condensed by 359 sequence foundation powerhouses since ancient times. It was the most sequence foundation that Lu Yin had ever seen. The president had tried his best to protect the tributary of the River of Time, and now, he had obtained it in his first battle against the spiritualized universe. The president had retreated, and the spiritualized powerhouses had been killed one after another. Dong Yi had lost to Su Wangtian. Their strength had been about the same, but Su Wangtian had the slipper and Lu Tianyi had joined the battle. The other spiritualized cultivators had long since been defeated. Lu Yin immediately collected all the sequence foundation powerhouses and the spirit progenitor's corpse. He then controlled Boundless to fly away from the border. They had only dealt with the powerhouses, and there were still many cultivators below the spirit battle realm at the border. Lu Yin did not attack these people, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to see how Yu Sang Tian would suppress this matter. Yu Sang Tian was the only one who had spoken to Torch City. He had not taken precautions against the invasion of the universe, which was a dereliction of duty. If news of this battle spread, Yu Sang Tian's prestige would definitely be damaged. However, Lu Yin had still underestimated Yu Sang Tian. Although they hadn't made a move, none of the remaining cultivators at the border had survived. Only 2 people were still alive. One was the guild leader, and the other was Sandao. With only 3 strikes, he had slipped away at the beginning of the battle. He was faster than anyone else. As for the president, he didn't say anything. As for the border, Yu Sang Tian had ordered a change of guard. The cultivators who had been stationed at the border had already gone to torch Fire City. Although it seemed far-fetched, it was suppressed by Yu Sang Tian's unparalleled might. Kai region, this was where the Kai clan was located. Just as Sandao escaped back to the Kai domain, before he even reached the Kai clan, a vast pressure descended. He hurriedly knelt down. Only 3 swords. Listen to Yu Sang Tian's instructions. If you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey. The vast pressure came and went as quickly as it came. Only Sandao knelt for a long time before he got up. He heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. He would never say a word about what happened at the border, not in this lifetime. He knew that he had witnessed a scheme that had buried the Grand Universal Domain and the experts of the General President's faction. He wasn't a member of the Grand Universal Domain and had only been invited by the General President to help. That was how he had managed to save his life. On the other side, in the Grand Universal region, the President fled back, battered and exhausted. A vast pressure descended. The president clenched his fists. What about the sealed world? The president's face turned pale. Dare I ask you, Sang Tian, why didn't you do anything? Where is the sealed world? The head guild master's mouth was bleeding, but he endured it. The sealed world has been lost. Please punish me, you Sang Tian. Since you have lost your sequence foundation, you should be stripped of Sang Tian's position. In consideration of your many years of hard work, I will allow Yi Xia to inherit Sang Tian's position. The president looked up in surprise. Yi Xia. Hand over the turbid treasures, is that all? The president's eyes flickered as he bowed deeply. I understand. When Yi Xia inherits Sang Tian's position, the turbid treasure will be given to you, Sang Tian. Pete, then bring him back. With that, Yu Sang Tian's pressure disappeared. The president stood where he was and looked at the ground. His round face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he laughed bitterly. He had been schemed against once. Would he be schemed against a second time? Allow Yi Xia to inherit Sang Tian's position. Hand over the turbid treasures in exchange. Wrong, very wrong. He did not know what Yu Sang Tian was planning, but a turbid treasure was not enough to buy Sang Tian's position. Once Sang Tian's position was vacant, how many people would fight for it? Even Yu Sang Tian might not be able to suppress it, let alone Yi Xia. What exactly happened to Yi Xia? Even Yu Sang Tian schemed against him just to bring Yi Xia back. Tian Yuan Universe, Yi Xia, Torch City. Something must have happened in Torch City. Yi Xia might know something. He could not come back. Yi Xia definitely could not come back. The president fell to the ground and wiped the corner of his mouth. He was too stupid. He had actually been schemed against by Yu Sang Tian and had sent the Grand Domain's bloodline to ruin. After being in Sang Tian's position for so many years, he had lost his vigilance. He should have realized it earlier. He did not hate the Tian Yuan universe, he only hated Yu Sang Tian. Even though he had been utterly defeated by the Tian Yuan universe in this battle, the president still felt that the Tian Yuan universe was nothing to fear. This was the contempt that everyone in the spiritualized universe felt. Even though there were many experts in the Tian Yuan universe, they could not escape the fate of being reactivated. He hated Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had used the Tian Yuan universe to ruin the Grand Domain's future. Regardless of whether it was him or the Tian Yuan universe, they were all pawns. However, this pawn had still woken up. Those people from the Tian Yuan universe would definitely end up in a miserable state. From Yi Shang's point of view, his thoughts were not wrong. However, he would never have imagined that the 37 years they had lost had allowed Lu Yin to come into contact with Yu Sang Tian. This had also allowed Lu Yin to gain a better understanding of the spiritualized universe. Wu Jiang headed towards the depths of the spiritualized universe. No matter which direction he went, he would first avoid the border. At this moment, Lu Yin and the others were also puzzled. The spiritualized universe should not have only so few experts to stop them. They also discovered something even more strange. Aside from the cultivators who had originally been guarding the border, the rest belonged to Yi Shang. This was not because of Yi Shang's identity, but because of his obedience. They could tell at a glance. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as Yi Shang. Yu Sang Tian was extremely confident that he would allow the Tian Yuan universe to enter. He was confident that he could eliminate them. Before that, he would use the Tian Yuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe. This was killing two birds with one stone. So Wang Tian picked his nose and said, "He's so confident that he can deal with us. It seems that Yu Sang Tian is a little arrogant." The primogenitor said solemnly. That round-faced guy directly said that he was an expert at Yu Sang Tian's level. That's because I used my full strength from the start. According to this, Yu Sang Tian can at least maintain the same level of strength as me at my peak. His strength is definitely not below that of an eternal at his peak. Can we deal with Yu Sang Tian with so many of us? Unlikely. It's a little unlikely. Yuan Qi said, Yu Sang Tian's strength is not enough. Don't test him. Lu Yin frowned and thought about the tributary of the river of time. Yu Sang Tian had slaughtered his way into the above heaven sect and caused a river of blood to flow. In the distance, Kai Jun's heart trembled. What did he just hear? These people were discussing how to deal with Yu Sang Tian. This group of lunatics was talking about Yu Sang Tian. In the entire spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian was the strongest besides Wu Ji. He was not someone who could be defeated by humans. Wu Ji was an illusory existence, and many people secretly said that Yu Sang Tian had made it up to control the spiritualized universe. But even if that was true, who would dare to go against him? Even Yu Sang Tian could not do it. What were these people trying to do? Dayu Villa. He had never heard of it before. Bao Lu and Yi Yao were already used to it. They were very clear that Dayu Villa wanted to overturn the spiritualized universe. Alright, let's think about where Dayu Villa should be built. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao and said, You tell us. Old Tao did not dare to confirm such a thing. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that Lu Yin would think that he had deliberately led them into a trap. He could only explain the spiritualized universe's situation and let Lu Yin and the others make their choice. There were many parallel universes in the spiritualized universe, which was similar to the Tian Yuan universe. The only difference was that the spiritualized universe had long since unified the cultivation model. This general trend allowed many parallel universes to be connected to the spiritualized universe's main universe, which was the spiritualized universe. Any parallel universe that was discovered could be connected to a spiritualized universe, but as more and more parallel universes appeared, the spiritualized universe gradually stopped being directly connected. Instead, 36 parallel universes were chosen to be connected to the spiritualized universe. At the spiritualized universe's entrance, the parallel universes were connected by a substance known as spirit threads. If one spread out the entire spiritualized universe, they would discover that the spirit threads formed a word, spirit. The spirit thread significance was not only to form this word, but also to mark out the paths of the parallel universes. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to know where the entrance was. Using the entrance to the parallel universes, the spiritualized universe's cultivators developed regions. Each region was close to a parallel universe, and according to the characteristics of the parallel universes, different regions would appear. These regions were called the 36 domains. Following Old Tao's introduction, Lu Yin and the others began to understand the spiritualized universe's concept. Every universe had its own unique characteristics. The Tian Yuan universe's origin space's inner verse had a tributary of the astral river that separated the regions. Following the establishment of the above heaven sect and the unification of the Tian Yuan universe, countless parallel universes have been connected to the origin space. However, due to the lack of time, Lu Yin had not had the time to plan it out. The spiritualized universe had clearly been developed many years ahead of time, and it had a fixed plan and usage method. Being able to connect the intersections of parallel universes to form the word, spirit, not only showed the spiritualized universe's control over the entire universe, but it also showed their ambition to jump out of the universe's structure. This might have been the work of that master grass. As the parallel universes developed their own unique regions, they were equivalent to extensions of the parallel universes. One could even say that they were the essence. After all, these regions were spiritualized universes that directly faced beyond heaven. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3428. Yisang Tian represents the spiritualized universe commerce chamber of commerce, and it originated from one of the 36 filaments, the Grand Omnium domain. As the Chamber of Commerce developed and Senior Yishang's status rose, the Grand Omnium domain became one of the top 36 filaments. The Imperial God Mountain that you all know also comes from the Myriad Beasts territory. The Gate of Law is also one of the 36 filaments. Old Tao displayed a map of the spiritualized universe and pointed out Wu Zhang's current location. Lu Yin pointed at the point where the word spirit intersected, which was the beginning of the word fire. Is there a domain here? Old Tao nodded. That's the 100-grass domain, which is equivalent to the center of spiritualized spacetime. It's connected from top to bottom. Yisang Tian is in the Supreme Heaven Palace beyond heaven, right? These 36 filaments all belong to heaven beyond heaven, so where is Yisang Tian? Yisang Tian is not one of the 36 filaments. The Supreme Palace is the Supreme Palace, and it commands the 36 filaments. However, the Supreme Palace does not exist in the 36 filaments. It has its own parallel spacetime that surpasses spiritualized spacetime and is connected to the 36 filaments. There are also spirit threads that connect the entrances to the 36 parallel spacetime, which are called little spirit threads. They also form the word spirit. Yuan Qi looked at Old Tao. How do you know? Old Tao respectfully replied, Senior has been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, and many rules have changed. When you were here, the Supreme Palace did not allow anyone to enter. Only Yisang Tian and the 7 Sang geniuses could enter. Others could only enter with special permission, and no one was allowed to spread news about the Supreme Palace. But as time passed, more and more people learned about the Supreme Palace, and someone spread the news, causing the entire spiritualized universe to know about it. When I became Torch City's Vice City Lord, I was fortunate enough to enter the Supreme Palace with 2 other Vice City Lords. Yuan Qi understood and did not ask any more questions. Tell me more about the 100-grass domain, Lu Yin said. He wanted to go to the center so that the spiritualized spacetime's people could join him. Old Tao said, there's nothing special about the 100-grass domain. It's been ruined for a long time, but there have been rumors recently that it will be cancelled and a new parallel spacetime will replace the 100-grass domain. The 100-grass domain is ruined. When? Yuan Qi was shocked again. In his impression, the 100-herb territory was quite powerful. Old Tao explained once more, Senior, in your time, the 100-herb region was at its peak, all because of the miraculous 100 herbs. However, with one person's words, the 100-herb region completely declined, and it was difficult to return. Now, it faces the fate of being replaced. It has something to do with Yisang Tian, Yuan Qi said. Old Tao nodded his head. This person is called Yushan. He is Yisang Tian's disciple. This sentence came from him. Lu Yin did not disturb him and instead listened quietly. This place was related to Yusang's sky, and it had completely declined. It was a good place. The 100 Herbs region originated from the 100 Herbs universe. The 100 Herbs universe was a rather magical universe discovered by the spiritualized universe. This magical universe originated from the 100 Herbs region. 100 grasses did not refer to 100 different types of grasses. It was the name of a single type of grasses. However, a single grass could give birth to 100 different types of grasses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3429. Old Tao was speechless. Why was this guy's mouth so venomous? His actions were wretched, sloppy, and unsightly. Lu Yin pursed his lips, suddenly missing Big Sis. After leaving Big Sis, Su Wangtian had let himself loose. Even Lu Yin couldn't bear to listen to him. The mustached man trembled in anger. Even if Wu Jiang had a powerful background, he couldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Who are you? You've gone too far. If you have the ability, come out and fight me to the death. So Wang Tian rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wu Jiang continued to sweep forward. The mustache man slashed out with his sword. He definitely couldn't swallow this humiliation, or else he would really be called the crutch of Remnant Valley. This person was a spirit ancestor and was second only to the Valley Master in the Remnant Valley. With one slash, it was as if there was a gap in the starry sky that Wu Jiang made up for. Lu Yin looked up. Not bad, this swordsmanship wasn't weak. No wonder it was called the single slash. However, it was only not bad and just barely caught his eye. So Wang Tian waved his hand, and the starry sky turned upside down. The mustache man was sent flying and even his sword was broken. This move sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, and they all looked solemn. He was definitely at the level of a lower realm, but they didn't know what kind of law he cultivated. The mustache man coughed up blood as he watched the broken sword float into the distance. He stared blankly at Wu Jiang, his face pale. The single slash of Remnant Valley, if you don't take revenge, you're not a man. Go and find your Valley Master, someone urged. That's right, go quickly. This person humiliated you like this, which is the same as humiliating your Remnant Valley. If you let him leave like this, who will care about your Remnant Valley in the future? Your Valley Master is very prideful. Go quickly. The mustache man stood in place, his expression uncertain. Many people tried to persuade him to invite the Valley Master as only a lower realm cultivator could test him. Naturally, there were lower realm cultivators present, but they didn't want to take the risk. What if they offended Wu Jiang? Moreover, they would be helping others. Wu Jiang doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, the mustache man said in a hoarse voice. The onlookers didn't understand. What do you mean? Doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe? Could it be that he's always been fighting in the consciousness universe? That's possible. No wonder it's so big. It must be the first batch to go to the universe of consciousness. Sang Tian can't be there, right? Didn't Sang Tian's original? Could it be there? Originally, Sang Tian went to the Tian Yuan cosmos. How could he return? It is not easy to return. Just the distance of an inch can take 10,000 years. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella euro. Maybe he came back 10,000 years ago. The small bearded man shouted and pointed at Limitless. His face was pale. There is an aura on Limitless that does not belong to the spiritualized universe, and there is more than one. It is definitely not a life form from the spiritualized universe. The people around him were shocked. Are you serious? Broken Valley One Sword, you're not playing with us, right? You want us to stand out? Broken Valley One Sword, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. The man with the mustache became anxious. I can guarantee with my life that it definitely doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, and there's more than one. The surrounding people gradually believed it, but they also had other guesses. Maybe it's a life form from the consciousness universe that defected to our spiritualized universe. That makes sense. Aside from the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, I can't think of any other life forms. If there were, they would have been discovered by Beyond Heaven a long time ago. I heard that there was a change of guard at the border. Do you think there's a connection? Yeah, maybe it's the border. Some people saw something and were sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Sang Tian to prevent them from revealing the secret. This Limitless is coming from the border. Shoo, stop talking. The more you know, the more troublesome it will be. Do you want to go to the consciousness universe too? I don't want to go. I don't want to go either. Broken Valley One Sword, you're on your own now. The small bearded man also thought of this, and his face turned even paler. No way, if that was really the case, then he would be sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Sang Tian. He did not want to go, as he had just returned from the consciousness universe a few thousand years ago. Above Limitless, Lu Yin felt that something was strange. He had already leaked his aura, so why was there no reaction? He had asked Su Wang Tian to purposely leak his aura, and Su Wang Tian had chosen Broken Valley One Sword to cause trouble. He had leaked his aura, but no one had come out to question him. As time passed, Limitless continued to head towards the 100 Herbs region. After a while, Lu Yin found out what was going on. Those people were overthinking things. An aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe could be a life form from the consciousness universe. Furthermore, Limitless had just arrived from the border, and Yu Sang Tian had personally given the order for the border guard to be changed. All of this coincided with Limitless, and they had all assumed that Limitless was related to Yu Sang Tian. Thus, no one dared to question him. There were no more people who wanted to see Limitless, and they just kept an eye on Limitless. This would not do. Lu Yin wanted to cause a ruckus and force his karma out, but he could not be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. He had to think of something. A few days later, Lu Yin looked at the flag and smiled. Just hang it up like this. Su Wang Tian gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Around them, Celestial Champion Duel, and the others all looked at Lu Yin strangely. The desolate god felt the same, as if this was the first time they had met Lu Yin. Yuanqi's expression was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to endure something. He had to endure it and not be rash. It was not worth it, not worth it. The eternal realm was waiting for him. So Wang Tian hung up the flag, and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were 17 words on the flag. True love is invincible. 10,000 beasts border and royal god mountain have tied the knot. Name, origin. These simple words stunned all the cultivators from the spiritualized universe who saw them. They thought that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes hard. They were not seeing things. Wu Jiang was going to ascend to the heavens. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake boiled as a huge rock was thrown into it. True Feather Sect's Qi Shui was so angry that her face turned red. Preposterous. Preposterous. How can a beast-shaped spiritual mold and a human-shaped spiritual mold be together? This is against the rules. The Nya family's eldest young master, Nya Yun, held a folding fan in his hand and angrily pointed at the starry sky. The royal god mountain is forbidden from intermarriage with the outside world. This is Lord Yu Sang Tian's order. Otherwise, I would have violated the prohibition. This is a violation. The previous leader, Guan Ting, was dumbfounded. Yuanqi. But what was he going to do? Is he going to openly challenge Lord Yu Sang Tian? Savage Valley Yi Jin was stunned. He was worried that he had discovered some secret, but it turned out that it wasn't a secret, but a taboo. What was Wu Jiang doing? Preposterous. How dare he do this? How can the myriad beast border and the royal god mountain be together? Those who violate the taboo must die. Wu Jiang has violated the taboo. Come out and let us see who is so bold. Even Sang Tian cannot do this. Yuanqi, Sang Tian, come out. Yuanqi, we once worshipped you. Come out and give us an explanation. Get out. Inside Wu Jiang, Lu Yin smiled. This was more like it. He looked at Yuanqi. Listen, these people are so angry and disappointed. They want you to go out and meet them. Go. Yuanqi clenched his fists and resisted the urge to scold Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and walked out to face the countless people in the starry sky. When Yuanqi walked out and was seen by the spiritualized universe's cultivators, the entire starry sky fell silent. Yuanqi was Sang Tian, an existence second only to Yu Sang Tian. Furthermore, he had not just become Sang Tian. His seniority could be traced back to Yu Sang Tian's era, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. He had once been a legend in the spiritualized universe. His name alone had suppressed an entire era. No matter what Yuanqi had done, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators were terrified. They were waiting for the first person to speak. Yuanqi looked around the starry sky. He had not expected to encounter such a situation when he returned to the spiritualized universe. He looked at the flag and saw that those words were extremely glaring. That was a violation of the entire spiritualized universe's taboo, but Yuanqi still wanted to protect that flag. It was too hateful and despicable. If Yuanqi had known that such a day would come, he would have given up on the immemorial city battlefield and paid a huge price to kill Lu Yin. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Wu Jiang continued to sail forward steadily. The spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know Wu Jiang's destination. Yuanqi stood at Wu Jiang's bow like a piercing javelin that pierced through the dark starry sky. Finally, after a few days, the first person walked out and faced Yuanqi. Yuanqi looked at the newcomer and saw that it was a very young fellow. The youth faced Yuanqi and slowly bowed. Fong Tsong of the Fong family greets Yuanqi, Sang Tian. Yuanqi was astonished. Someone from the Fong family. What's your relationship with Fong Sheng? Fong Sheng is this junior's granduncle. The Fong family experienced a change, and all of the direct descendants died. Only my branch family remains, and we received the protection of granduncle Fong Sheng, Fong Tsong said respectfully. Yuanqi sighed. After so many years, the Fong family is also like this. When I left the spiritualized universe, the Fong family was the ruler of 3 regions. Fong Tsong was helpless. The world changes, and it's hard to explain. Yuanqi's actions are no different from betraying the spiritualized universe. He bowed again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3430. At this moment, primordial origin's violation of the taboo would be recorded in the annals of history. Fong Tsong's name would also be recorded, and he would have a meteoric rise. All of them were so calculative. Lu Yin admired such people, at least they dared to step forward. If such a person had been in the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin would not have minded showing off, but this was the spiritualized universe, so it was not his turn. Who can help me teach senior primordial origin how to speak? Lu Yin asked slowly. Ba Lu and Yi Yao exchanged glances before walking to primordial origin's side. Primordial origin did not stop them, nor could he. Fong Tsong looked at Ba Lu and Yi Yao, but he did not recognize them. Ba Lu looked at Fong Kong, my master, primordial origin, intentionally changed the rules of this spiritualized universe. The taboo will no longer exist, and this sky will be overturned. A junior like you does not understand anything and only knows how to follow the rules. You do not know that rules are set by people. The one who set these rules was Yu Sang Tian, but now, it's my master's turn. My master is the one who set the rules of this spiritualized universe. From now on, this sky will be called Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was stunned, and he looked at Ba Lu. What bold words. Fong Tsong was stunned as well. Change the sky. Change the rules. Change the spiritualized universe's name to Primordial Origin? What bold words. On the first day, Heavenly Sovereign Battlemaster and the others were also stunned. Ba Lu was always a taciturn person, but he could actually say such impassioned words. One could not judge a book by its cover. Everyone was stunned by Ba Lu's words. He had just started speaking such bold words, and such bold words at that. Lu Yin smiled, and with a snap of his fingers, an even larger flag appeared with the words, Dayu Villa. From today onwards, Dayu Villa will officially accept disciples from the outside. Only good and evil will be accepted, and no one will care about the past. Anyone who joins Dayu Villa will be protected by Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have encountered in the past. Dayu Villa promises to protect all of its disciples to the greatest extent possible. I am Ba Lu, a disciple of primordial origin from the myriad beast territory. I am Yi Yao, a disciple of primordial origin from the divine mountain. We are true love, and we will be protected by Dayu Villa and protected by our master. From now on, there will be no taboo. His words spread out from Wujiang and spread to the entire spiritualized universe. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe trembled in fear when they heard this. This was going to turn the world upside down. Fong Tsong was shocked. Villa. Protecting the taboo. Senior primordial origin, did you build this grand universe manor to overthrow realm beyond heaven? Yuanqi closed his eyes, as there was nothing he could do. Things had already reached this point, and there was no way out for him. Since that was the case, his eyes suddenly widened, and a fierce glint flashed through them. He was no longer tolerated by the spiritualized universe, so he would grab hold of the Tian Yuan universe. At the very least, he had to ensure that he would not die at Lu Yin's hands. Was the royal god mountain noble? Spiritual molting in beast form and spiritual molting in human form. They were both originally cultivators, but they chose different paths. If two people are willing, why can't they be together? Dayu Villa was established to overthrow primordial heaven and change the spiritualized universe. Anyone who is not willing to submit to primordial heaven and wants to change the spiritualized universe can enter Dayu Villa. Those who cannot survive can enter Dayu Villa and be protected by Dayu Villa. We do not care about the past, only good and evil. Within Limitless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Primordial origin had chosen a side in the end. This old man wanted to maintain his spiritualized universe's status, but he did not want to die. Lu Yin wanted to force primordial origin into a corner. Furthermore, doing so would also bring trouble to primordial heaven. Soon. Old Tao's body went soft. How terrifying was it to stand against the entire spiritualized universe? What kind of pressure was this? He could not take it anymore. Kai Jun was stunned, and his mind was blank. He just wanted to go back and seek justice from the Kai family. No matter how big this matter was, it would at most involve the Kai domain and not the other domains, let alone primordial heaven. Primordial heaven, what was going on? He looked around and realized that he was standing against the entire spiritualized universe. It was over. He did not even know how he was going to die. The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it was followed by a torrent of curses. Attacks came from an unknown direction, and then countless attacks came from all directions. They were directed at Limitless, both openly and covertly, but they were all blocked by primordial origin. Primordial origin, this is a betrayal. Even primordial heaven cannot forgive you. Hand over Ba Lu and Yi Yao, and you will still have a chance to live. Primordial origin, you're crazy. This is treason. Primordial heaven will not let you off. The other primordial sanctions will not let you off. Kill primordial origin. Strip primordial heaven of his position. Primordial origin stood at the bow of Limitless ship. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that parted the clouds in the sky. The void trembled, and the surroundings were cleared. Countless spiritualized cultivators spat out blood as they retreated, and many were killed on the spot. Even sequence law powerhouses did not dare to approach primordial heaven. Primordial origin's attack immediately calmed down, but this was only temporary. The ones who would cause trouble next were the true experts that primordial origin had to deal with. Limitless continued to sail towards the 100-grass region. Around a dozen days later, a person appeared and cursed primordial origin, "You are not worthy of being primordial heaven. Hand over your life." The person who had come was powerful. Although he had not reached the primordial realm, he possessed a powerful physical body, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. Ba Lu was surprised. Three-headed deathstroke. That's three-headed deathstroke. It's rumored that three-headed deathstroke is a reclusive expert of the myriad beast territory. He's extremely powerful, and no one in the spiritualized universe can claim to be stronger than him. Only existences that have reached the limits of biological strength can suppress him. Old Tao sighed in amazement. The strength beast's eyes lit up on Lu Yin's shoulder, and it became restless. It rarely wanted to take action, as the opponent was just too powerful. Go. Primordial origin frowned from the bow of Limitless. He had lost a great deal of strength after losing the bell, and he knew about three-headed deathstroke as well. It had existed for a very, very long time, and the reason why it had not broken through to the primordial realm was because it only relied on its physical strength. It had always been waiting for the foundation of a sequence. Once the foundation of a sequence was completed, it could break through to the primordial realm and take a shortcut to becoming primordial heaven. Its chances of becoming primordial heaven would be much greater. Primordial origin had taken action first to pressure the School of Arts so that they could complete the foundation of a sequence as soon as possible. It knew very well that its position as primordial heaven was at stake. Whoever took action first would have a greater chance of survival. If one-headed deathstroke was still around, primordial origin would not have cared about it at all. However, now, the strength beast stepped on primordial origin's shoulder and charged out, throwing a punch at three-headed deathstroke. Three-headed deathstroke had 3 heads. It was a molted beast that seemed vicious and terrifying. Faced with the strength beast's sudden punch, a chill from the bottom of its heart made it immediately retaliate with its full strength. Bang! With a great sound, Limitless shook and space directly exploded. Endless power swept out in all directions, directly tearing apart the cultivators nearby. Blood splattered across space. Three-headed deathstroke spat out blood as it flew backwards, but the strength beast grabbed it and viciously tore off its arm. The strength beast was still a beast, and even though it had always been suppressed by primordial origin and was harmless to both humans and animals, it had killed many as it grew up. The limits of a living being's strength were not something that could be described with words. Countless strength-type lifeforms had died at its hands, and three-headed deathstroke had successfully provoked its killing intent. The strength beast's body expanded, and it punched three-headed deathstroke again. Three-headed deathstroke's body twisted, and with a crack, its bones began to break. It was shocked. What kind of strength was this? This was the limit of a living being's strength. This was the limit of a living being's strength, and primordial origin had actually subdued such a creature. Run, run, I have to run. I shouldn't have come. After all, it's Sang Tian, and he shouldn't have come. Primordial origin, if you kill me, the myriad beast territory will not let you off. So what if you're Sang Tian? My myriad beast territory is not afraid of Sang Tian. Primordial origin, boom. The strength beast shattered all of three-headed deathstroke's heads with a single punch, and all 3 heads shattered. It grabbed three-headed deathstroke's body with both hands and tore it apart, roaring excitedly. It had been a long time since it had been so carefree. Whether it was Su Wang or the primordial thunder locust, neither were easy to deal with. In comparison, this three-headed deathstroke was much easier to deal with. The surroundings were silent, and everyone watched in shock. A dignified powerhouse of the myriad beast territory that had been in hiding all this time to fight for Sang Tian's position had actually died just like that. It had not died at primordial origin's hands, but at the hands of a giant beast. Just what kind of giant beast had primordial origin subdued? The strength beast looked up at the sky, a ferocious glint in its eyes. Should it take this chance to escape away from that fiend? At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out, "Come back." These two words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the strength beast's head, waking it up. The ferocious glint in its eyes receded, and it turned back to Wu Jiang with a wide grin, revealing its snow-white teeth. "I'll give you a thumbs up." Su Wang, who was beneath Lu Yin's feet, subconsciously revealed its white teeth and raised its tail in return. Primordial Origin was stunned. What the hell? The strength beast leapt back to Wu Jiang and obediently sat on Lu Yin's shoulder. Ba Lu stared blankly. Was this that monkey? He had often seen that monkey and that whale-like creature roaming Wu Jiang over the past few years. He had thought that it was just an ordinary pet, but now he knew that it was clearly a killing god. Just how many powerhouses had the Tian Yuan universe produced? Even a giant beast was so terrifying. He recalled how the spiritualized universe had threatened to conquer the Tian Yuan universe decades ago, restarting it and giving birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. Looking at the people around him now, he felt that it was laughable. The Tian Yuan universe was not weak at all. Old Tao's eyelids twitched. He had not known that the monkey was so ruthless. It was too ruthless and savage. Three-headed death was definitely a powerhouse, but this monkey had torn it apart and almost eaten it. The Talon's eyes were lifeless. What was happening now was beyond his comprehension, and there was no need for him to understand. Primordial Origin looked at his shoulder and saw footprints. That damned monkey. Wu Jiang continued forward. No sound reached Wu Jiang, and everyone subconsciously distanced themselves. The strength beast's savagery had frightened them. Primordial Origin had not even made a move yet. This battle would allow Wu Jiang to sail smoothly for a long time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Wu Jiang was moving very slowly, as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. The more it moved like this, the more people did not dare to provoke it. The spiritualized universe was ahead of the Tian Yuan universe. Because they were afraid of the Tian Yuan universe's future, the spiritualized universe had long schemed against the primogenitor. They had restrained the Tian Yuan universe's cultivation path and suppressed the Tian Yuan universe's future. This caused the Tian Yuan universe to be destined to not have too many experts. For countless years, the Tian Yuan universe had experienced wars. The humans and the Eternals fought each other, while the spiritualized universe had been developing smoothly. This caused the difference in the number of experts between the two universes to be terrifying. And this difference was something that even the primogenitor who wanted to incite the Tian Yuan universe to war with the spiritualized universe did not know. Even Primordial Origin, Zhan Yan, and the others who had left long ago did not know. Perhaps even the Gate of Arts. Even the Zhan family of the Gate of Arts might not know how many experts were still alive. These people were on the verge of death, but they still had a breath left in them, all for the sake of the Sequence Foundation. Now that the spiritualized universe had changed, some of them had awakened. A junior sent a message saying that the old geezer Primordial Origin has rebelled. He plans to go against you, Sang Tian. Your junior knows that you're still alive. He's paying his respects. The next time he pays his respects, I'll jump out and scare him to death. Ha ha ha. Old geezer, you're about to die, yet you still have such bad taste. However, that old geezer Primordial Origin must be crazy. What kind of strength does you Sang Tian have? Even if we were at our peak, we wouldn't be able to rebel against him. How can Primordial Origin be so strong? You don't even blush when you talk. Have you forgotten the bell that made you run away like a rat? Old geezer, you're still alive. Don't expose people's shortcomings. You're already buried up to your eyebrows. Watch your words. Primordial Origin dared to violate the rules, which means he's going against our spiritualized universe and Lord Yu Sang Tian. Perhaps we'll have to go out and teach him a lesson. Screw you, we still have to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Just you wait. You don't know what you're talking about. After you die, you'll have plenty of time to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. F***CKU. Who's scolding me? Many voices came from the sky beyond heaven. They were all begging Yu Sang Tian to strip Primordial Origin of his position. Primordial Origin had gone to the Tian Yuan universe a long time ago. Since then, everyone had been waiting for him to be stripped of his position. This was because there were rumors that Primordial Origin had gone to the Tian Yuan universe not only to scheme against the Tian Yuan universe, but also because Yu Sang Tian had attacked him. Everyone felt that Primordial Origin's position wouldn't last long. However, as time passed, Primordial Origin's position was as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't seem to be shaken at all. Even though he hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for so many years, it was still the same. However, there were still many people who coveted Primordial Origin's position. They were still waiting. At this moment, Primordial Origin had violated the rules and openly provoked Yu Sang Tian. They finally had the chance. Although they didn't know why Primordial Origin had suddenly gone crazy, his position was definitely not guaranteed. More and more people requested to see Yu Sang Tian, hoping to strip Primordial Origin of his position. However, Yu Sang Tian didn't express his attitude and remained silent. In the Heaven Beyond Heaven Supreme Palace, Palace Master Yao opened her eyes and put away the sequence particle. She looked ahead and saw Yu Sang Tian sitting quietly. She was Yu Sang Tian's whetstone. She was using the fourth sequence's absolute reversal to refine Yu Sang Tian's second sequence's heart of rock. Only she knew how terrifying Yu Sang Tian's sequence's techniques were. What he thought was what he saw. She had also heard the news from the outside world. Previously, she had asked Yu Sang Tian why he wasn't allowed to go to the Tian Yuan universe. However, Yu Sang Tian didn't give her an answer. Now, she wanted to use the news from the outside world to ask him again. After a few days, Yu Sang Tian opened his eyes and exhaled. He turned his head and saw Palace Master Yao bowing slowly. "My lord. The outside world is very lively. Yes, Primordial Origin has returned and openly provoked the Heaven Beyond Heaven. He wants to overturn the rules of the spiritualized universe." That's good. The days are too boring. Palace Master Yao hesitated for a moment before asking, "My lord, regardless of Primordial Origin's intentions, should he be stripped of his position?" Yu Sang Tian looked at Palace Master Yao. "Are you asking for yourself or for someone else?" Palace Master Yao hurriedly bowed. "I'm asking for myself. I want to fight for the position of Primordial Origin." Yu Sang Tian looked at her calmly. It was possible in the past. Now, it's impossible. Palace Master Yao was shocked. She claimed to be the strongest person under Primordial Origin. With her relationship with Yu Sang Tian, she believed that she could definitely succeed him. Primordial Origin had gone crazy and provoked the spiritualized universe. She thought that her chance had come. Why did it turn out like this? "You may leave." Palace Master Yao left the Heaven Beyond Heaven with confusion. She didn't get an answer. Instead, she felt that she had no fate with the position of Primordial Origin. Yu Sang Tian looked into the distant starry sky. "You want to leave the position of Primordial Origin empty and create chaos in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, that's a good plan. However, you underestimate the spiritualized universe. Since the era of the Heaven Above Heaven sect, the gap between the two universes is immeasurable. Since you know about the small spiritualized universe, you should understand why the people I sent to invade the Tian Yuan universe didn't exert overwhelming strength on it. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to. If you want to see the spiritualized universe, I'll let you see it. I hope that you can persevere until the end and help me complete my great cause. Boundless had been traveling through the spiritualized universe for several months. Ever since the Force Beast tore apart the three-headed death, no one dared to cause trouble for Boundless. However, no one wanted to join Boundless either. Boundless had already passed through 5 regions and had seen many powerful sections. They had even brushed past a large faction, but that faction had closed its doors and didn't seem to have any intention of responding. No matter what the cultivators said in the open or in the dark, that faction simply wouldn't open its doors. This made Lu Yin very depressed. Just being a deterrent isn't enough. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-32. During this period of time, Lu Yin repeatedly thought about his interactions with the sole true God, and he suddenly recalled something. Fengbua. Count of the Wind was not from the Tian Yuan cosmos. The only true God was related to other universes. His vision was definitely not limited to the 3 universes. Yusang Tian believed that his alliance with the only true God was only on the surface. In order not to be controlled by the one true God, King Qing purposely pretended to be controlled by Yan Gang so that the one true God would be at ease. The one true God could have purposely shown that he was cooperating with the spiritualized universe, but in fact, he had his own plans. Scheming was all about interlocking one another. Wu Jiang changed his direction and instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe. They originally didn't know Wu Jiang's destination, but if Wu Jiang changed directions, they might be able to see it. Many cultivators were secretly following Wu Jiang. Among them were the spirit progenitor, and there were even sequence lower realm cultivators. Lu Yin even vaguely sensed danger, which meant that they were in the primordial realm. The spiritualized universe did not lack powerhouses. After learning about the little spirit cosmos and analyzing Yusang Tian, Lu Yin had already seen through a portion of it back in the tributary of the River of Time. The first batch of invaders to invade the Tian Yuan cosmos had seemed powerful, as there were 3 Sang Tians among them, but they were actually weak on the inside. Although the Sang Tians were powerful, a Tian Yuan cosmos that could defeat the Eternals was still capable of resisting 3 Sang Tians. The only difference between them was the difference between the sequence laws and the progenitor realm. With the strength of the spiritualized universe, it was entirely possible to increase the number of sequence nomological experts by several times, or even more. They could be the first batch to invade the Tian Yuan universe, but they didn't. Yusang Tian didn't want to restart the Tian Yuan universe. He only wanted to stop the Tian Yuan universe's future. The Eternals were no longer able to do so, so the first batch of invaders didn't have overwhelming strength. Lu Yin would not underestimate the spiritualized universe, but he still needed time to truly see through it. The Kai family can control a region. Chu Yi asked curiously as he looked at Kai Jun. Kai Jun faced Chu Yi and replied respectfully, the Kai family's ancestor, Kai Sandao, is ranked 9th on the White Spirit list. He is completely qualified to control a domain. The 36 domains are limited in number, but not the domain itself. Lu Yin thought back to the starting space. Back then, the strongest person had only been a half-martial ancestor, and Xiao Sandao had been able to enter the White Spirit list. He was a powerhouse who had a 90% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. It was not impossible for him to control a domain, and his strength was similar to that of the 7 sky gods. Other than Sandao, what other experts does the Kai family have? The Kai family also has a sequence law expert. He cultivates the 37th ranked sequence law, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin was puzzled. Bidirectional immobility? What do you mean? Kai Jun shook his head. This, I don't understand. Yuan Qi said, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If I don't move, the enemy won't move either. This is a sequence technique that uses one's own sequence laws to forcefully immobilize the enemy. As long as one doesn't move, the immobilized enemy won't be able to move either. Unless the difference in sequence particles is too great, it can directly break the two-way immobility. There are such sequence laws. So Wang Tian was shocked. Yuan Qi nodded. This sequence method is very effective. In the history of our spiritualized universe, there was once a person who cultivated the dual unmoving sequence method. He used the sequence method to forcefully control Sang Tian for 10 breaths. 10 breaths might not seem long, but if that Sang Tian was surrounded, these 10 breaths would be enough to determine his life and death. This sequence art focuses on sneak attacks, not combat. It is also very important among the 88 sequence arts. Lu Yin praised, there is actually such a sequence art. It is very suitable to create the sequence foundation. At this point, Lu Yin paused and suddenly looked at Kai Jun, only 3 blades. What sequence art did you cultivate? Kai Jun respectfully replied, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi met his gaze. That's right. The Kai family specializes in bidirectional immobility. In history, an expert who once immobilized Sang Tian for 10 breaths came from the Kai family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's how the sequence foundation came about. Yuan Qi nodded. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method. Coupled with the uniqueness of the cultivation methods of spirit seeds, it was easy to determine who was suitable for which sequence art. The sequence arts were divided into 88 types. The higher the sequence arts were, the easier it was to cultivate. Almost all of the 10 base sequences were created by the sequence arts towards the end. These sequence arts were actually not something that cultivators were willing to cultivate because they were not very useful. For example, the bidirectional immobilization art was only useful in a group attack. Otherwise, it would be meaningless in a one-on-one fight. Why would anyone still cultivate it? This was the pressure brought about by the unified cultivation method. The Kai family could not possibly all be willing to cultivate this sequence art. However, their entire family was forced to cultivate it. That person had only needed 3 blades to reach 9th place on the White Soul list. This proved that his talent was extraordinary, and he was at the top of the spiritualized universe. If he had not cultivated this sequence art, he might have been able to advance further, but he had been delayed by this sequence art. This sequence art sacrificed an individual for the sake of the spiritualized universe. The Kai family was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless organizations in the 36 filaments had sacrificed themselves for the spiritualized universe. They had specifically cultivated these useless sequence arts so that they could complete the sequence foundation before they died. The Gate of Techniques created the sequence foundation, which was both a holy land and a graveyard for spiritualized universes. From another perspective, the spiritualized universe did not care if an individual was sacrificed. This meant that there were too many powerful individuals in the spiritualized universe, and any more than that would cause chaos. Lu Yin did not wish for the latter possibility, but the situation told him that it was highly likely. Yu Sang Tian's confidence and the sacrifices of the Kai family and many other organizations were all pointing in the same direction, the spiritualized universe's strength. Old Tao looked at Kai Jun and then at Lu Yin. Actually, the Kai family has another expert at the sequence art. Lu Yin was shocked. There's another one. Kai Jun immediately denied it. Impossible. The Kai family only has 2 sequence arts experts, Kai Sandao and Kai Kiqing. There's no third. Old Tao shook his head. Every family has its own foundation, and the Kai family is no exception. However, their foundation is not as powerful as Kai Sandao's. Kai Fei. Kai Jun was shocked. Ancestor Kai Fei. Old Tao nodded. Kai Fei is still alive. He's in the Kai filament. How can that be? Ancestor Kai Fei has been dead for many years, and no one in the Kai family has mentioned him. I've been in the Kai family for so many years, but I've only heard my parents mention him once in a while. That was a long time ago. Kai Jun could not believe it. Old Tao laughed. He's still alive. We met before he went to Torch City, but there's no need to be too shocked. Kai Fei's strength is not enough to touch the white soulist, and that's all he can do for the rest of his life. He's cultivated bidirectional immobility, so that old guy can only hide in the shadows and ambush people. If anyone wants to harm the Kai family, Kai Sandao will attack. Kai Fei and Kai Keqing will ambush them. That's the main reason why the Kai family can monopolize the Kai filament. Aside from juniors like you, many people know that this old guy is still alive. The Gate of Techniques did not force him to go to the Law filament. Yuan Qi did not understand. Old Tao respectfully faced Yuan Qi. It's not time yet. Kai Fei once consumed a strange plant, and his vitality is far greater than his peers. Also, the Gate of Techniques cannot force everyone who is nearing the end of their lifespan to wait for death. Yuan Qi sneered. Impossible. How do you think those sequence foundations came about? Just count how many sequence laws were destroyed by the 10 foundation sequence. That's a terrifying number. Old Tao did not refute this. Yuan Qi understood many things better than him, even though he had been away from the spiritualized universe for so long. This was a matter of hierarchy. Then it's decided. We'll go to the Kai filament and seek justice for Kai Jun. Lu Yin gave the order, and Wu Jiang headed towards the Kai filament. At the same time, in the Kai filament, Kai Juanhao, the eldest son of the Kai family, looked at the palm-sized medal in his hand. I never thought that idiot Kai Jun's parents would leave him such a good thing. What's so good that you're so happy? A clear voice sounded. Kai Juanhao stared at the medal without blinking. Do you recognize this? It was Kai Junyi, Kai Juanhao's younger sister. She looked at the medal. It's completely blue with a dark red luster flowing through it. Its insides are like water, sometimes surging and sometimes calm. This is a red and blue gold crystal. Kai Juanhao was pleased. That's right. It's a type of metal known as the pinnacle of materials. We can't use it, but if we sell it to the realm beyond heaven or the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce, it'll fetch a sky-high price. Kai Junyi was excited. There's actually a red and blue gold crystal. How did that couple get it? Kai Juanhao kept the medal. That's not important. It's ours now. He looked at Kai Junyi and praised her. Little sister, you did well. Kai Junyi smiled proudly. Kai Jun, that idiot, really thinks that he's on the same level as us. When his parents were still around, we gave him face. Now that his parents are dead, there's no need for him to pretend anymore. It's funny that he wants to marry me. The fact that the family tolerates his thoughts means that they're too far apart from us. There's no need for us to be wary of them. Don't think too much about it. That guy is dead. Now we have to think of a way to sell the red and blue gold crystal. We just don't know who to sell it to. The Chamber of Commerce, of course. Who else can we sell it to? You and I can't enter the realm beyond heaven. It's easy to get into trouble if we sell it to someone else. Kai Juanhao frowned. Something happened in the Grand Domain. We don't know what's going on. Forget it, let's keep it first. We'll talk about it later. Kai Junyi narrowed her eyes and stared at Kai Juanhao. Brother, don't tell me you're thinking of keeping it for yourself. Kai Juanhao laughed. Don't worry. Most of the credit goes to you. How can I keep it for myself? It's good that you know. Don't think of keeping it for yourself. Otherwise, I'll tell father about your infatuation with Aunt Qing. Father will skin you alive. Kai Junyi threatened. Kai Juanhao was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Shut up. You're trying to get me killed." Kai Junyi smiled. "It's good that you know how to be afraid. But then again, Aunt Qing's charm is really great. Every day, there are people coming to see her. The number of people asking for her hand in marriage is so high that it's almost broken. Father has always been looking for opportunities to get the most benefits. Who do you think he wants to marry Aunt Qing to? I heard that Yi Sang Tian's grandson, Torch City's mayor Yi Xia, has yet to marry. There's also Tianxi, who's stunning for an era. Once he returns and sees Aunt Qing won't be able to keep her. Although the twin beauties of the realm beyond heaven are gorgeous, their status is too high. Aunt Qing's beauty is not below theirs. Alright, you should go." Kai Juanhao's face was gloomy. Kai Junyi smiled and turned to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-33. A few days later, the head of the Kai family, Kai Bai, summoned Kai Juanhao. What happened to Kai Juanhao? Kai Bai stared at Kai Juanhao. Kai Juanhao did not hide anything and told him everything. Kai Bai looked at him for a long time and smiled. Is it clean? Kai Juanhao was not surprised. If Kai Juanhao's parents were still alive, the Kai family would not dare to do this. However, now that his parents were dead, a mere Kai Juanhao was left behind. It's clean. No one will say anything. That's good. This must not be leaked. Warn Yi not to say anything. Yes, Father. Don't worry. By the way, Father, I heard that the outside world is in chaos. Has Origin Sang Tian returned? Kai Bai nodded and said, Origin Sang Tian has gone crazy. After returning from the Tian Yuan universe, he openly challenged Sky Beyond and wanted to break the rules of the spiritualized universe. Many people guessed that he had obtained an opportunity in the Tian Yuan universe and was confident that he could compete with Yu Sang Tian and replace him. Many people contacted Sky Beyond and begged Yu Sang Tian to take away Origin's position, but Yu Sang Tian remained silent. Kai Juanhao was shocked. He returned from the Tian Yuan universe? Yes, Origin Sang Tian went to the Tian Yuan universe a long time ago. This time, he returned in such a high-profile manner. No one knows what he wants to do. Also, they changed their direction and are heading this way. No one knows where they are going. Kai Juanhao suddenly thought of Kai Juanhao. Returning from the Tian Yuan universe must have passed through the Tian Yuan universe. Could it be that he saved Kai Juanhao and came back to the Kai family? Impossible. He laughed and thought that he was overthinking. How could there be such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Even if he saved Kai Juanhao, why would Sang Tian help him? Based on the time, Kai Juanhao should have died by then. There were many regions in this direction, and Kai Yu was just one of them. Origin Sang Tian's matter is not something we can interfere with. Since those people along the way did not interfere, we will not do anything. Just watch. Kai Bai instructed. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Have you made any friends in the Lushan region? Kai Juanhao did not understand. Lushan region. Father, are you referring to the Origin family? Kai Bai was deep in thought. There are some things that you have to consider. Although you can't interfere, you have to be prepared. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Although the Yuan family has developed well over the past few years, there are many people who view us as enemies. They are all waiting for Yuan Sang Tian's position to become vacant, so no one wants to befriend the Yuan family. However, I did fight with Yuan Mia during the competition for a spot to go to the Tian Yuan universe. We even went to Torch City together. If not for Yu Sang Tian's sudden order, we would have already arrived at the Tian Yuan universe. Only then did he recall that several decades ago, a group of elite geniuses had competed for a spot to go to the Tian Yuan universe. His son had been one of them, and he had even succeeded. All right, you can leave now. Kai Bai had to think about the next situation. The primordial one definitely had his reasons for doing all these things. Perhaps the heavens of the spiritualized universe would change a little, and the talent domain would also need to make a choice. Kai Juanhao walked to the door and turned back to look at Kai Bai. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Bai looked up. Is there anything else? Kai Juanhao hesitated for a moment. Father, what are your arrangements for Aunt? Kai Bai frowned. It has nothing to do with you. Kai Juanhao said, Father, Aunt is at the sequence level after all. She is obviously younger than you, but she has such achievements. She is very close to old ancestor Three Blades. If she stays in the family, I said it has nothing to do with you. Leave. Kai Bai shouted. Kai Juanhao did not dare to disobey and could only leave. Looking at Kai Juanhao's back, Kai Bai's eyes narrowed. How could he not know what his son was thinking? A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was his sister, Kai Keqing. What a headache. Kai Keqing was extremely talented. Every few generations, there would be a genius in the Kai family. In the past, the old ancestor used dual immobility to stop Sang Tian. After that, it was old ancestor Three Blades, and now Kai Keqing. If not for the dual immobility sequence method, regardless of whether it was old ancestor Three Blades or Kai Keqing, they could have gone higher. However, Sky Beyond Sky did not allow it. The Kai family had its limits. Now, what gave him the most headache was his sister's marriage. Kai Keqing was known as a charming fox in the immortal realm. She had the enchanting charm of a fox, but she was cold and dignified. She had a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with coldness. She had two completely different temperaments that attracted everyone who saw her. It was precisely because of Kai Keqing's beauty, temperament, and talent that the Kai family could not decide. The Kai family had always wanted to use Kai Keqing to achieve the greatest benefits. It would be best if they could touch the high and mighty position of Sang Tian. Their first choice was naturally Yu Sang Tian. However, Yu Sang Tian's eyes had never fallen on the Kai family. They had also been choosing other Sang Tian. They had dragged it out until now. When Kai Keqing reached the sequence level, the Kai family was even more reluctant to let her go. If she stayed, the Kai family would have another expert at the sequence level. If she could not be exchanged for benefits, it would be better for her to stay. Kai Bai had been having a headache over this for many years. He would wait and see how the changes in Yuan Sang Tian would develop. Did the Yuan family have a suitable candidate? Wu Jiang passed through one region after another. These regions all had strong factions, but no one dared to stop Wu Jiang. Before Yuan Qi even attacked, the strength beast tore apart the three-headed death beast. It was too shocking. However, everyone knew that Wu Jiang would not have an easy time. At least, the 10,000 beast border and god-governing mountain would not let Yuan Qi off. They were all waiting for a chance to kill him. On this day, Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai region. Everyone thought that it would be the same as before. Wu Jiang would slowly pass through the Kai region. However, Wu Jiang turned and headed towards the Kai family. Countless gazes following Wu Jiang changed. The Kai family. What did Yuan Sang Tian have to do with the Kai family? At the Kai family, Kai Bai suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in shock. How could this be? Why was Wu Jiang heading towards the Kai family? He also thought that Wu Jiang would pass through the Kai region and did not care. However, he did not expect Wu Jiang to turn around. The Kai region was huge. Each of the 36 regions was huge. The Kai family was located at the back of the middle of the Kai region. After passing through the Kai family was the entrance to a parallel universe. It was because of that parallel universe that the Kai region developed. The Kai family was not only the leader of the Kai region, they were also the leader of that parallel universe. When Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai family, a huge shadow covered the mountain range. All the cultivators of the Kai family walked out and looked up in shock. All they saw was the bottom of the ship. In the depths of the Kai family, Kai Sandao's eyes flickered. Those people from the Tian Yuan universe did not plan to let him go. They actually chased him all the way to the Kai region. On the other side, Kai Fei woke up from his stupor. He looked up at Wu Jiang and felt many terrifying auras. What happened? In a courtyard filled with white leaves, a pair of charming yet incomparably cold eyes opened. She stared upwards, at Wu Jiang. Her gaze didn't waver, as if Wu Jiang didn't exist, even though she also sensed many terrifying auras. Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi looked up. Why would Yuan Sang Tian come here? Kai Jun's shadow flashed again. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Impossible, definitely impossible. Wu Jiang floated above the Kai family. Kai Jun looked down at the familiar Kai family and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. This day had finally arrived. He flew towards the spiritualized universe. He flew for a long time until he was in despair. He hated the Kai family all the time. He thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he would be saved and that there would be a day where he could take revenge. He had waited for this day for a long time, but it had come very quickly. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. The Kai family was a colossus to him, but now, it was beneath his feet. The Kai family was just the first, and there would be more to come. Let the spiritualized universe become lively. Kai Bai rose into the sky and appeared in front of Wu Jiang. He did not know what to do. Bow respectfully. No, Yuan Qi had clearly rebelled against the spiritualized universe and was provoking beyond heaven. The more respectful he was, the more the Kai family would be dealt with by beyond heaven. But if he was not respectful, he was afraid that Yuan Qi would slap him to death. Why had Wu Jiang come to the Kai family? What was going on? Even Ancestor Triblade and Ancestor Kai Fei had not come out. Was Yuan Qi, the spirit ancestor, not courting death by facing Sang Tian? Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless eyes were focused on Kai Bai with different expressions. Although Kai Bai was the head of the Kai family, he had never received such attention in his entire life in the spiritualized universe. He took a deep breath and tried his best to appear neither servile nor overbearing. May I ask why Yuan Qi has come to the Kai family? There is no such thing as primordial mulberry sky here, only primordial first master. Wu Jiang's voice rang out and shook the entire Kai domain. It also shocked the cultivators who had followed Wu Jiang. No one had expected Yuan Qi to say such a thing. This was equivalent to stripping him of his position as Sang Tian. Lu Yin sat there leisurely with a smile on his face. Some time had passed since Yuan Qi had provoked beyond heaven, but Yu Sang Tian had not said anything. Lu Yin did not believe that no one had requested to strip Yuan Qi of his position, but Yu Sang Tian was worried that the spiritualized universe would fall into chaos if the position was left vacant, so he had suppressed it. If you suppress it, then I will strip myself of my position. The joy of a game was to counter every move and occasionally predict the opponent's moves. Yuan Qi's words had pushed Yu Sang Tian down a cliff, and he had stripped him of his position. If Yu Sang Tian did not say anything, then what would others think? With the border incident, more and more people in the spiritualized universe would become dissatisfied with Yu Sang Tian. This was a game between Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian, but Kai Bai was in trouble. He did not know how to respond. When it came to Sang Tian's position, it was not something that a mere family head like him could intervene. He had never wanted to participate in this matter, but he had somehow become the center of attention. Yuan Qi walked to the bow of Wu Zhang's ship and looked at Kai Bai. Kai Bai saw Yuan Qi walk out and felt that it was inappropriate to bow. This person had provoked beyond heaven, and if he did not bow, then he was afraid that Yuan Qi would slap him to death. He could only stand there and pray that Yuan Qi had walked out. "You are the head of the Kai family?" Yuan Qi slowly asked. Kai Bai tried his best to be neither servile nor overbearing, but he could not hide the respect and fear in his voice. "I am Kai Bai. May I ask what Senior Yuan Qi wants to teach me?" Yuan Qi waved a hand, and Kai Jun exhaled and suppressed his excitement. He slowly walked forward and stood beside Yuan Qi. The Kai family's scenery was beautiful from this angle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-34. Yuan Qi had already given up on the spiritualized universe, and his actions could not be tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Even if he could explain himself, Yu Sang Tian would definitely find a chance to get rid of him because he knew about the spiritualized universe. He might not even give him a chance to explain himself. His only way out was to survive in front of Lu Yin, and he would do whatever Lu Yin wanted him to do. "Do you know this young man?" Kai Jun looked at Kai Bai, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kai Bai looked at Kai Jun, and his pupils shrank. Kai Jun. At the same time, Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi saw Kai Jun at the bow of Boundless ship and turned pale. How was this possible? Why was Kai Jun still alive? Why was he above Boundless and related to Yuan Qi's Sang Tian? Kai Junhao was stunned, and his mind was in chaos. His bad guess had actually come true. Boundless had come because of Kai Jun, but why? A mere disciple of a branch family of the Kai family, an ant that should have died at the hands of Yuan Qi, was actually related to Sang Tian and attracted Boundless. Why? What did he have? No one could answer Kai Junhao's question, and this was what Kai Bai wanted to ask the most. What did he have? How could a mere Kai Jun attract Boundless? He looked at Yuan Qi. "Senior, why is Kai Jun in Boundless?" Yuan Qi clasped his hands behind his back and did not speak. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and stared at Kai Bai. "Master, long time no see." Kai Bai and Kai Jun looked at each other and saw the killing intent in Kai Jun's eyes. Kai Bai's mind raced, and his expression changed to one of concern and doubt. "How, and he, returned a long time ago. Little Jun, why didn't you come back with them? Why are you still in Boundless? What happened?" Looking at Kai Bai's feigned expression of concern, Kai Jun laughed. He laughed heartily and his laughter was filled with ridicule. Kai Bai's fingers twitched, and he wanted to kill Kai Jun, but he could only pretend. "Little Jun, what happened? Why are you laughing?" Kai Jun laughed. "Master, your hypocrisy is so disgusting that I want to vomit." Kai Bai did not understand. "Little Jun, what do you mean? What happened? Is there a misunderstanding?" Kai Jun sneered, "Don't tell me you don't know what your precious son did. He conspired to steal my parents' belongings and look down on my branch family. He has always been using me. When my parents died in battle in the consciousness universe, Kai Junhao joined forces with Kai Junyi to leave me behind to fend for myself. Kai Bai, you raised a good son and daughter." Kai Bai was furious, "So there is such a thing. Little Jun, don't worry, the Kai family will not tolerate such a thing. If it really happens, I will personally kill them to correct the family's reputation." "You would kill your own son and daughter for me, a branch family member?" The genius mocked. Kai Bai gritted his teeth. "It's not for you, it's for my Kai family's reputation." My Kai family will never allow this kind of thing to happen. He lowered his head and said, Little June, come with me. I will definitely give you an explanation. No need. Yuan Chi said coldly, they are above boundless. Kai Bai's face turned pale. How, we're on Wujiang. When? Wujiang, Rain Observatory. Small raindrops fell on the limestone floor and also fell on Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi. They were clearly cultivators, but because of the rain, they felt cold all over. They were standing in front of Lu Yin, looking at him with deep fear. They did not know how they came up without a trace. The Kai family could not stop them. And the young man in front of them gave them a lot of pressure, even if this pressure was just even old ancestor Three Knives did not give them any pressure. This pressure was unimaginable. Wu Jiang did not plan on letting anyone go. No, he could not meet Wu Jiang. Kai Sandao gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and tore through the void to escape. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin's eyes widened. The starry sky around his heart was instantly enveloped, shaking the void. Just as Kai Sandao was about to leave through the void, he was blasted out by the shaking force. This force seemed to have changed the entire starry sky, and he saw stars that did not belong to the Kai domain change. He saw a strange constellation, and it was as if he had seen a young man with a pair of eyes. Lu Yin stared down. So it's you. Get out here. As soon as he spoke, the ground of the Kai domain shook and cracked open. Kai Sandao was blasted out from below by a terrifying force. Lu Yin did not know who Kai Sandao was, but when the man tried to escape, Lu Yin immediately noticed him. It was only then that he realized that Kai Sandao was one of the cultivators who had escaped from Wujiang's border. Only 2 people had been involved in the spiritualized universe's border battle. One was the president, and the other was this person. No wonder he had wanted to escape. This person had thought that Wujiang was looking for trouble. Kai Sandao rushed out from the ground and looked up at Wujiang. His eyes were filled with shock, but he could not resist. Wujiang was too strong, and Yuan Qi was just on the surface. During the border battle, Yuan Qi had not even made a move. The ones who had massacred the border were the people from the Tianyuan universe. He had no chance to resist at all. In the surroundings, countless gazes fell on Kai Sandao. They did not understand why he had suddenly fought with Wujiang. It seemed that he had been defeated and did not even manage to escape. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan pi, I only have 3 strikes. Sighed. Not a sound could be heard. The stars were bright and clear. Everything was like nothingness. It was also like a mirror that shattered in an instant. In the sky above the domain, only 3 blades turned into nothingness. It was right in front of Limitless, right under Lu Yin's nose. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Within Boundless, the ancestor walked out, his expression grave. Yu Sang Tian had made his move. Chu Yi, Suwang Tian, Desolate God, and the other experts all looked at the starry sky. In that instant, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. That moment of fear came from Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian actually made a move. He didn't deal with Wujiang, but only Sandao. It was obvious that Sandao's words were not tolerated by Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky for a while and slowly sat down. Yu Sang Tian's strength was deeply felt every time he got close to him. However, if Yu Sang Tian had directly attacked Wujiang, it would not have been so easy. The ancestors' test would not have been so easily passed. However, Sandao's death was too unjust. Lu Yin had not come for him. Lu Yin and the others knew that Sandao had died at Yu Sang Tian's hands, but the others did not. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators watching Wu Jiang or the Kai family, none of them knew that Yu Sang Tian had made a move. They only thought that Wu Jiang was unhappy with Sandow and wanted to escape. This scene shocked everyone once again. Sandow, 9th on the White Soul list, a future spirit prime powerhouse, had been killed without a trace. It was as if he had never existed. Ruthless, too ruthless. He did not even let Sandow finish his words. Kai San trembled. Killed just like that. What was the Kai family to Wu Jiang? How could he just kill without any hesitation? Just for a junior. Kai Jun did not expect Sandow to die just like that. He had thought of taking revenge on the Kai family, but that was only limited to Kai San. He did not dare to think of going any further. Now, Liu Yin's gaze appeared in his mind again. He felt that gaze was high and mighty, looking down on everything as if they were ants. Sandow was not the only Kai family member, but he was the most famous. After Sandow's death, Kai Fei could no longer hide and hurriedly appeared. Kai Fei of the Kai family greets Yuanqi, Sr. Yuanqi was also shocked by Sandow's death. He knew that it was Yu Sang Tian, not Wu Jiang. Yu Sang Tian's aura was even more unfathomable than before. Kai Jun's matter is my family's fault for not being strict enough. We are willing to give Wu Jiang an explanation. It's the Dayu Villa, Yuanqi said. The more unfathomable Yu Sang Tian was, the more he had to follow Liu Yin. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. He looked at Kai Fei solemnly and his voice rang out, Kai Jun is a member of the Dayu Villa. We cannot be bullied by others, do you understand? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-35. Kai Fei had never heard of the Dayu Villa, nor did he understand why Yuanqi had created it. However, he could only nod. Understood, understood. It's the Dayu Villa. Yuanqi's voice grew louder. The Dayu Villa accepts disciples from the outside, and they are only separated by good and evil. Anyone who joins the Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have experienced in the past, will be protected by the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa promises to protect all disciples to the greatest extent possible. Regardless of whether they have violated the rules or not, as long as they are not evil, they can join the Dayu Villa. Following his words, the flag above Boundless fluttered in the wind, and the words, "True love is unequaled," were especially eye-catching. Within Boundless, Liu Yin laughed. Yuanqi is becoming more and more cooperative. Chu Yi smiled. He wouldn't dare not cooperate. There is no place for him in the spiritualized universe. Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi were shocked. Yuanqi had not volunteered, but had been forced. These people were the masters of Boundless. Who were these people? They hurriedly knelt down. We request to join the Dayu Villa. Please grant us our request. Please grant us our request. The Kai family is willing to die for you. Liu Yin did not care about them, and his voice traveled to Kai Fei's ears. How does the Kai family plan to answer to the Dayu Villa's disciples? Kai Fei did not know who had spoken, nor did he want to know. The more he knew, the more troublesome it would be. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes, and he raised his hand to strike Kai Bai. Kai Bai had thought that he did not need to make a decision, but he had not expected Kai Fei to attack him. Kai Bai died, and his corpse fell to the ground. Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi are in Boundless and are at your disposal. From now on, the Kai family's direct line of descent will be changed to the Dayu Villa's line of descent. Is the Dayu Villa satisfied? Kai Fei's attitude was very humble. Yuanqi was calm, but this kind of thing had happened too often. For someone like Kai Fei, family was the most important. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral descendants, as long as they had the surname Kai, it was fine. All of them were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Kai family. This was the family's philosophy. Old Tao shook his head and sighed. He had not expected that the Kai family would be forced into such a state. However, when he thought about the battle at the border, where Sengtian had joined forces with the Grand Domain and the experts at the border had been massacred, the Kai family did not stand out. Kai Jun, what do you think? Lu Yin's voice. Kai Jun said respectfully, I'll follow Third Master's decision. Third Master. Kai Fei didn't understand this form of address. You can make your own decisions, Lu Yin said. Kai Jun took a deep breath and looked at Kai Fei. Kai Fei also looked at him. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would look at a junior with a pleading gaze. Moreover, it was a junior from a branch family, a character that was originally unworthy of his attention. Kai Jun experienced the feeling of being above his family. This was all given to him by the Dayu Villa and the Third Master. He suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, the Dayu Mountain Manor made the decision for me because I joined the Dayu Mountain Manor and was recognized by the Dayu Mountain Manor. My matter has been resolved, but I'm not an ungrateful person. I need to pay the price for the Dayu Mountain Manor. Kai Fei was puzzled. What price? Lu Yin was curious as well. This prodigy was actually fighting for his benefits. What could a prodigy possibly have that could catch his eye? Kai Jun loudly opened his mouth. Kai family's pearl, Kai Kuching. Kai Fei stared blankly at Kai Jun. He was astonished at first, but only then could he be clear. Old Tao's eyes lit up. This kid knew how to do things. Kai Kuching's reputation had spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and she was coveted by countless people. The Kai family had been troubled by her for a long time, and they didn't know how to deal with her. This kid actually wanted to bring Kai Kuching into the boundless universe. With Kai Kuching's beauty and temperament, would the Third Master be tempted? There was a 99% chance that he would. And this credit belonged to Kai Jun. This kid wasn't stupid, and he knew how to use limited resources. The surrounding people who were staring at the boundless universe grew anxious. What, Kai Kuching? How can that be? Our sect master has taken a fancy to her. That's enough. How can your sect master be worthy of Kai Kuching? She's a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and only those major powers can covet her. Immediately send word back that Kai Kuching can't enter the boundless universe. The boundless universe has already broken the rules. If you take Kai Kuching away, don't blame us for being impolite. No one will let the boundless universe go. Even Yuanqi can't stop it. Lu Yin heard the discussions around him, and he looked at Kai Yu. He saw a courtyard and a woman, and he was stunned. This woman's appearance might not be the most beautiful he had ever seen, but her unique temperament was charming with a hint of coldness, and her holiness with a hint of seduction. She was indeed very attractive. Moreover, this woman was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and her talent was extremely good. She could attract even more powerhouses. Lu Yin stood up and slowly walked to the bow of the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Kai Jun, hiding his ruthlessness. This kid actually had designs on the Kai family's pearl. Bastard, Kai Jun Hao, that junior, was also stupid. Since he had made a move, why didn't he clean it up and implicate the Kai family? He couldn't understand why the dignified Sang Tian would stand up for Kai Jun. Kai Jun stared at Kai Fei. Ancestor, you're not willing. Kai Fei was troubled. Kai Kuching is already engaged to someone. If she boarded the boundless universe, it wouldn't be good. Kai Jun frowned. Engaged? Who? Kai Fei wanted to slap Kai Jun to death. This junior was too impudent, but he didn't dare. Who? If he said it at this time, it would be the truth. But who? A name flashed through his mind. Before he could think of anything, Lu Yin walked out and stood in front of Yuan Qi. No matter who it is, even if it's Yu Seng Tian, this woman will still board the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. What a big tone. Yuan Qi was surprised. Did he take a fancy to that woman? Kai Jun was excited. This was the right step. He wanted to repay Lu Yin's help. He didn't have the ability, but the Kai family had Kai Kuqing. As long as the third elder valued her, he would repay the favor. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the boundless universe and looked down. As the news spread, many people who were on the verge of despair looked towards the boundless universe. Could the Dayu Villa really protect them? There would always be people who could not be tolerated by the world, and such people were either idiots or geniuses. At the same time, in the Lushan domain, the Yuan family was surrounded by many people. Senior Yuan Hong, please come out for a meeting. The Yuan family must give us an explanation regarding the boundless universe. We once respected Yuan Qi, but now he has violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The Yuan family must give us an explanation. Come out, Yuan family. The Yuan family. Within the Yuan family, the ancestor, Yuan Hong, the family head, Yuan Jing, and the various branch family heads had all gathered. Even the younger generation of cultivators had gathered. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all members of the Yuan family who lived in the Lushan domain. There were even more Yuan family members scattered throughout the Lushan domain. These people were far away from the main line of descent, and they could not come even if they wanted to. The entire Yuan family was surrounded. You all know about what happened in the outside world, right? Everyone in the Yuan family looked at Yuan Hong, waiting for the ancestor to speak. Yuan Hong was Yuan Qi's nephew. Yuan Qi's son had died a long time ago, so Yuan Qi did not have any direct relatives. Anyone who passed through the Lin region would pass under the water curtain sky. There is a special kind of soil in the Lin region that is only attracted by the Lin spacetime. The Lin spacetime is connected to the spiritualized spacetime, and the gravity is the strongest. The further one is, the weaker it becomes. The Lin region arranged this soil horizontally, and as time passed, the soil was gradually attracted by the Lin spacetime and moved upwards, forming this bridge. The bridge. Due to the passage of time, the soil has solidified and become extremely hard. The people of the Lin region guided the water flow up and down the entire bridge, forming the wonder of the Lin region, the water curtain sky. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This water curtain sky is very important to the Lin region, right? Old Tao said, yes, the water curtain sky is the symbol of the Lin region. There are two leading forces in the Lin region, and they are separated by the water curtain sky. Each of them has a powerhouse guarding the sequence rules. Lu Yin smiled, 2 sequence rules. It's a very obvious aura, but it's too obvious. Wu Jiang, rise. Old Tao didn't understand. Rise? This height was just enough to pass through the water curtain sky and rise again. Old Tao's expression changed. No way. Wu Jiang slowly rose and headed towards the water curtain sky. At this moment, above the water curtain sky, many eyes looked at Wu Jiang. Why is it rising? What is the meaning of this? This way, it will hit the water curtain sky. Not good, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. In the dark, someone was anxious, it can't hit it. My dreamscape needs to be guided by reality. Reality is that Wu Jiang will pass through the water curtain sky and enter the dream through the water curtain sky. Once it hits it, the dream will fail. Can't it change reality? Change it to hitting the water curtain sky. From the looks of it, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. No, I can't do it. You are Master Meng Sang's disciple. I am not Sang Tian. Many eyes, some fierce, some fearful, all stared at Wu Jiang from all directions. This place was actually a place where they could kill Wu Jiang. The Dayu villa had caused trouble in the Kai domain, stolen Kai Kiching, and sealed the Zhen family's mountain. All of these things had formed a killing intent towards Wu Jiang. All of the great powers had gathered in the shortest time possible to take action in the water curtain sky. The first to act was Meng Sang's disciple, trying to get Wu Jiang to enter the dream. However, the dream failed before it even started. Wu Jiang headed straight for the water curtain sky. Two figures hurriedly blocked it. Senior Primordial Origin, the Alan domain did not offend the Dayu villa. Please lower your altitude and pass through the water curtain sky. Lu Yin walked out and stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship with an arrogant smile. No one can make Wu Jiang lower its head. You are underestimating it. The two were furious. It's just a bridge, it can't make Wu Jiang lower its head. In addition, there was Limitless Emperor, who had appeared from nowhere, as well as the Sequence Law powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Countless people were looking forward to limitless destruction. The origin was Sang Tian, who was extremely powerful, but could he block so many attacks? Just the three old fellows from the land of myriad beasts were enough to make Yuan Qi suffer. The Radiant God was a law of sequence, but it was used by a primordial realm expert. The other two old fellows did not use any laws of sequence, so they could not approach him. This encirclement would allow them to see through Wu Jiang at the very least. Lu Yin walked towards the rain observatory step by step. Three figures charged out towards the three colossal figures. They were Su Wang, the Strength Beast, and the Star Toad. The Star Toad was aggrieved, but there was nothing it could do. Since Lu Yin wanted it to take action, it had to take action. Charging out of Wu Jiang, Su Wang swung its tail at the colossal beast to its left, while the Strength Beast threw a punch at the colossal beast to its right. The primordial realm beast that had used the divine reflection art and the sovereign Wu Huang's battle technique, End of Life and Destruction, was targeted by the Star Toad. Since it had taken action, it obviously had to pick the most powerful one. That was the only way to show off, and only it could deal with a primordial realm expert. Bang! 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 Three loud sounds rang out, and blood mixed with the rain from the water curtain sky, splattering across the Alan region. Countless people stared at the sky blankly. Who was it? Why had it turned scarlet? The three colossal figures fell from the sky, crushing mountains, overturning seas, and shaking up the entire Alan region. Lu Yin sat back down and raised his head, his gaze deep. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-37. Huang and Force Beasts represented the limits of the Heaven's origin universe. Even Hongyan Mavis of the Three Realms 6 Daos could not defeat them in terms of strength. Hongyan Mavis was at the peak of the law sequence, and she could challenge primordial realm experts from the Three Realms 6 Daos. Huang and Force Beasts were not a problem for them to deal with two law sequence beasts. They could break through everything with brute force. As for the Star Toad, it was even less of a problem, as it was a bitter calamity realm expert. After dealing with the three spirit-molted beasts and the hidden expert, the Star Toad waved his hand. The golden staff was raised high into the air and swept out in all directions, scattering all of the law sequence beasts that attacked Boundless. Boundless slowly passed through the shattered water curtain space. When the water completely fell onto the Alan region, light illuminated Boundless from above. The Celestial had returned, his clothes stained with blood, but his expression was calm. The battle had ended very quickly, but it had not been easy for him. He had traded his life for another, as his opponent was a spiritualized law sequence cultivator. Fortunately, the Celestial had a combination of the triumphant battle technique and the law sequence, so trading life for life was most suitable for him. Lu Yin stood up and stretched. Collect the corpses. Second Anima walked out and collected the corpses of the law sequence experts. On the other side of the shattered water curtain space, the two law sequence cultivators from the Alan region were stunned. The spirit-molted beasts from the myriad beasts territory had fallen right in front of their eyes, and the Celestial had killed them all. That person bathed in golden light was undying. Was this the strength of the Dayu Villa? Was this the strength of the origin Sang Tian, who had rebelled against the realm beyond heaven? Sang Tian had yet to make a move, so they still could not see boundless true strength. Ba Lu and the others were indescribably shocked. Even though they had seen the battle at the border, and that battle had been even crueler, this battle was just too dazzling. Even the rain was dyed red. Boundless was just too powerful, and they knew very well that there were still many people who had yet to make a move. The third boss, in particular, claimed to be the third boss, but in reality, everyone had to listen to him. He was the true master of the ship, and no one knew just how powerful he was. In the water curtain space, beneath the shattered soil, a man patted the mud off his body. He watched as Boundless left bathed in light and sighed. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't enter the dream, or else he would have died without a doubt. There was definitely an even more terrifying expert hidden in the boundless realm. It was rumored that even Yu Sang Tian was afraid of primordial Sang Tian's Dao Bell. It was not without reason. Primordial Sang Tian had not made a move yet. He was probably waiting for Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian did not make a move. Perhaps he was also afraid of primordial Sang Tian. If these two really fought, the remaining cultivators of the spiritualized universe might not be able to take down Wu Jiang. Those cultivators were not united. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Fortunately. When the news of Shui Liankong's battle spread out, it shook the spiritualized universe. They did not know that there was an even more intense battle at the border. The result of this battle was already shocking. The radiant stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border had once competed for Sang Tian's position. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been much weaker than Sang Tian. However, according to the news, Sang Tian hadn't done anything. It was a toad that killed the spirit stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border. Toad. No one believed it. They all thought they had seen wrongly. Sang Tian must have taken action secretly. Otherwise, how could a toad kill a spiritual prime? What kind of joke was this? Unless the toad was also a spiritually molted beast. No one had ever heard of Sang Tian befriending a spiritually molted beast. However, the battle in Shui Liankong had strengthened many people's confidence. The Dayu Mountain Villa definitely had a strength that was difficult to detect. One by one, they headed towards Boundless. Those who had been chasing after Boundless were getting further and further away, as they were afraid that Boundless wouldn't be able to catch up. Their spirits were dampened. They were all afraid of Boundless. Even if the words on the banner were dazzling, they did not dare to be impudent. Before Boundless had even left the Alan domain, someone had already chased after it and requested to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Lu Yin was interested, and he allowed the person to ascend Boundless. The person was excited, as he had actually managed to ascend to Boundless. This was a place that not even those who control the laws of the universe could reach. When he arrived at Boundless, he saw many people and sensed many unfathomable auras. He tried his best to make himself appear less fearful. He arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed. "I'm Shi Bei." "Greetings, Third Master." Lu Yin sized up Shi Bei. "You're so young, but you're already at the spiritual wander realm. Not bad." The spiritual wander realm was equivalent to an enlighter in the Tian Yuan universe. This person's age was about the same as Hai Chi-Chi's, which meant that his cultivation was not bad. Shirbei respectfully replied, "I'm still far from third master's level." "Thank you for the compliment." The surrounding people had strange looks. Compared to Lu Yin. Shirbei did not know Lu Yin's strength, and he had only speculated based on common sense. Lu Yin had not obtained the position of third master through his own strength, but rather through his connections with the primordial origin. Regardless of Lu Yin's strength, flattery was the right thing to do. Lu Yin raised a brow. "Why did you join the Dayu Mountain Villa?" Shirbei respectfully replied, "I believe that my talent is passable, and I'm willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa as third master to serve the primordial origin." Lu Yin frowned. "That's it." Shirbei was stunned. This tone was not right. Shouldn't they be happy? Someone was willing to take the risk of offending the realm beyond heaven and even the entire spiritualized universe to join them, so the Dayu Mountain Villa should be happy. This meant that their strength had been recognized. That's it. Lu Yin stared at Shirbei. "No grievances." Shirbei was confused. "Grievances? Should I?" "You should." "I don't." "Has your life been smooth sailing?" "I'm just a wandering cultivator. I don't offend anyone, and I don't have many opportunities. However, my talent is not bad, and I once competed for a spot to enter the Tianyuan universe. I almost succeeded." Lu Yin casually waved his hand and threw Shirbei out of Boundless. What a joke. How could one be qualified to ascend Boundless without any grievances? He was here to cause trouble, not to take in disciples. Shirbei was stunned. Why had he been thrown out? Had he said something wrong? Why had he been thrown out? No grievances. Have you had a smooth sailing life? Lu Yin's words kept ringing in Shirbei's ears. This was the first time in his life that he had felt humiliated. He had indeed lived a good life because his talent was passable, and he did not offend anyone. Now, however, he had developed a strong grudge against Boundless. This guy was definitely a good-for-nothing who did not know how to cherish talents. Shirbei should have met the primordial origin. Someone appeared in front of him and grabbed Shirbei away. He was one of the few people who had been able to ascend Boundless and come out safely. Naturally, there were people who wanted to understand Boundless through him. This incident reminded many people that they wanted to understand Boundless. Why did they have to use force? Since the Dayu Villa was recruiting people, it was entirely possible for them to join. The primordial origins people were very powerful, but they could not see through people's hearts. At this thought, many people began to rack their brains. Large organizations were very efficient. Boundless had just left the Alan domain and was slowly traveling through space when people wanted to join. Lu Yin looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Why do you want to join the Dayu Villa? The girl was a stunner, at least to most men. Although she was not as beautiful as Kai Yuqing, she had a seductive temperament that was irresistible. She also had an extremely alluring fragrance. There was a scream as the girl was thrown out of Boundless, just like Shirbei. Not long after, more people requested to join the Dayu Villa. They came from various organizations, and they used various methods and excuses to join. Some of them used tragic backgrounds or persecution as reasons to join, but none of them succeeded. What's going on? You can't even join with your background. Some people did not understand. They had learned from Shirbei that the third master required people with grievances to join. You want grievances? Simple. They found people who had been wronged, but none of them could join. Some of them were even more wronged than the geniuses. They were as miserable as they could be, but they could not join. After summarizing these people's situations, they realized that the third master would do something. He flicked his finger. What did this have to do with joining the Dayu villa? No one understood. Lu Yin was very relaxed and even happy. Why? Of course, it was because of the people who were constantly trying to join the Dayu villa. Actually, killing them directly would deter them and make it impossible for them to plant people here, the primordial origin said. Lu Yin smiled. Don't you think it's interesting? The primordial origin did not understand, but he did not say anything. He only felt that it was a waste of time. To Lu Yin, it was not a waste of time at all. Everyone who wanted to join the Dayu villa, regardless of whether they were ordered by someone or wanted to join wholeheartedly, could try the self-illuminating heavens technique. Although he had created this technique, it was still very unfamiliar to him. He needed to constantly try and cultivate it. This was the only cultivation method that Yu Sang Tian and Grandmaster Greengrass were afraid of. It was the technique that Lu Yin wanted to cultivate the most. Karma could lead one to eternal life. How could he be careless? In comparison, it was quite interesting to see those people trying to join the Dayu villa. It was more interesting than fishing. There were indeed some people who had been wronged, but their grievances were too small. Lu Yin was only looking for trouble, not helping the spiritualized universe purge the sinister. It would be better if it was a big one. Along the way to the 100 Herbs region, there was a constant stream of people trying to join the Dayu villa. Since Lu Yin didn't kill anyone, there was a chance that they would be able to enter. Lu Yin did not tire of using these people to test out karma, and both sides tacitly agreed to be at peace. It was just that the words on the flag were too eye-catching. Wu Jiang left All Lin Domain and left an eternal legend in All Lin Domain. As long as people couldn't leave All Lin Domain, they would never forget the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beast form, spirit mold, corpses as big as mountains, blood as big as seas. The days of continuous sailing were not so boring, and various powers were trying to squeeze people into Wujiang. Lu Yin was never tired of it, and Wujiang was more lively than anywhere else. People were constantly entering and leaving. Some of the bolder ones even wanted to sneak in, but they would definitely be discovered. No matter how big Wujiang was, it could not compare to primordial origin senses. However, they wanted to test the Dayu villa's bottom line, and those who wanted to sneak in were prepared to die. Their goal was to find out just how many experts the Dayu villa had. In the end, they found that there were many, many of them, and it was terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-38. The user of the black energy source was equivalent to the spirit progenitor, the disaster expedition, the Tianyuan army, the mechas, and so on. These people didn't really sneak into Boundless Realm, but what they saw when they tried to sneak in already made the outside world scratch their heads in confusion. Many people said different things, but if all these differences were combined together, then it was terrifying. The Dayu villa had become a monster that occupied the spiritualized universe. He's here too. Old Tao was surprised. Lu Yin casually threw out the man who thought that he had some talent and had an unruly temperament. Who is it? Prince Yu, as in stupid. Lu Yin was surprised. Nickname. Old Tao nodded. Lu Yin laughed. You have a personality. Old Tao was solemn. Prince Yu is from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Third Master should have heard of him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Wisdom Sky Domain. Now that was interesting. The Wisdom Sky Domain was one of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. Compared to the divine ruling mountain and the myriad beast territory, not many people knew about the Wisdom Sky Domain. Even the spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know much about the Wisdom Sky Domain. However, Yu Sang Tian had determined that no Sang Tian would be allowed to appear in the wisdom sky domain. It was not that the wisdom sky domain could not be reached, but that it was not allowed. If the spiritualized universe was a timeline, then the imperial mulberry sky, the 7 major mulberry skies, the sequence foundation, the sequence method, and so on were all embellishments to this timeline. Then, the wisdom space domain was the origin of this timeline. Like the supreme pole, it belonged to a certain extreme of the spiritualized universe. The supreme pole represented the extremes of the spiritualized universe's cultivation and battle prowess. The wisdom sky domain set the spiritualized universe's future. Whether it was the unified cultivation method or the sequence foundation, all of these ideas came from the wisdom sky domain. There was a saying among the spiritualized universe's upper echelons: the wisdom sky domain is an era ahead. The wisdom sky domain had never produced any shocking powerhouses, but the spiritualized universe's future was inseparable from the wisdom sky domain. Currently, the spiritualized universe's resources were distributed and its development direction was inseparable from the wisdom sky domain. Yu Sang Tian did not care about the 7 great Sang Tians teaming up, but they cared about the wisdom sky domain. The wisdom sky domain was like another spiritualized universe's Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin had learned about the wisdom sky domain, and it was one of the places that he had to go. He didn't expect that someone from the Jikong domain would come ahead of time. In the tributary of the long river of time, Wang Wen formulated a plan to deal with the spiritualized universe and proposed a plan to attack it. He once said that the spiritualized universe would definitely have extremely intelligent people, but such people would also be drowned in the consciousness of the spiritualized universe's civilization. At that time, Lu Yin had agreed. However, the premise was that such a person was under the civilization consciousness. The intelligent space domain, on the other hand, was above the spiritualized universe's consciousness. It could even be said that the spiritualized universe's consciousness came from the intelligent space domain. The cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe was created by the intelligence void region. If the wisdom sky domain had truly transcended the current era, then they would have been able to see the disadvantages that existed in the war against the Tian Yuan universe. Not many people in the spiritualized universe knew about the intelligent space domain, but the major forces that were watching Boundless definitely knew something. Although Yu Sang Tian was not recognized by most people, he was treated with respect by the major forces. Since he had boarded Boundless, he represented the intelligent space domain, and everyone was waiting for the results. They also did not know why Yu Sang Tian had boarded Boundless. Yu Sang Tian stopped 10 meters away from Lu Yin and sized him up. He then looked up and scanned the surroundings. There must be an existence on this warship that is comparable to Yu Sang Tian. He is the master of the Tian Yuan universe, and regardless of whether it is you or Yuanqi, you are all controlled by this person. Old Tao stood behind Lu Yin and sized up Yu Sang Tian. There were very few people from the intelligent space domain, and each of them had unparalleled wisdom and could see through the situation. What he said was not wrong. The outside world believed that the master of the Dayu Villa was Yuanqi, but only this person could see that Yuanqi had no choice. Yuanqi had also guessed that this warship had come from the Tian Yuan universe. Yu Sang Tian's gaze landed on Lu Yin again. You should be the descendant of that existence. It seems like Yuanqi is the master of the Dayu Villa, but it is actually you. Let me guess. On the surface, you seem to have reached some sort of agreement with Yu Sang Tian, but in reality, you've been tricked by him. You've been forced to come from the Tian Yuan universe. You've been forced into a passive position, but you can't do anything to him. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan pi. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap. So these are the people from the Jikong domain. Amazing, amazing. Young Master Yu's expression was calm as he said, I can see through every single one of your actions. Now that you want to do the opposite, you want to make me mistakenly think that I have guessed wrongly. In fact, you have only strengthened my guesses. Yu Sang Tian has already suppressed the Tian Yuan universe. You will all be buried by him. The battle at the border has already caused the grand entirety domain to be defeated. This is only his first step. Tell me, what has he grasped? I can help you. Otherwise, you won't have a good end. Lu Yin was truly impressed by this young master Yu. In a situation where he didn't have any information, he had already guessed almost half of the truth. He had indeed been grasped by Yu Sang Tian, and he had no choice but to come from the Tian Yuan universe. His identity was also that of the primogenitor's descendant. Aside from the fact that the primogenitor didn't control the Tian Yuan universe, no one could have guessed his own rise. During the battle at the border, they had indeed been used by Yu Sang Tian to bury the grand entirety domain. They would still be used by Yu Sang Tian in the future, and this was something that couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, this person should have guessed 90% of the truth. In the distance, Wang Tian dug his nose and stared at young Master Yu. The more intelligent a person was, the more likely they would have a bad end. Lu Yin stood up and walked towards young Master Yu. Young Master Yu looked at him calmly. He was extremely confident in his own guesses, and this was the confidence that had been acknowledged by the Zhikong domain. I heard that the successor of the Zhikong domain has a bowl. Let me see, Lu Yin said, completely different from the previous topic. Young Master Yu raised his hand, and there was a black ball in his hand. It was pitch black, and it seemed as if all light had been sucked into it. There was nothing else other than black. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the ball and examined it. Twin Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-39. As for Yu Sang Tian, he was just a ripple in the timeline. He could not achieve eternal life. In this timeline, Yu Sang's sky would change, but Zhikong domain would never change. Whether or not he became Sang Tian was meaningless. Lu Yin shook his head. It seems like you're not ready yet. Maybe I should wait for that secret messenger. He might be able to give me a pleasant surprise. He then waved his hand and threw the foolish prince out of the boundless void. Yu Gongzi had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive and throw him out just like that. He had guessed the truth correctly. It was fine if this person didn't kill him, but he actually threw him out without any hesitation. This was something he had never imagined. Even if he had to leave Wujiang, he should have walked out on his own. He didn't need temperament, but he couldn't be humiliated like this. Falling through the heavens, Yu Gongzi looked towards the boundless universe. He did not see the primordial origin, nor did he see the true ruler of the Tian Yuan universe, the person who could rival Yu Sang Tian. However, Lu Yin had left a deep impression in his mind. This person was definitely not someone who liked beauty and was overbearing. His vision was definitely not bad. Above boundless, old Tao hadn't expected Lu Yin to throw the foolish prince out like that. No matter how he looked at it, the two of them seemed to appreciate each other. He's too purposeful, and he's neglected the fact that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to us about anything. I'm actually looking forward to that secret transmission, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yuan Qi appeared. The wisdom void domain has always been dominated by covert communication, with overt communication as a supplement. After countless years, the overt communication has tried everything to turn the situation around, but to no avail. This person is extremely intelligent, and he truly isn't afraid of death. He also has no respect for Yu Sang Tian. His intelligence, willpower, and spirit are all excellent. It's just that he lacks power, Lu Yin commented. Normally speaking, the secret transmission won't come out. Since the boundless border is so eye-catching, the secret transmission won't come. Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked into the distance. aren't we almost at the 100 Herbs realm? When the time comes, we'll set a rule and fully open the 100 Herbs dimension. The seeds of the 100 Herbs realm can't be given to anyone, not even your own son. They'll belong to whoever finds them. Old Tao was speechless. He didn't care about his reputation at all. A single sentence from Yushan had caused the 100 Herb region to decline, and Luyin was standing at the very bottom of that peak. He had directly overturned the entire region, and he didn't care at all. Still water. That was a good idea. No one dared to go against the rigid rules. The infamy brought about by the situation created by Yushan was borne by Deyu Manor alone. To be exact, it was borne by Yuan Chu alone. After Yuan Qi left, he knew he was going to be scolded again. Yu Gongzi being thrown out of Boundless Border caused quite a stir. However, compared to Boundless Border's violation of the law, this stir was negligible. They were not far from the 100 Herbs region. Half a month later, they crossed a region. The next region was the 100 Grass region. Luyin stretched lazily. They were finally about to reach their destination. Another person wanted to join the Dayu Villa, and Luyin continued to meet them. The karma of the self-illumination technique required an opportunity to break through. Not long after, a corpse floated in the starry sky, making many people quiet down. This person had just ascended the boundless mountain and was about to join the Dayu Villa, but when he came out, he was already a corpse. This was the first time Wu Jiang had killed someone who wanted to join Dayu Manor. Before this, the various great powers all sent people over, some of them brazenly carrying objectives easily seen through. At most, they were thrown out. Wu Jiang didn't kill them. Only this person was killed. Why? Suddenly, another piece of news arrived. The power that had sent this person to monitor Wu Jiang had been killed. A ray of sword light had come from Wu Jiang, and it was unstoppable. Not only had the person who had ascended the boundless mountain been killed, even the person who had been sent there had been killed. Why had everyone who had gone out been killed? This result made others not dare to continue sending people to ascend the boundless mountain. The genius walked out and faced the starry sky. The Dayu Villa doesn't care about the past, only good and evil. This person's evil is rarely seen in the world, and everyone has the right to punish him. With that, he returned. Countless gazes fell on the corpse, and many people began to investigate. The Dayu Villa considered evil, so they had to be careful to prevent sending out similar people. At the same time, they had a new understanding of the Dayu Villa. Only good and evil. Since when had Sang Tian been so kind? Not long after, that person's evil deeds were exposed. Even though the world of cultivation was cruel, this person's evil deeds still angered many, as they had crossed the bottom line. Above Wu Jiang, Luyin was in a gloomy mood. That person's evil deeds were unbearable, and this was only what he had seen. In fact, there were too many such evil deeds in the universe, and he had never planned to do anything about it. However, he still felt depressed, perhaps because of the promise he had made in the Tian Yuan universe. It was harder to guide people to good than to ascend to the heavens. Some distance away from Wu Jiang, some people looked anxious as they continuously rushed towards it. There were also people chasing after them. Because there were too many powers watching Wu Jiang from all directions, someone had long since seen this scene. The person being chased felt his heart sink, as he was afraid that he would be delayed. Once he was delayed, he would not be able to approach Wu Jiang. However, not only did the people around him not delay him, they even helped him obstruct the person chasing after him, which puzzled him. That was one thing, but his goal was to join the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa had once said that it could protect anyone, regardless of good or evil. This person needed protection. The surrounding powers also wanted to see who could join the Dayu Villa, and so far, only Ba Lu, Yi Yao, and the genius had succeeded. My name is Yu Block, and I request to join the Dayu Villa. Behind him, the person chasing him hurriedly stopped and looked at Wu Jiang in shock. This was Wu Jiang. The existence that caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to view him as an enemy, but they could not do anything about it. Now, anyone who is willing can enter the 100-herb domain to look for herbs, but not many people go. By the way, Yu Shan is here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't he climb to Yu Sang's sky by stepping on the 100-herb domain? Why is he still here? Old Tao said, I heard that he is here, but I don't know the details. Lu Yin was interested. Then I'd like to meet this Yu Shan. I'm afraid he won't dare to meet me. In the 100-herb domain, Yu Shan walked out of the mountain stream. This person had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome, just like Kai Keqing. He had a masculine aura and the elegance of a scholar. His every move had a unique temperament, just like an immortal. Yu Shan was infatuated with countless women in the spiritualized universe. Coupled with his second place on the white spirit list and his master, Yu Sang Tian, many forces were jealous of him and hoped to marry their women to him. Even the Kai family took the initiative to ask Kai Keqing to marry Yu Shan, but Yu Shan rejected them. He's finally here. There's no response from Master. I'd like to see what Yuan Qi wants to do. He took a step forward and disappeared into the mountain stream, heading towards Wu Jiang. Yu Shan was not alone. Just like how Wu Jiang attracted many people to follow him, there were many people around Yu Shan as well. However, they were all women. When he moved, those women followed him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3440. No matter where one went, there was no lack of obsession with beauty. Yu Shan was a man that countless women in the spiritualized universe would fall head over heels for. He was gentle to all of them, and just like his name, Yu Shan was unparalleled. Boundless slowly sailed through 100 Grass region, deliberately slowing down as Lu Yin wanted to take a look around. Not long after, he looked in a certain direction, where the void distorted and Yu Shan walked out. He bowed to Boundless. Junior Yu Shan greets Senior Primal Origin. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. He really dared to come. Had Yu Sang Tian not warned him? Or was this person just too daring? You're Yu Shan? Lu Yin asked, standing at the bow of the ship and facing Yu Shan. Yu Shan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? Seventh Bro, the third master of Dayu Villa. Yu Shan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you to Senior Primal Origin? Lu Yin was amused. Looks like you came without knowing anything. Didn't Yu Sang Tian tell you? Yu Shan spoke clearly. Since ancient times, etiquette cannot be ignored. Please respect me and address me as Lord Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin smiled. He's not qualified. Yu Shan shook his head. No matter how Senior Primal Origin views the spiritualized universe, even if you're my master's enemy, there should still be respect between us. Your rudeness shows your lack of upbringing and arrogance. You will pay the price. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I will pay the price, but neither you nor your master are qualified to make me pay. Dayu Villa has taken in a taboo offender, and it seems that your character matches yours. I have nothing else to say, so please come out and meet me, Senior Primal Origin, Yu Shan said loudly. Lu Yin stopped looking at him and calmly looked towards 100 Grass region. Boundless slowly sailed past Yu Shan, but no one paid any attention to it. Behind Yu Shan, many women appeared. Some traveled through the void on their own, while others were accompanied by experts. All of them looked at Yu Shan excitedly. Lu Yin saw this and thought of Ling Quebec. Could this guy be another Ling K? That shouldn't be. Ling K was a hired woman, and some of the women behind him had high cultivations. They were definitely elite geniuses. Yu Shan was ranked second on the White Soul list and Yu Sang Tian's disciple. His face was like jade, and he was peerless. Junior Yushan's name is primal origin. Yushan's voice came to boundless. Wu Jiang didn't respond and continued to sail. Yushan's silhouette flickered as he appeared in front of Wu Jiang. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Limitless continued to sail. Lu Yin looked straight ahead. Yushan continued, Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? For more than 10 days, Yushan had no intention of giving up. His attitude and voice did not change at all. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, the group of women who supported him scolded Wu Jiang and even scolded Yuanqi. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, the people of the various great powers exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Yushan Peerless. This kind of bearing makes people sigh in admiration. Compared to him, the original Sang Tian is stingy. That's right. He doesn't even dare to meet a junior. He is no longer Sang Tian. Lord Yu Sang Tian is in seclusion and has yet to come out. Once he comes out, he will definitely strip Sang Tian of his position. However, this Dayu Mountain Villa is extremely powerful. Even without Sang Tian's position, no one in the spiritualized universe can deal with it unless Lord Yu Sang Tian takes action. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Within Wu Jiang, Ba Lu, Kai Jun, and the others opened their eyes. The second on the white spirit list was following them just like that. Old Tao had a headache. There were more and more important people, and this did not match his low-profile style. Kai Kaching looked to the right. Yushan, Kai Jun's family had tried to marry her off to Yushan. Was this the person? He was very gentlemanly. Primordial Origin calmly waited within Wu Jiang. Without Lu Yin's permission, even Yu Sang Tian would not meet him, let alone Yushan. Yushan could endure it and continued to follow Wu Jiang, but the others could not. An old woman led a woman in front of Wu Jiang and scolded, "How dare you, Primordial Origin? Brother Yushan has asked to meet you so many times, but you have ignored him. This is too much." Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old woman beside the woman. She was actually a spirit progenitor. This woman had an extraordinary background. However, compared to them, she was just a so-so. "Little Yin, go back," Yushan said. The woman gritted her teeth, "Brother Yushan, they are too rude. I will teach them a lesson." Beside her, the old woman's face was pale and sweat dripped from her forehead. She resisted the urge to drag the woman away and advised softly, "Miss, go back. We cannot afford to offend Wu Jiang. Even the sect cannot afford to offend him." The woman did not care. "What are you afraid of? We have so many sisters. No matter how strong Wu Jiang is, he can't kill us all. Sisters, come out." Around them, women appeared and blocked Wu Jiang's path. "Primordial Origin, listen up. You must meet Brother Yushan today, or we will not let you off." "That's right. Do you know how many domains we sisters represent? Back then, even Yi Sang Tian was polite to us. Primordial Origin is about to be stripped of his position. What right does he have? Come out. Come out." The people following Wu Jiang were watching the show. These ladies were not to be trifled with. After all, to be able to follow Yushan and know his whereabouts, they must have some backing. Especially since they were focused on Yushan, they did not understand the outside world and did not know how terrifying Wu Jiang was. Now, it was up to Wu Jiang to deal with them. With these women in front of him, if Wu Jiang crashed into them, there would be a river of blood. Yushan kept telling the women to leave, but the more he persuaded, the more they refused to leave. Lu Yin watched as they cursed with righteous indignation. They were all people who were immersed in their beautiful fantasies. They should pay the price, but not to the extent of losing their lives. Lu Yin curled his finger. The toad walked out unwillingly. Go, toad. The toad grinned, wanting to emphasize that it was a toad, but Lu Yin's cold gaze made it endure. If it could not vent on Lu Yin, then it would have to deal with them. The next moment, the toad leapt out of Wujiang and charged towards the group of women. Ah, dash! There was a scream as one of the women turned pale and fled in fear. Toad, there's a toad. Ah, dash, help. Granny, take me away. Brother Yushan, there's a toad, a toad. Ah, dash! In just an instant, all the women that obstructed Wujiang's path were terrified away. All of them seemed to have lost their souls, and their countenances were ghastly pale. There was almost no woman who was not afraid of toads, whether they were normal people or cultivators. The more they liked beautiful things, such as Yushan, the more they would be afraid of disgusting creatures like toads. Although these women's reactions were within expectations, the toad was still unhappy. Was it that disgusting? Its pride was hurt. Great-grandmother had clearly said that it was cute. The crowd was speechless. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Was this even possible? Kai Keqing's expression changed slightly. She was disgusted as well, but when she thought about that toad landing on her body, she immediately went into seclusion. However, this Dayu Villa was not as cruel as she had imagined. Yushan was stunned as well. There was such a method. He looked deeply at Lu Yin, who smiled at him and continued sailing. To deal with someone like Yushan, one had to be down to earth. The more down to earth one was, the more helpless one would be. What that group of girls brought was nothing more than a farce, but it put Yushan in an awkward position. That group of girls was after all standing up for him. Now that they were scared off, if he didn't do anything, the constellation he had constructed earlier would collapse. He stepped forward and stood in front of Wujiang, looking at Lu Yin. If Senior did not wish to see me, I could have waited. Even if it took 100 years or 1,000 years, I could have waited. But those girls just now were innocent. They were just a little anxious, and Senior used despicable methods to scare them. This will leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. I cannot tolerate such shamelessness. Please give me an explanation. Wujiang, Dayu Manor, please give me an explanation. Wujiang ignored him and charged towards Yushan. It was not polite to him at all. Yushan's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to strike Wujiang. Wujiang trembled, the huge force causing everyone to look askance. Even Lu Yin was shocked. What strength! This person looked refined, but he actually walked the path of strength. Interesting. Yushan blocked Wujiang, wanting to stop it. Countless eyes watched. Yushan alone could not stop Wujiang, but behind him was Yu Sang Tian. Would Yuanqi really dare to do anything to this person? If you want to ascend Wujiang, join Dayu Villa, or enter yourself. Lu Yin looked down at Yushan. Yushan looked at him, enter yourself. I'm standing here. If you have the ability, enter yourself. This is the rule of the cultivation world. If you are strong, you can enter yourself. Everyone was solemn. There were all sorts of rumors about Lu Yin in the outside world. Some said that he was Yuanqi's disciple, while others said that he was Yuanqi's direct descendant. There were even some who said that he was a great person from ancient times whose cultivation was close to Sang Tian's. All sorts of rumors had made Lu Yin famous in the spiritualized universe. There were more discussions about him than about Yuanqi. On the other hand, no one talked about Old Tao. He was very ordinary, and while his cultivation was not bad, he was still ordinary. However, the fact that Old Tao would lead to Torch City was intentionally suppressed by the Grand Entirety Domain. Yushan retracted his hand and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Wu Jiang slowly bumped into him, and he met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm a person who uses peaceful means before resorting to force. Since Wu Jiang is so rude and won't even let an innocent girl go, then I can only fight my way in and reason with Senior Yuanqi. Lu Yin said, I have a question for you. I have a question for you as well. Do you regret the decline of the 100 Herb region? Although we lost the 100 Herb region, it showed everyone in the spiritualized universe that people can be selfless and have no regrets. Yushan said righteously, at this moment, I will ascend Wu Jiang. If I accidentally kill you, will it be good or bad for Yuanqi's violation of the rules? Lu Yin's lips curled up, if I die, then there won't be such a thing. Yushan's eyes widened, good. If that's the case, then even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill this matter. The spiritualized universe is surrounded by enemies, and there cannot be chaos. He took a step forward and was about to ascend Wu Jiang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3441. Lu Yin took a step forward, causing a gust of wind to sweep out and distort the space beneath their feet. Yushan was unable to step onto Limitless. If he tried, he would lose his balance and fall into a disadvantageous position. He was shocked, as he had not expected Lu Yin to have such strength. He took out a fan from his cosmic ring and pointed it at Lu Yin. The fan struck the air like a boulder striking the surface, causing ripples to appear. Each ripple contained a layer of power that was very close to that of a beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. For this person to be able to do this, he would be considered extremely powerful even in the Tianyuan universe, comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Lu Yin did not underestimate this person, as he was still ranked second on the White Spirit list. Although not all spiritualized universes' sequence powerhouses were on the list, the fact that he was ranked second spoke volumes. This person had the ability to challenge primordial realm powerhouses. He seemed young, but he had already cultivated for far too many years. He was not much younger than the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the 100 Herbs realm had also been in decline for far too many years. Yushan wanted to rely on this to push Lu Yin back and step onto the boundless boundary, but Lu Yin flicked his finger and similarly struck the void, causing ripples. His ripples were like dragons that pushed across the void, pushing away Yushan's ripples tyrannically. This scene caused Yushan's expression to change, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin actually had such strength. How could this be? This person clearly looked very young and had only cultivated for 1,000 years at most. As for Lu Xian, he had cultivated for so many years. With the guidance of his master, he had cultivated for so many years. He had even captured creatures at the limits of spiritualized universe creatures to fight with him. How had this person done it? He no longer underestimated Lu Yin, even if he could tell that Lu Yin was only a soul progenitor. The sequence particles spread out, and Yushan's aura suddenly soared. A terrifying force surged from his body, pressing down on Lu Yin like an illusory pillar. Old Tao blurted out, the 9th sequence technique, infinite strength. Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes and said, of the sequence arts, the 14th is limitless strength. The 9th is limitless strength. You can borrow the power of the starry sky to display limitless strength. I didn't expect this person to cultivate this sequence art. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro. Strength was Yushan's foundation, but he did not know that it was also Lu Yin's foundation. Lu Yin could rely on the starry sky in his heart to repel these sequence particles, but when faced with Yushan's infinite strength sequence law, he changed his mind. Repulsion. There was no need for that. Resisting head-on was the true essence of strength. He didn't believe that this person could surpass him in terms of strength just by relying on sequence laws. If he could, Hongyan Mavis wouldn't have lost to the power beast in terms of strength. As the sequence particles erupted, Yushan was a meter away from boundless void. The pillar of strength pressed down fiercely. Lu Yin raised a hand, his palm facing the sky. Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. Courting death. Boom, however, the expected tremors did not occur. Lu Yin used a single palm to block Yushan's pillar of strength and channeled the terrifying power from the pillar of strength outwards, attacking Yushan horizontally. Yushan was caught off guard and was struck by the enormous force, causing him to spit out blood as he was sent flying. The next moment, Lu Yin shattered the pillar of strength and waved his hand, dispersing the clouds in the void. However, this was only possible if he could reach boundless. When Yushan had attacked, all he had thought about was how to kill Lu Yin. He had never thought that even after using the sequence laws, he would still be unable to reach boundless. The cultivators who had been following boundless also noticed this, and they were all stunned. This was Yushan, a powerhouse who would definitely reach the primordial realm. He was ranked second on the White Soul list and the future Sang Tian. Sang Tian's disciple could not even reach boundless, and he had been stopped by a youth. Who was this third manager? So Wang Tian laughed heartily, as this brat had kicked an iron plate. While the Tianyuan universe's progenitors seemed to be the strongest, Lu Yin was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Chu Yi and the rest retracted their gazes. With Lu Yin at the bow, even Sang Tian could not enter. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Sang Tian could enter. Only then could she clearly look at the bow. Was this person really that powerful? She had thought that he had taken a liking to her appearance, but even after ascending boundless for so long, this person had not seen her. Could he have forgotten? Ba Lu, Kai Jun, Yu Dan, and the rest were all excited. They had not expected the third manager to be so powerful. Lu Yin stood at the bow of boundless and waved at Yushan. Continue. Kill me, and all of this will be over. You can also help your master. Yushan released his hand and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. I underestimated you. May I ask your name? Lu Yin stretched. I'll tell you if you win. The loser has no right to know. Yushan was not angry, as Lu Yin had the right to say such things. Then please enlighten me. My master will teach me the 9 heavens change. Let's see how many changes you can endure. Yushan stepped forward, and his figure moved. 9 heavens change. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. In the tributary of the river of time, the scene of heavens above being massacred appeared once again. Just like that, Sang Tian's figure had moved that day. Every time he moved, his strength would double. The pressure had made it hard for Lu Yin to breathe, and he had been defeated in a single exchange. He could not resist at all. The 9 heavens change had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Countless powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe had died under these changes. An uncontrollable killing intent surged from Lu Yin's body. Yushan's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin, and a palm fell towards Lu Yin's forehead. Yushan's aura was even stronger than before, but it was suppressed in a certain area. It was like boiling hot air that had been compressed to the extreme, and it was released with a loud bang. This palm contained the 9 heavens change and the sequence laws. Sequence particles surged. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and Yushan's expression changed. Intense pain traveled from his palm, and the bones in his hand cracked. This person's strength could be even greater. He did not hesitate to use the second change of the 9 heavens change. His palm pressed down with a terrifying force, but it was not enough. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force spread out from his arm, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless strength swept out, and Lu Yin grabbed Yushan's arm and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Yushan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened. He endured the pain and used his spiritual innate gift, human prisoner. Thorns spread out from Lu Yin's palm, wanting to surround him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the thorns shattered. He then kicked Yushan into a tree on the rain observatory. Yushan slammed into the tree trunk and coughed up blood again. His strength seemed to have been sucked out, and he could not move. His body slowly fell down the tree trunk, and he was finally hooked by the tree trunk. He hung there, blood dripping from his palm and mouth. It was a miserable sight. Lu Yin stood at the bow and let out a sigh, venting a little. He had unknowingly mistaken Yushan for Yusang Tian. The 9 heavens change had left him with bad memories. These memories had happened before, but he had managed to salvage them. He would not allow them to happen again. The surroundings were silent. Ever since Yushan had used the 9 heavens change, those who had followed Wu Jiang had been excited. The 9 heavens change was Yusang Tian's ultimate technique, and they had not thought that Yushan would be defeated. They had not expected him to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. In just one exchange of palms, Yushan had been slammed to the ground, and the 3rd master had kicked him into the tree trunk. He had ascended to Wu Jiang, and perhaps he would be able to meet Yuanli. However, he was unwilling to meet Yuanli in such a manner, and he had never thought of it before. At this moment, everyone's understanding of Lu Yin's strength was constantly being refreshed, and they felt that he was unfathomable. The 2nd place on the White Soul list had been taken care of just like that. It had been so simple, and he had not used any echelon techniques or battle techniques, yet he had been completely defeated with brute strength. Just how strong was this person? He was probably on par with that monster from the Myriad Beasts border. This person looked so young. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3442. Within Boundless, Ba Lu and the others were stunned. Yusang Tian's ultimate technique had been defeated in an instant, and Yushan had been beaten so badly. Yusang Tian wouldn't come, would he? This 3rd master was too ruthless. Kai Keqing was shocked, as she could feel Lu Yin's overwhelming strength. He had dealt with Yushan so easily, and it would only take him an instant to deal with her. No wonder he could kill her with just 3 strikes. How many powerhouses were hidden in the Dayue Villa? At the bow of Boundless, Lu Yin looked at his palm, which was stained with blood. Of course, it wasn't his, but Yushan's. The bones in Yushan's arm had been shattered, and the broken bones had pierced through his skin. He took out a cloth and wiped his hand, looking at the sky and shaking his head in disappointment. This is the 2nd on the White Soul list. Yusang Tian's disciple? How disappointing. Xian Xian de Xian Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan. Pete, go tell Yusang Tian that his disciple is in the Dayue Villa. If he wants him, tell him to come beg me. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. That was everyone's impression of Lu Yin. However, so what if he was arrogant? Lu Yin easily defeated Yushan, preventing him from even reaching the unbounded realm. He didn't even use any battle techniques, yet he was able to suppress Yushan to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. This was something only Sang Tian could do. Although there were many fierce people in the spiritualized universe who had competed for Sang Tian's position, each one more powerful than the other, they would always be lacking if they couldn't become Sang Tian. But they saw Sang Tian's strength in Lu Yin. Where did this expert come from in the Dayue Villa? The 1st and 3rd masters were all at this level of strength. In comparison, the 2nd master, Old Tao, whom they were familiar with, seemed very ordinary, aside from being more popular. Boundless continued to sail through the 100 Grass region. Yushan was hanging from a tree in the rain observatory, half dead. He couldn't escape, but he couldn't die either. This was boundless deterrence. With boundless repeated attacks, the spiritualized universe became more and more afraid of direct confrontation. Many people changed their direction, trying to get people to join the Dayu Villa while trying to find Old Tao. Lu Yin didn't stop them and allowed them to do as they pleased. Yu Shan's fate angered the ladies. They firmly believed that Yu Shan acted because of them. Otherwise, why would Yu Shan follow Wu Jiang for so many days and not act? They started to use their influence to form an alliance with various factions to suppress Wu Jiang. The outcome was very simple. They were all grounded. Now, as long as one was not stupid, they would not provoke Wu Jiang, unless there was a necessary reason or a way to win. Many people hadn't expected that the Dayu Mountain Villa would land in the 100 Grass region. They had thought that Wu Jiang would continue to sail. The entire spiritualized universe used spirit threads to connect 36 parallel universes, forming the word spirit. The higher the word spirit, the stronger the parallel universes were. For example, the myriad beasts border, the god-commanding mountain, the gate of arts, and the azure water heavenly palace were all in the region above the word spirit. The 100 herb region was located in the middle of the word spirit, according to its position. However, if one were to calculate based on the number of regions, it would be split into 2/3. There were only 12 regions to the north of the 100 herb region, and 24 regions to the south. Along the way, Wu Jiang passed through 11 regions before finally arriving at the 100 herb region. Everyone was trying to guess why the Dayu Mountain Villa had landed in the 100 herb region. Some people recalled that the 100 herb region's decline had something to do with Yu Sang Tian. They then thought about how the Dayu Mountain Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven and continuously violated the rules. They believed that this was also a form of provocation against Yu Sang Tian. From the looks of it, the Dayu Mountain Villa's only enemy was Yu Sang Tian. As long as the others did not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa had no intention of causing trouble for the Zhuang clan, but that was on the premise that the Dayu Mountain Villa did not have any disciples who had been persecuted by their own family. There was no lack of smart people in the universe, and some people had already thought of a way to counterattack the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa's first order after landing in the 100 herb region was that anyone who entered the 100 herb region to search for herbs would only be able to use the 100 herb seeds they found. This seemed like a normal rule, but under Yu Shan's brilliance, it seemed extremely selfish. If not for Yu Shan's words to the 100 herb region, no one would have said anything about this rule. However, because of Yu Shan's words, this rule was cursed by countless people as soon as it was announced. But did Lu Yin care? Did the Tian Yuan universe care? No one cared. In reality, most of the cultivators in the spiritualized universe heaved a sigh of relief. They had hoped to enter the 100 herb region to search for 100 herb seeds to increase their strength, but due to Yu Shan's brilliance, they could not enter and could only give up on the 100 herb seeds. Now, the Dayu Mountain Villa's rule gave them a way out, allowing them to search for 100 herb seeds without being criticized. Immediately, many people were tempted and decided to enter the 100 herb region. On the tree at the front of the rain observatory, Yu Shan heard the rule, but he did not react. His words were based on Yu Sang Tian's approval. If anyone dared to resist Yu Sang Tian, these words would be useless, and they would be easily disintegrated. On the surface, the scolding did not hurt, but in the dark, the blade was the most fatal. When the Dayu Mountain Villa landed in the 100 herb region, it did not establish a sect. It was just a boundless territory. Some people joined the Dayu Mountain Villa one after another. These people were not arranged by the major powers, but rather voluntarily joined the Dayu Mountain Villa. Some of them had been tortured to the point of despair, while others had great treasures. No one would join a power that was Yu Sang Tian's enemy until the very last moment. Once they joined the Dayu Mountain Villa, there would be no place for them outside of the 100 herb region in the spiritualized universe. After using the karmic spiral on everyone, Luin had a new understanding of the self-illumination technique, and he was just short of a flash of inspiration. They looked at the person wrapped in a blanket with strange expressions. What kind of appearance was this? Junior Jiang Qi requests to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Luin looked at the young man who was wrapped in a blanket and trembling. He had seen this person before in the tributary of the River of Time, during the 37 years that had been reversed. This person had been captured by Luin along with the spiritualized universe's battleship and brought back to the above heavens sect. This person had been one of the elite geniuses who had participated in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe's battleship. At the time, Luin had been curious about this appearance and had specially examined this person, but he had not found anything out of the ordinary. Thus, he had thrown this person into the fifth tower. He had not expected to see this person again. There was nothing special about this person, but he liked to wrap himself in a blanket and tremble. Among that group of elite geniuses, this person was the strongest. Why do you want to join the Dayu Mountain Villa? Luin asked. Jiang Qi trembled so much that even the blanket was trembling. I have nowhere to go. Luin stared at Jiang Qi and moved his finger. He flicked his finger, and the karmic spiral shot towards Jiang Qi. He had thought that the karmic spiral would pierce through Jiang Qi, but the moment it touched the blanket, it was blocked and changed direction. Luin suddenly stood up and stared at Jiang Qi in shock. Impossible. Atop boundless boundary, Chu Yi and the others looked at Luin, not understanding what had just happened. Luin had never lost his composure like this before. Jiang Qi trembled even more, and he quickly retreated. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. Luin stared at Jiang Qi in disbelief. Jiang Qi had failed. The self-illumination technique had failed. How could this be? This person only had the strength of a spirit warrior, which was equivalent to an emissary. It was impossible for him to block the self-illumination technique. Was it because of the blanket? Or was there another reason? The karmic Tao had caused Yu Seng Tian to rush from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. The primogenitor had praised him, and the maiden had envied him. However, this brat had actually blocked it. It was too inconceivable, and Luin could not imagine how Jiang Qi had managed to do it. This shock was no less than when he had seen Yu Seng Tian slaughter the above heaven sect. What did you say your name was? Jiang Qi. Did you join the Dayu Villa because you have nowhere else to go? Yes. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. No need. Stay. Jiang Qi was puzzled. Why? Didn't you have nowhere else to go? Luin asked. Jiang Qi thought about it. Do you have some sort of goal for me? Luin sighed and slowly sat down. You were the one who came to the Dayu Villa to ask to join. Now that I'm asking you to join, you're still doubting me. Your attitude just now was not right. Did I offend you in any way? Luin naturally replied, your blanket is too dirty. I'm a clean freak. Jiang Qi was silent for a moment. I'll wash it. It'll be healthier if you wash it. Sun it when you have time. It's dirty. I'm sorry. Jiang Qi did his best to shrink the blanket and even wiped the floor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luin used the karmic spiral once more. However, the moment it hit Jiang Qi, it was stopped and shifted. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could not understand this person. This person was definitely normal. In anyone's eyes, other than having a slightly higher innate gift and being wrapped in a blanket, everything else was normal. Only Lu Yin could see that something was wrong with the karmic spiral. In the tributary of the River of Time, this person had been thrown into the fifth pagoda without any abnormalities. Why are you wrapped in a blanket? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qi replied, I'm afraid of light. Are you sick? I don't know. I'm just afraid. Lu Yin let him go. The boundless land had a place for these people to stay, and that was the desert of forgetfulness. However, they could also find their own place to stay since the boundless land was huge. After Jiang Qi left, Lu Yin sent a message to Ba Lu, Yi Yao, Kai Jun, and the others, asking them to approach Jiang Qi and see if there was anything wrong with him. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, 3 more people joined the Dayu villa after Jiang Qi. During this half a month, Ba Lu and the others constantly approached Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi did not resist and would occasionally poke his head out from under the blanket to chat with them. He seemed rather easygoing and did not seem to be abnormal. The only thing that stood out about him was that he was very, very sloppy. Lu Yin also asked Xu Yi, Su Wangtian, and the others to see if there was anything wrong with him. The results showed that there was nothing abnormal. They could pull Jiang Qi out from under the blanket without any hesitation. Jiang Qi was afraid of light, but that was only a psychological problem. He could still live without the blanket. Lu Yin pondered this. Nothing abnormal. The results were the same as what he had found out. Without using the karmic spiral, there was nothing abnormal about Jiang Qi. He was just an elite who had a psychological problem, was afraid of light, and hid under the blanket with an extremely high innate gift. He was no different from what Lu Yin had seen in the river of time. This person was a powerhouse of the Sequence Foundation, but he was far weaker than Victor the Celestial. However, he cultivated the Devour Sequence Foundation, which was the same as Yi Xia. Zhan Yan had helped the Eternal start a war in Primordial City, and the Zhan family was the enemy of the Tian Yuan universe. The entire spiritualized universe was the Tian Yuan universe's enemy. Lu Yin had never thought of cooperating with anyone, as there were only benefits and benefits. It was that simple. As long as he had Zhan Yan under his control, he would not be afraid of the Zhan family overturning the situation. Zhan Hua was swept out of Boundless by the staff, and he only stopped after flying far away. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he angrily glared at Boundless. How dare Boundless ignore the School of Arts? If not for the fact that Zhan Yan was in their hands, Zhan Hua would have led the School of Arts powerhouses to destroy Boundless. Even Yu Sang Tian would not treat him this way. How preposterous. In the surroundings, the cultivators who were staring at the Dayu villa were horrified. Even the School of Arts had been swept away, which was too domineering. The Dayu villa was not afraid of anyone, and they dared to offend anyone. Within Boundless, Lu Yin said, "Did you hear that?" Zhan Yan walked out and looked at Lu Yin's back. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin stood up. "It's nothing. I just don't trust them." "You won't trust anyone here," Zhan Yan said. Lu Yin looked at her. "That's why you can't leave." Zhan Yan was helpless, as she really could not leave. She had complicated feelings about Lu Yin, and she did not know what this person was thinking. Hate? No, it did not exist. They were on opposite sides, and there was no need for such unnecessary emotions. This person had saved her life in the game of life and death. At that time, she was a little grateful, so she had complicated feelings about Lu Yin. However, this gratitude disappeared when she saw that Yuanqi was still alive. Yuanqi was not dead, and she was not dead either. That game was clearly fake. There are too many old masters hidden in the School of Arts. Although these masters do not belong to the School of Arts, to a certain extent, the School of Arts can influence them, Zhan Yan reminded him. Lu Yin did not care. "Don't worry about that. As long as you are in my hands, they will not dare to act rashly. They have to listen to me." Zhang Yan was helpless. She had been forced to reveal the secret of the key, which was Lu Yin's greatest reliance. Whether it was the School of Arts or Yu Sang Tian, they all wanted her key. However, at this moment, the key was in Lu Yin's hands. The 100 Herbs region gradually gained popularity. The Dayu Villa's rules made many people go to the 100 Herbs region to look for the 100 Herb seeds. However, because the Dayu Villa was hostile to Yu Sang Tian, not many people came. They were afraid of being implicated. Many people were waiting for the School of Arts' response. Zhanhua had been kicked out, and the School of Arts had lost face. They would not let the Dayu Villa go so easily. If the School of Arts cooperated with the Myriad Beasts region and the Royal God Mountain, it would be hard to say what kind of powerhouses they would send out. It would definitely shock an era. More and more people gathered in the 100 Herbs region, waiting for a good show. However, the School of Arts did not respond. No one joined the Dayu Villa during this time, and Lu Yin soon found out the reason. Someone had secretly colluded with various forces to seal off the 100 Herbs region, preventing anyone from joining the Dayu Villa. Although they did not dare to attack the Dayu Villa was only restricted to the 100 Herbs region. Unless they spread out, they could not unseal the region. As long as the seal was not lifted, no one would be able to join. Although the major forces did not know why the Dayu Villa was recruiting desperados, it was right for them to stop what the Dayu Villa wanted to do. "I will go out and take care of it," Celestial Champion said. Lu Yin waved his hand. Wait a little longer. A few days later, a piece of news came. It was a list of names from various regions. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. It's time to make a move. The Mongshan region was one of the 36 regions that Wu Jiang had passed through. There was a sect and a family here. The sect was called True Feather and only recruited female disciples. The family's surname was Nya. The True Feather sect and the Nya family had joined forces to occupy the Mongshan region and control the resources there. Although the Mongshan region was not very eye-catching in the 36 regions, it was still one of them. There was a huge underground lake between the True Feather sect and the Nya family. At the bottom of the lake was a villa where a man and a woman lived. The man was the Nya family's ancestor, Nya Fei, while the woman was the True Feather sect's ancestor, Qi Yen. Almost no one knew that the reason why the True Feather sect and the Nya family had joined forces was because these two forces were originally a couple. They had split up to create the True Feather sect and the Nya family so that others would not be afraid of them. They would think that the two forces controlling the Mongshan region were the same force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3444. Will there be a problem with this? I've seen the primordial Sang Tian before. He's sinister and ruthless. Without full confidence, he wouldn't rebel against sky beyond sky. Now that the Dayu Villa is going against him, the primordial Sang Tian must have grasped something. He might even have a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the peak of bitter disaster. Then, he'll be able to fight against sky beyond sky. Nya Fei was worried. It was Qi Yen. What are you afraid of? It's not just us. The 5 regions are working together this time, and it's just a blockade. Our goal is to show our loyalty to sky beyond sky and get sky beyond sky to give us more resources. Once our goal is achieved, we'll retreat. We won't be enemies with the Dayu Villa. Nya Fei was worried. I keep feeling uneasy. Qi Yen snorted. Even if the Dayu Villa takes revenge, True Feather sect and the Nya family will be destroyed. You and I can create another True Feather sect and the Nya family. Don't forget who's behind this scheme of the 5 regions. That person's goal isn't the Dayu Villa, but the alliance. The 36 regions are fighting for themselves. Sky beyond sky's eyes are always on the north. We won't get any resources at all. Only by working together will we have a chance to speak. Do you still doubt that person's wisdom? Nye agreed. Let's not go out for now. How's the arrangement for the direct descendants? We've avoided it. It doesn't matter even if the Mongshan region is destroyed. Shi Yan didn't care. As soon as she said that, the void shook. An indescribable sense of danger rose in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the mouth of a ferocious beast. The horror from the source of their bloodline made their expressions change. With a boom, the lake shattered. A giant beast claw slammed down toward the two. The two were shocked. Who was it? They dodged together. Surging sequence particles spread in all directions. At that moment, they saw a giant beast standing above the lake under the stars. It was looking at them with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. 10,000 beasts territory. Why? Nye was confused, but he didn't hesitate to attack. Even if he was facing 10,000 beasts territory, he wouldn't give up. Qi Yan's body moved. She was beautiful, but this kind of beauty was meaningless in the eyes of the giant beast. The behemoth was an origami. On this day, the Dayu Villa would show the spiritualized universe what it meant to not make enemies. The Avicii dagger axe was both real and illusory. It pierced through the sequence particles and directly pierced through Nye and Qi Yan's bodies. Both of them were masters at the level of sequence precepts. Even though they attacked with sequence precepts, it was useless. They were facing the origami's destructive sequence precepts. How could the two of them fight against a self-created destructive sequence precepts? Their individual strengths were not even comparable to old monster Mo's. There were many levels of sequence laws in the spiritualized universe, which originated from the unified cultivation method and the spirit seed's self-awareness. The difficulty of cultivating sequence laws in this universe was far lower than in the Tian Yuan universe. In comparison, anyone who cultivated sequence laws in the Tian Yuan universe would be considered an expert in the spiritualized universe. Nye and Qi Yan did not understand why their sequence method was useless. They did not understand why the seamless dagger axe used space as the pole and time as the blade. Time was too illusory in the spiritualized universe. Although Lu Yin and the others were unable to draw out the river of time since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the river of time still covered all of the universes, and their usage of time would not decrease. Lu Yin had another goal in coming here, which was to test out the self-illuminating technique. During this period of time, he had continuously used the karmic spiral and tried to use the self-illuminating technique. Now that he had a direction, this person would be the best test subject. The middle-aged man faced Lu Yin and drew with his finger. Light flashed in the void as countless stars rotated, allowing Lu Yin to see endless scenes. It was as if he had experienced these scenes before, but at the same time, he had not. This was a sequence technique, and it was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques. It was called the second image. The second image, the second phenomenon, or even the second illusion, could be anything. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and repelled the sequence particles. The karmic spiral swept towards the middle-aged man from behind. The middle-aged man could sense the danger of the karmic spiral. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. Even Yu Sang Tian was at this level, but he had already reached perfection. This level represented the peak of the universe. Although there were differences in power levels, they were extremely sensitive to the dangers of karma. I don't know what you've done, but you've made me feel danger. The middle-aged man sighed. Since that's the case, I'll have to be more serious. A strand of air appeared and circled around the man's fingertips. It then transformed into a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. If he could not fulfill their wishes, their faith would not be established. The karmic will allowed the middle-aged man to see these scenes. Originally, he could have seen them himself. After all, they were all ordinary people. But for some reason, it was as if this was the first time he had seen this scene. The feeling of being trampled on and being humiliated flooded his world. He felt as if he had fallen into the smelly pit. Puffy spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man gasped for breath. Not good, his bitter adversity was unstable. He looked at Luin in shock. How had this person done it? Luin had actually caused his originally stable bitter adversity to fluctuate, causing the ominous signs of cultivation deviation. Luin was not in a hurry to act. He simply stared at the middle-aged man. The karmic will was useful, especially for powerhouses who were trying to cross bitter adversity. However, it was still far from enough. This was just a direction, and as time passed, Luin would be able to find more directions. Third Master, I'm impressed. I've underestimated you. Your threat is even greater than Yuan-Chi's. The sword in the middle-aged man's hand transformed into a swirling current, and he disappeared into outer space. Goodbye. At that moment, a green sword light flashed past, and the middle-aged man's foot missed a step. He felt dizzy, and he suddenly turned around. The power of spiritual force. Luin waved his hand, and setting sun appeared. Setting sun, total afterglow. Burn your martial arts. The middle-aged man's expression changed. This was a concept battle technique. In front of him, Shizu walked out and slashed down with boundless might. The current turned into a screen of light that blocked Shizu's path. Shizu's sword could not break through the current. The middle-aged man's gaze passed through Shizu and landed on Luin. A secret transmission greets you. Welcome to the spiritualized universe. He then retreated into the void. Luin did not force him to stay. This person was still hiding a trump card. After all, he was from Zhikong territory. Shizu put away his sword. This person is very strong. Although he can't compare to an eternal, he's not easy to deal with. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. However, the backlash from the karmic wheel was enough to make him suffer. If he could not stabilize bitter adversity, it was very likely that he would fall and never be able to step into bitter adversity again. This price was not much better than death. Luin did not expect to easily take the life of a bitter adversity powerhouse. Of course, if everyone in the Tianyuan universe attacked together, or if Shizu took action, it would be possible, but now was not the time. Luin could not see through Zhikong territory's plans. Secret transmission. Since the open transmission had appeared, Luin wanted to try this secret transmission. The law domains, where the gates of law were located. The entire law domain was surnamed Zhan, and the Zhan family's ancestor was Zhan Ming. He was also one of the 7 great Sang skies. Not long after Mr. Li was defeated, the image of an old man appeared in front of Zhan Ming. It's not good for you Sang Tian to see me so openly. Zhan Ming looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. The old man smiled. There are too many things that you Sang Tian does not want to see. For example, the key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. Zhan Ming's eyes flashed. I don't understand what you are saying. Old friend, are you doubting my intelligence? I've always doubted it. The key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. I've already confirmed it. Zhan Ming looked at the old man. The 5 Regions Alliance was done by you guys to test Dayu Mountain Villa and my Gate of Law. Without the cooperation of the Gate of Law, Dayu Mountain Villa would not have been able to figure out the 5 regions so quickly. It's just a small trick. Only by understanding your relationship can we take the next step. Zhan Ming was curious. What's your next step? I want to know. The old man smiled. I'm also very curious. How's your cultivation of the sequence method? With that, the image disappeared. Zhang Ming's face sank. How much did this old thing see? He did not expect the key to turn out like this. He had originally planned to let Zhang Yan take it. With the key in the Tian Yuan universe, he could avoid Yu Sang Tian's scheme and gain merit. If the Tian Yuan universe suddenly restarted, it would be perfect. No matter how he looked at it, it would not be a loss. However, he did not expect the Tian Yuan universe to not only walk out of danger, but the humans had also defeated the Eternals and seen through the spiritualized universe's scheme. They had captured Yuanqi and Zhang Yan and forced Zhang Yan to tell them about the key. Now that the key was in Dayu Mountain Villa, even the Gate of Law could not force Dayu Mountain Villa to hand over the key. They could only follow in the footsteps of the third head. The most troublesome thing was that this old thing had seen through them. He had seen through the key, the Gate of Law's passivity, and his own sequence method. This old thing was one step ahead, and he was always ahead. Zhang Ming's face sank. The key, he had to get the key back. Ever since the 5 regions were empty, Dayu Mountain Villa's surroundings had become much quieter. No one found trouble with Dayu Mountain Villa, and there were fewer and fewer people eyeing Dayu Mountain Villa. Even though Dayu Mountain Villa had violated the rules and taken in many people who had been targeted by various great powers, its unfathomable strength made it so that no one dared to provoke it. Imperial God Mountain and the Myriad Beasts border had not made a move, so it would not be their turn. They did not want to become the next 5 regions. Thus, half a year passed in a flash. During this time, more than 20 people had joined Dayu Mountain Villa, and they were all people who had been forced into a corner. Lu Yin understood their experiences, and in the end, he chose a couple to help them stand up for themselves. Petty people. I'm Yen Xiang. Thank you, third head. You are our benefactor. If we can find our daughter, we will serve you forever. Lu Yin said, You're welcome. Outsiders cannot bully the people of Dayu Mountain Villa. Those who had joined the Dayu Villa had been forced into a corner, and the reason why Lu Yin had chosen these 2 to help him out was because they were related to a power, the Cloudwater Palace. Bian Ji and Yen Xiang were husband and wife, and they had a daughter named Bian Xiaoxiao. However, she had been snatched away by the Jade Water Palace. They had pleaded with the Jade Water Palace several times to release her, but the Jade Water Palace had refused. They had even severely injured them, and the last time they had even tried to kill them. If not for their good luck, they would not have survived to join the Dayu Manor. The reason why the Jade Water Palace had snatched Bian Xiaoxiao away was very simple. Bian Xiaoxiao was suitable for the Jade Water Palace's battle techniques. The Jade Water Palace's famous battle technique was none other than the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. When the sword was drawn, there was no injury, only death. Once the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water was drawn, there were very few who could match it. However, it was not easy to cultivate the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. It depended on one's aptitude and one's ability to adapt to the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. The Jade Water Palace constantly traveled the spiritualized universe and allowed suitable children to come into contact with the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. If they could cultivate, they would take them away. Originally, this was a good thing. The Jade Water Palace's Palace Lord Ya was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, and it was very likely that she would become Sang Tian in the future. Even in the spiritualized universe, she would be a top figure. However, the Jade Water Palace had its own rules. Once they entered the palace, they had to cut off all external ties. This included family ties, friendship, and so on. All the children taken away by the Jade Water Palace would have their memories erased, and they would only recognize the Jade Water Palace for the rest of their lives. As a result, no one was willing to send their children to the Jade Water Palace. Bien Xiao Xiao had accidentally come into contact with the sort of tranquil jade water and was confirmed to have a supreme aptitude. The Jade Water Palace had been searching for her for many years, so naturally, she would be taken away. Bien Ji and Yen Xiang's pleas did not matter to the Jade Water Palace. They had gone to the Jade Water Palace several times to request to take Bien Xiao Xiao away. To prevent them from affecting Bien Xiao Xiao, the Jade Water Palace sent people after them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3446. This matter was infuriating, as the Jadewater Palace was too tyrannical and had cut off all familial ties. To the child who entered the palace, their memories would be erased, and they would not know anything. They would forever lose that child. Bien Ji and Yen Xiang would not give up even if they died. This matter made Lu Yin's expression sink, as he had not expected the Jadewater Palace to do such a thing. Palace Mistress Yao had a close relationship with Yu Sang Tian, and she was also one of Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. Lu Yin had not expected her to have such a cruel side. It just so happened that he wanted to find Palace Mistress Yao to make up for his karma, and this matter could be used as a reason to deal with the Jadewater Palace. When he heard that Lu Yin wanted to deal with the Jadewater Palace, Old Tao grew worried. The relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Yu Sang Tian has always been speculated, and no one knows for sure. However, one thing is for certain, Yu Sang Tian will not sit idly by if anyone tries to deal with Palace Mistress Yao. This is directly going against Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin raised his brows. What we're doing now is not going against Yu Sang Tian. This is different. There's nothing different about it. I'll deal with the Jadewater Palace, Lu Yin said. Old Tao said, it won't be easy to deal with the Jadewater Palace. The Jadewater realm is completely sealed off, and only those from the Jadewater Palace are allowed to enter. If you force your way in, Palace Mistress Yao will have time to leave and head straight for Beyond Heaven. Lu Yin frowned, as this was a problem. If he scared Palace Mistress Yao away, he would not be able to make up for the karma. Yu Sang Tian knew that Lu Yin wanted to make up for the karma, and he also knew that Palace Mistress Yao was related to Lu Yin's karma. Would he hold back? Lu Yin had been provoking Beyond Heaven all this time, but Yu Sang Tian knew that Lu Yin's ultimate goal was to make up for the karma, so all he had to do was wait for Lu Yin here. Unless something major happened and Yu Sang Tian could no longer care about the Jadewater Palace, then even if Yu Sang Tian knew that Lu Yin was the culprit, he would still have to deal with it and allow Palace Mistress Yao to be taken away by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Something major, something major. No, if Yu Sang Tian was prepared and Palace Mistress Yao knew about it, she would be on her guard. Lu Yin thought of Wei Rong and the others, and he felt that it was a pity. He should have brought them along, as Wei Rong should have been able to come up with a solution. Actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with the Jadewater Palace, Old Tao suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at him, you have a way. Old Tao thought for a moment. Palace Master Yao is a very conceited person, thinking that she is the number one person under Sang Tian. Moreover, because of her close relationship with Yu Sang Tian, even the seven great Sang Tian treat her with respect, to the point that she is somewhat arrogant. Even though she doesn't show it, there aren't many people in the spiritualized universe who can catch her eye. Such a conceited person definitely won't allow herself to lose face. Instead of scheming against the Jadewater Palace in secret, it's better to directly come knocking on her door. Perhaps she'll be scared off, but as long as I think of a way and make some preparations, I might be able to force her to stay, or even force her to open the Jadewater Palace. What kind of preparations? Old Tao rolled his eyes. Preparations related to face. Lu Yin understood and looked at Old Tao. You seem to know Palace Mistress Yao quite well. Old Tao laughed dryly, Who doesn't know about the twin absolutes of the sky beyond heaven? Palace Master Yao is also someone who is most likely to become a Sang Tian. Everyone knows about this. If you can really resolve this matter, I'll remember your contribution. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be of service to the third master. Old Tao hurriedly said. The Dayu villa gradually quieted down. After the battle of the 5 realms empty, no one dared to cause trouble for the Dayu villa, and the Dayu villa remained in the 100 Herb region. Dayu Mountain. The topic of Zhuang had died down, but the topic of Genesis did not. After all, this was related to Sang Tian's position, and everyone had their eyes on it. Someone suddenly raised the question of who would be the next Sang Tian if Genesis was stripped of his position. Once this question was raised, countless people's interest was piqued. I think it'll be City Lord Yi Xia. Torch City is extremely important as it's a transit point for attacking the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. City Lord Yi Xia is backed by the General Chamber of Commerce, and he also cultivates the laws of the Devourer sequence. He'll be the next Bao Qi Sang Tian. I think it'll be the Lord of the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand has always ranked first on the White Spirit list. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand has lived for a long time, but he has never become Sang Tian. It's not because he can't, but because he doesn't want to. Now that the situation is different, the Tianyuan universe will definitely be reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand will definitely come out and strive to break through to the eternal life realm. You're wrong. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand doesn't need to rely on Sang Tian's position to break through to the eternal life realm. Lord Yu Sang Tian once said that all cultivators in the spiritualized universe who have reached the spirit ancestor level will have a chance when the Tianyuan universe is reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand is no exception. I think it'll be Lord Tianxi. Lord Tianxi has always been in the Tianyuan universe, and he almost went on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, but he was stopped by Lord Yu Sang Tian. Perhaps something happened in the Tianyuan universe, and the only one who can keep an eye on the Tianyuan universe is Lord Tianxi. Of course it'll be Palace Lord Yao. She's the number 1 person under Sang Tian, so she should be the next in line. She cultivates the invincible azure water sword, and how many people in the spiritualized universe can match her? Her relationship with Lord Yu Sang Tian is extremely mysterious. Yes, I also think it'll be Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is very strong. There was once an expert who challenged her because he didn't want to accept her title as the number 1 person under Sang Tian. In the end, he died under the invincible azure water sword. I think there might be an old monster in the sect of arts pretending to be dead, but he will appear during the fight for Sang Tian's position. It must be Palace Lord Yao. It must be Palace Lord Yao. In fact, whoever can deal with the Dayu villa might replace the original Sang Tian and take over Sang Tian's position. That's right. The Dayu villa is still a threat. They provoked the sky beyond heaven and violated the rules. They should be killed. Once Sang Tian's position is vacant, someone will definitely find trouble with the Dayu villa. The aquamarine water domain was very small, and it could be considered the smallest among the 36 domains. Because of the aquamarine palace, outsiders were not allowed to step into the aquamarine water domain. In order to enforce this rule, the aquamarine water domain's territory had shrunk again and again. Palace Lord Yao had already returned from the sky beyond heaven. Yu Sang Tian's words made her feel indignant. It might have been possible in the past, but it was impossible now. Why? How long had she waited for Sang Tian's position? How could Yu Sang Tian take away her hope with a single sentence? What was the difference between the past and present? The only difference was the appearance of the Dayu villa. How could those people in the sky origin universe affect her fight for Sang Tian's position? She felt indignant. Shui Hua walked over and bowed respectfully. Palace Lord. What's the matter? Palace Lord Yao's tone was cold. Shui Hua said, "There are more and more guesses about Sang Tian's position, but the most popular one is still Palace Lord. Palace Lord, do you want to stop it?" In the past, Palace Lord Yao would have stopped it. She had approached Yu Sang Tian step by step steadily. But now, she looked at Shui Hua. "There's no need." Shui Hua did not understand, but she did not ask. "Yes, I will take my leave." "Wait, what are the guesses of the outside world?" Shui Hua said, "The outside world says that Palace Lord is the #1 person under Sang Tian and should take over his position. You are the best candidate for Sang Tian's position." Palace Lord Yao was surprised. Virtue. Strength was normal. Sang Tian wanted to be strong. However, who would judge a person based on their morals? Never had. Did Bao Qi have virtue? Did Yi Sang Tian have virtue? And Wan Shou Zhang's Wu Huang, from the beginning, which one of them had virtue? Who came up with these two words? Shui Hua said respectfully, "The outside world says that Palace Lord protects the common people and maintains the order of the spiritualized universe. Women are like water, but Palace Lord uses gentleness to overcome strength. Your courage and strength surpass the other Sang Tian. You are the best candidate for the next Sang Tian. Palace Lord, the outside world is praising you very much." Palace Lord Yao's mood improved. "Yes, although those people are not strong, they have good foresight." Shui Hua saw that Palace Lord Yao's mood improved and continued, "The outside world says that you will definitely become Sang Tian. Even the Master of Heavenly Hand and those old fellows from School of Arts cannot compare to you. Your courage is unparalleled, and your appearance is the best spiritualized. In the future, you might even become Yu Sang Tian, or even achieve eternal life." Palace Lord Yao raised her hand. "Enough, that is too far away." She stood up and looked at the starry sky outside. Yu Sang Tian said that she could not become Sang Tian, but she wanted to try. Why was it impossible? Just because of Yu Sang Tian's words? If she could become Sang Tian, she would not be so humble in front of Yu Sang Tian. The outside world's debate became more and more intense. Some people even started fighting because of the debate. A group of people who supported Palace Lord Yao shouted crazily. It was as if Palace Lord Yao could not become Sang Tian, the spiritualized universe would have no future. Palace Lord Yao had been paying attention to the outside world. She did not know where those crazy people who supported her came from. She asked Shui Hua, and Shui Hua said that it was not the Jadewater Palace's arrangement. That was strange. Where did this group of crazy people come from to support her? Even she felt that the words that praised her were a little too much. However, her appearance was unparalleled. It was normal for her to have such a group of people supporting her. Palace Lord Yao will definitely become Sang Tian. The spiritualized universe will walk towards the light under Palace Lord Yao's lead. What do you Villa? Palace Lord Yao will deal with them all. Palace Lord Yao will not allow such a forbidden existence. Palace Lord Yao's beauty is unparalleled. Her strength is unparalleled. Palace Lord Yao is Sang Tian. Palace Lord Yao is Sang Tian. Countless people shouted, forming a craze that spread outside the Jadewater Palace. Shui Hua was stunned. These people were too supportive of Palace Lord Yao. Where did they come from? However, soon after, many people objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Sang Tian's successor. The two groups of people cursed crazily outside the Jadewater Palace, each with their own reasons. At this moment, news came from Deyu Villa, asking the Jadewater Palace to release all the children and restore their memories. At the same time, they would open up the Jadewater Palace. When this news reached the Jadewater Palace, Palace Lord Yao did not react. Those who supported her were furious. It is the children's fortune to be able to join the Jade Water Palace to cultivate. Cultivation is heartless. How can you deprive them of their future just because of some kinship? What is Deuvilla? How dare they speak to the Jade Water Palace like this? Do they think they can do whatever they want after killing a few pieces of trash? They are too arrogant. They will definitely die if they meet Palace Lord Yao. Those who objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Sang Tian also said, Deuvilla was built by Origin. Origin is Sang Tian. Why must he die? I think your support of Palace Lord Yao has damaged your brains. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3447. Palace Lord Yao is the most powerful person under Sang Tian. It's fine if Yuanqi makes a move, but that third head can only be defeated. Yushan is only second on the white spirit list. He can't be compared to Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is at the Spirit Prime realm and can enter bitter disaster at any time. Let Deyu Manor come. Let's see how Palace Lord Yao teaches them a lesson. Save Lord Yushan while you're at it. Lord Yushan is too pitiful. We don't believe Palace Lord Yao dares to go against Deyu Manor. If Palace Lord Yao can suppress Deyu Manor, we'll support her to become Sang Tian. We won't go back on our words. You really won't go back on your words? Of course not. Whoever goes back on their words is a coward. Palace Master Yao, please suppress the Dayu Villa and return the spiritualized universe to its former glory. Palace Lord Yao is invincible. Palace Lord Yao is unparalleled. It was very lively outside the Jade Water Palace. The argument between the two groups attracted more people, especially the news from Dayu Manor. More and more people came to wait for a result. Wanshou territory made a move and Dayu Manor made the 5 regions empty. Among them, no one as powerful as Palace Lord Yao made a move. Even the Wanshou territory's Emperor Radiance expert was not as famous as Palace Lord Yao. Besides, Yushan was captured by Dayu Manor. Palace Lord Yao couldn't ignore it for Yu Sang Tian's sake. Before the Jade Water Palace said anything, the outside world had already analyzed the situation. Palace Lord Yao looked at the countless people arguing outside the Jade Water Palace with a gloomy face. She didn't want to get involved with Dayu Manor. Yu Sang Tian knew that Dayu Manor was provoking him, but he didn't do anything. There must be something wrong. But now, she couldn't back down. Countless people had forced her to the edge of the storm. Dayu Manor had unceremoniously provoked her, and Yushan had been captured miserably. With her relationship with Yu Sang Tian, she couldn't let Yushan suffer so miserably. All of this forced her to confront Dayu Manor. She also wanted to fight for Sang Tian's position. What should she do? Should she really fight Dayu Manor? Yuanqi was an old monster with powerful strength. Not long after, Dayu Mountain Villa sent another message to the Aqua Water Realm. 3 days. They would only give the Aqua Water Realm 3 days. If the Aqua Water Realm was not released in 3 days, the third master would personally come looking for them. There was no need for anyone else to do anything. This news once again ignited the fury of countless people. The group of people who supported Palace Master Yao cursed angrily. Preposterous, Yuanqi didn't even show up, only letting the third master come out. You've gone too far. Palace Lord Yao's strength is unparalleled, that third master is not worthy at all. Tell Yuanqi to come over. Tell Dayu Manor to come over. Palace Master Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Only the third master came. As long as Yuanqi didn't make a move, she wasn't afraid of anyone in the Dayu Manor. Listening to the people outside shouting for Yuanqi to attack, Palace Master Yao's face turned black. Were these people helping her or harming her? Shui Hua walked over. Palace Lord. Palace Master Yao's face turned cold. Report to the outside world that if that third master dares to come, I will make sure that he won't be able to walk out of the blue water domain. Shui Hua was shocked. Are we going to war with Dayu Manor? Palace Master Yao's eyes flashed. That third master just defeated Yushan, he's in the limelight. I'm only targeting him, I won't involve Yuan Qi. If Yuan Qi is involved, we'll leave. She wasn't stupid. Although she was obsessed with Sang Tian's position, she wouldn't provoke Dayu Manor when she knew that they weren't to be trifled with. If Sang Tian didn't make a move, why should she? Although the third master could defeat Yushan, Yushan was only at the level of sequence laws while she was at the spirit prime realm. This person was definitely not her opponent. She would deal with the third master and use him to exchange for Yushan. As for Dayu Manor, it had nothing to do with her. She could leave after she succeeded. Thinking of this, she secretly sighed and looked outside. In fact, if it wasn't for these people, she might not have said anything. Go and find out where these people came from, I feel that something is wrong. Yes. In the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin laughed. Success. Palace Master Yao publicly replied that as long as he dared to go, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the blue water domain. This move worked. On one hand, he sent people to create momentum for Palace Master Yao. On the other hand, he provoked Palace Master Yao. Palace Master Yao couldn't take it. Since Yuan Qi didn't make a move, it gave Palace Master Yao the courage to fight. Old Tao smiled and said, "Congratulations, third master." "Congratulations." Lu Yin praised, "Well done. This is how Dayu Manor's second master should be." Old Tao complimented again, but then he said worriedly, "Palace Master Yao's title as number 1 under Sang Tian is related to you Sang Tian, but her strength is definitely not weak. Her invincible jade sword is the best in the entire spiritual universe. Third master, be careful." Of course, Lu Yin knew that Palace Master Yao's strength was not weak at all. In the tributary of the River of Time, it had taken him a lot of effort to capture Palace Master Yao. However, that was under the premise that he didn't understand her. Now, he knew Palace Master Yao like the back of his hand. Her sequence laws, spiritual weapons, and battle techniques were all too clear. Dealing with her would be easy. After leaving the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin headed for the blue water domain. He walked out of the 100 Herb region openly and even a little arrogantly. Before he left, he said arrogantly, "You won't let me walk out of the blue water domain? I want to see what this number 1 under Sang Tian is capable of." In the blue water domain, Palace Master Yao sneered when she heard Lu Yin's arrogant words. This person thought that he was invincible after defeating Yushan. She would let him see how terrifying the fourth sequence laws were. Perhaps this person might not even be able to withstand the invincible jade sword. The blue water domain was not far from the 100 Herb region. The 100 Herb region was at the center of the spiritualized universe's 36 domains. 3 days was enough for Lu Yin to arrive. More and more people gathered outside the blue water domain, waiting to see what would happen. Those who supported Palace Master Yao were shouting fanatically, to the point that their throats were smoking. Shui Hua had been investigating the origins of this group of people, but she had not been able to find anything. Lu Yin reached out and crushed the blue sword light while pressing one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. He did not hurt Palace Master Yao, but she could not move. Palace Master Yao's heart sank. She turned around and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "What, you can't use absolute reversal?" Palace Master Yao could not believe it. You know, if Lu Yin injured Palace Master Yao, then absolute reversal could make him suffer the same injuries. Palace Master Yao's spiritual weapon was jade water, and she could revive from the dead. No matter how injured she was, she would not care. This was the reason why she was the strongest person under Sang Tian. She was in an invincible position. However, Lu Yin was much stronger than her, and he could control her without hurting her. Palace Master Yao felt the difference between them. The irresistible power in Lu Yin's hands made her feel as if she was facing Sang Tian, or even Yu Sang Tian. Fake, it was all fake. This third master's strength was definitely not weaker than Yuan Qi's. In fact, he was even stronger. She knew that the Daiyu Villa came from the Tianyuan universe, and she also knew about Lu Yin's group. However, she did not know how strong Lu Yin was. In the entire spiritual universe, only Yu Sang Tian knew. Lu Yin could exchange a few blows with him. Even Yu Sang Tian could not do that. Palace Master Yao did not even need to be mentioned. Inside and outside the Jade Water domain, everyone looked on in confusion. The two stopped attacking, and Lu Yin pressed one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. What was going on? Could it be that Palace Master Yao had lost? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-48. This battle was not as intense as the one between Yushan and Lu Yin. Palace Mistress Yao did not even make a move, and Lu Yin only moved a few times. It looked more like an act. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. What do you want? Palace Mistress Yao accepted her fate. She knew she had been played. Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. Where is your jade water sword? Where is your spiritualized weapon? Palace Mistress Yao said, I lost. Even if I used my spiritualized weapon, I would still lose. Let me ask you, where is your spiritualized weapon? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a suffocating pressure descended. Palace Mistress Yao felt the killing intent and subconsciously said, it's with you Sang Tian. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, what did you say? At this time, Palace Mistress Yao suddenly vomited blood, and the blood splattered in front of Lu Yin. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Yin stared at her. He did not make a move, but she was heavily injured. Moreover, he looked at the water painting. This injury was similar to the water painting's ice spirit shattering. Could it be? Why? Palace Mistress Yao muttered to herself. She could not believe it, and her body fell from the sky. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her and shouted, your spiritualized weapon was destroyed. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin in a daze. How did you know? Lu Yin let go and let Palace Mistress Yao fall to the ground. Inside and outside the Jade Water domain, no one understood what had happened. Lu Yin slowly landed and looked at the heavily injured Palace Mistress Yao. Yu Sang Tian was ruthless. He knew that Lu Yin would find Palace Mistress Yao to make up for the karma, so he left her spiritualized weapon behind. After Lu Yin took control of Palace Mistress Yao, he destroyed her spiritualized weapon. Without her spiritualized weapon, Palace Mistress Yao could not use Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin's understanding of Jade Water Sword came from Palace Mistress Yao's spiritualized weapon, Jade Water. Without Jade Water, he could not make up for the karma. He would never be able to make up for the karma. This was Yu Sang Tian's plan. He did not need to make a move. No matter what he did, it would still be difficult to make up for the karma. This was Yu Sang Tian's home ground, and he could do whatever he wanted. As for Palace Master Yao, he didn't care at all. At this moment, Palace Master Yao finally understood why Yu Sang Tian said that she could become Sang Tian in the past, but it was impossible now. Because the moment Wu Jiang came to the spiritualized universe, she lost her spiritualized weapon forever. Even her spiritualized weapon was destroyed, so how could she become Sang Tian? She stared blankly at the sky. She was just a chess piece. The true chess player was Yu Sang Tian and the Tian Yuan cosmos. That's right, it should be this person, the third head. He was the one playing chess with Yu Sang Tian. His chess piece had been shattered at this moment. Ha 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 ha, number one under Sang Tian. What a joke, what a joke. Many things could only be seen clearly in the end. For Palace Master Yao, this was the end. She had never dreamed that this day would come so soon. Lu Yin stood in place as the blue water poured down from the sky, drenching the Jade Lake and many of the spectators. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, the third head had won. Although it had been a baffling victory, it was still a victory. In contrast, Palace Master Yao's miserable state made everyone tremble in fear. The number one under Sang Tian had been defeated so miserably. It was fine if they could understand, but they couldn't even understand how she had been defeated. Shui Hua's eyes widened, and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred and killing intent. She shrieked, "Members of the Jade Water Palace, kill this person." Yes. Yes, figures rushed out from the Jade Water Palace, stabbing at Lu Yin with their swords. Their bodies were wrapped in blue water. The invincible Jade Water sword could only kill. Lu Yin suddenly coughed up blood. Everything around him felt like a dream. Where was he? A spiritualized universe. The Tian Yuan cosmos. Or a forbidden zone. The karmic backlash had arrived, and he couldn't differentiate between reality and the cycle. Around him, streaks of blue sword light slashed down. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing blood to fill the sky and dye the blue rain red. The rain of blood swept across the Jade Water realm, piercing through the void and piercing through some people's bodies. They couldn't resist Lu Yin's terrifying power at all, and many of the spectators hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close. Lu Yin's aura was chaotic, and no one knew what had happened. Perhaps he had been injured in the battle with Palace Master Yao, but his victory hadn't been that easy. Shui Hua slowly fell to the ground, unable to figure out how Palace Master Yao had been defeated. Palace Master Yao watched the blood splatter onto her face. She didn't hate Lu Yin, but she hated Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had used her, but in the end, he had abandoned her. The Jade Water realm was as beautiful as Palace Master Yao's, and it was the most beautiful spiritualized universe. However, at this moment, this beauty added to the desolation and the color of blood. Lu Yin stood on the pool of blood, his body swaying as he looked in front of him in a daze. He saw Long Shi smiling at him in the rain with little Xian in her arms. The child's innocent smile was so adorable, and her bright little eyes were staring at him, her pupils filled with his image. This was his child. Blood dissolved in water, and it was similar to the line of blood between heaven and earth. If one didn't cultivate karma, then it would only cause a backlash. However, if one cultivated karma, then the backlash would be completely different. It would cause one to doubt reality, to deny oneself, and to doubt what had happened in the past and what might happen in the future. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like he had returned to the forbidden zone, and he saw fruit after fruit. Should he eat it or not? Long Shi was waving at him. Little Xian's crisp laughter constantly echoed in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the fruits and trees that bore his likeness transformed into a karmic spiral that shot into the sky. They continued to entrench themselves in the sky until they connected to the distant horizon. Soon after, endless karma replaced the starry sky, the universe, and everything that he could see. Everything in this world seemed to be made up of karma. Everyone saw the world differently. The world that an ant saw was completely different from the world that an elephant saw. Did everyone see the world the same? Lu Yin was certain that it was different. He didn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, the stars, or the darkness. All he saw was karma, a world made up of karma. He saw another world. It had repeatedly violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. This was the origin of the flying dagger. When it fell, it was him. The flying dagger had pierced his forehead, and the karmic wheel had been completed. However, the completed karmic wheel was not for Lu Yin. He was already dead, so how could a dead person complete karmic wheel? Since a dead person could not complete karmic wheel, then what was the point of this karmic wheel? Lu Yin's gaze suddenly focused, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Time around him stopped as he raised his hand and slowly grasped the flying dagger. What a blunt dagger! Is it trying to take my life? It came from underground. It was obvious at a glance whether or not this was a karmic wheel. The ground beneath his feet split apart, and Buya was inconceivable. Had he actually blocked it? The moment the flying dagger landed in Lu Yin's hand, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could this person do such a thing? His body was pulled out by a huge force and smashed into the ground. Empress Yao was beside him. Buya wanted to escape, but a face appeared in front of him. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Buya. Buya could not move. At this moment, Lu Yin's aura was like that of a primordial beast. He could not control his body or move, and his blood froze. He forgot everything except for those eyes and that face. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3449. If you don't know me, then this is reality. Lu Yin smiled as blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his smile was relaxed as he walked out. Buya did not understand what this person was smiling about. What karma? What reality? He did not understand. However, he did not need to understand. Lu Yin pressed down on Buya's head and pressed him into the ground. He lost all signs of life, leaving only his legs outside. This person had tried to assassinate him, but he did not need to know who it was. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe. He slowly stood up and looked around him. There were still many karma wheels around him. These karma wheels had been created from the heavenly reflection technique, and he had once been confused about whether he existed for the sake of karma or if karma existed for him. If he died one day, would someone else finish the rest of his path? Was the universe's final outcome predestined? These questions had troubled him before. His cultivation deviation had magnified his confusion about karma. If not for Buya, who had never seen him before, recognizing reality, Lu Yin did not know what would have happened. Perhaps he would have continued to be confused about karma, or perhaps he would have walked out of it. Now, he no longer wanted to be confused about karma. Since he did not know why he existed, then did it mean that he existed because of karma? Wrong. Karma had to exist for him. There was him first, and then there was karma. If this karma existed before him, then he would break it and remake it. Lu Yin exhaled as karma spirals emerged from his karmic wheels and soared into the sky. The starry sky at his heart encompassed all directions. Above his head, the divine seal catalog appeared, its golden light illuminating the dark universe. Beneath his feet, the general appointing platform shattered the ground, its image sinister and terrifying. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the karma spirals emerged from his body, piercing through the sky and shattering the earth. They circled around the divine seal catalog and the general appointing platform, forming a cycle of karma. Since I am confused about karma, then I will remake it. Divine seal catalog, ascension to the heavens. General appointing platform, imprisonment. This cycle is the heavenly Tao. This is the self-illuminating technique, the heavenly Tao of karma. Boom! Around the Jadewater region, countless people's minds buzzed. Thunder rumbled in the universe, shaking the heavens. The constellation swayed, extending from the jade water domain to the entire spiritualized universe. It was like a huge boulder being tossed into a calm lake. Countless people fainted and many cultivators coughed out blood. For some unknown reason, they felt like they were being targeted by something. In sky beyond sky, Yu Sang Tian suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of aqua water domain. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable killing intent and fear. He suppressed his desire to attack and said, "How is this possible?" "Impossible. You shouldn't be able to comprehend it here. No one can comprehend it here. Lu Yin, you must die." In the spiritualized universe, Yi Sangtian, Bao Qi, Yuan Qi, Zhan Ming, and the others looked at the starry sky in shock. They felt that the universe had changed. The ancestor walked out of the boundless void and looked in the direction of the blue water domain. Next to Meng Sang, the only true God also looked in the direction of the aqua water domain. Who is it? He actually managed to reach this step. Unbelievable. Master Grass turned his head to look in the direction of the spiritualized universe. His eyes were also filled with disbelief and indescribable complexity. The spiritualized universe was huge, but Lu Yin's creation of the heavenly Tao of karma had shocked the entire universe. This was an earth-shattering power that he had created with the self-illuminating heavens technique after suffering from the backlash of karma. However, at this moment, he himself did not know how much of a shock this new power would bring to others. He only knew that the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform were useful again. As his cultivation increased, the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform became less and less useful. Even the die was no longer useful. If someone was stronger than him, his innate gift could not make up for it. If someone was weaker or on par with him, he could use various methods to defeat them. He did not need any innate gift. Now, his innate gift had merged with karma and the starry sky in his heart, forming the heavenly Tao of karma. He did not know how far this heavenly Tao of karma could go in the future, but he felt that it could go very high and very far. After all, this was a grand promise that he had made to create karma. If this universe was filled with karma, then he would have created a universe of his own. Lu Yin looked up and slowly waved his hand. Light shone and dispersed the blood. Behind him, within the Jade Water Palace, many fearful gazes looked at him from the children who had been brought to the Jade Water Palace. Lu Yin saw Bian Xiaoxiao. Her little face was pink and chubby. He lowered his head and looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao lay on the ground with lifeless eyes. She was like a rose that could be picked by anyone. She was beautiful, but she had lost her charm. This woman no longer had any meaning to him. The karma related to her had already backfired. Whether she lived or died, it did not matter. However, it was a good opportunity to test out the heavenly Tao of karma. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Yao, from this moment onwards, you will be sent to the heavenly Tao of karma. After speaking, Palace Mistress Yao's body turned into a stream of light and flew towards the General Appointment Platform. Finally, she landed there. She did not die. She was not appointed, but trapped alive in the General Appointment Platform. To the heavenly Tao of karma, the Divine Seal Catalog was like ascending to heaven, while the General Appointment Platform was like going to prison. She was sent to hell. Palace Mistress Yao landed on the General Appointment Platform and looked around in confusion. She saw old friends, and enemies. They were all her karma. She wanted to avoid them as if she had seen a ghost, but she could not. She had to face these karmas. Perhaps there were people and things that she did not want to face the most. This was hell. The hell of the heavenly Tao of karma. At that moment, Lu Yin discovered that karma spirals were emerging from the General Appointment Platform and moving towards the heavenly Tao of karma. They were constantly expanding the scope of the heavenly Tao of karma. He was shocked. So this was how the heavenly Tao of karma expanded. Palace Mistress Yao had expanded the heavenly Tao of karma by quite a bit. If more sequence laws experts were added, the heavenly Tao of karma would continue to expand. If it could cover the entire universe one day, would this universe be the original universe or Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma? Lu Yin did not know. Perhaps he was the true master of the universe. He was looking forward to that moment. Bian Ji and Yan Xiang had already found Bian Xiaoxiao. They did not dare to approach Lu Yin and were grateful to him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This trip had been unexpected. He had underestimated Yu Sang Tian and had fallen into his trap. However, he had coincidentally created the heavenly Tao of karma. This was also his future path. Yu Sang Tian had seen through Lu Yin, and he knew that Lu Yin had to make up for the karma. No matter what Lu Yin did, Yu Sang Tian would have the upper hand. Since that was the case, Lu Yin felt that he should change his approach and walk the path of karma. He would use karma to suppress the backlash and increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He had a premonition that the heavenly Tao of karma could suppress the backlash. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma. Only by continuously expanding it would he have a chance to ignore the karma that needed to be replenished and counter Yu Sang Tian. This was the only way, or else he would be led by the nose by Yu Sang Tian. There was one very important thing about implementing this method. Lu Yin could not allow Yu Sang Tian to immediately gather the entire spiritualized universe and attack them. Lu Yin's comprehension of the heavenly Tao of karma might have already made Yu Sang Tian apprehensive. If he no longer held back, then he would only need to say a few words, and the majority of the spiritualized universe's experts would besiege the Dayue Villa. This way, Lu Yin would not have the time to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. The only way to delay Yu Sang Tian's actions was to stop him from having more apprehensions. If the Dayue Villa and the various powers of the spiritualized universe worked together and even showed signs of forming an alliance, then Yu Sang Tian would definitely have more apprehensions. Lu Yin had made his decision. What he needed to do now was to reduce Yu Sang Tian's apprehensions and make the various powers of the spiritualized universe even more dissatisfied with the Dayue Villa. At the same time, he could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He looked outside the realm of jade and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the heavens. There aren't any experts left in the spiritualized universe. I, the third master of the Dayue Villa, want to challenge all the spiritualized universe's experts. Those who can fight against me can step forward. Outsiders could not understand the battle at the realm of jade. This battle had actually been a game between Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian. Regardless of whether it was the spectators or Palace Mistress Yao, they had all been pawns. Yu Sang Tian thought that he had complete control over Lu Yin and that by controlling his karma, he would be able to control his future. No matter what Lu Yin did, his ultimate goal was to replenish his karma. Yu Sang Tian had only used a small trick, but he had not expected Lu Yin to not only overcome the backlash of karma, but also comprehend the heavenly Tao of karma. He had also not expected Lu Yin to challenge the world's experts. Even Chu Yi and the others had not expected Lu Yin to do such a thing, let alone Yu Sang Tian. From the very beginning, Lu Yin's plan had been to restrain Yu Sang Tian and cause trouble in the spiritualized universe. He wanted to subvert the spiritualized universe's cultivation civilization and disrupt the various powers. He wanted to cause the spiritualized universe to fall apart and take advantage of the chaos to replenish his karma. He would do whatever he could and try his best to do so. The spiritualized universe was not a monolithic entity, and the more chaos there was, the more powers would try to change the situation. The 5 regions were all empty, and while it seemed like the Dayue Villa was retaliating to establish its might, Lu Yin and the others were actually very happy. This meant that there were powers that wanted to take advantage of the situation to change. Regardless of whether the 5 regions were backed by the Jikong realm or something else, this change would not be good for Yu Sang Tian, but it would be beneficial for Lu Yin and the others. The more changes there were, the more opportunities there would be for the Tian Yuan universe. While the Daiyu Villa seemed to have offended the entire spiritualized universe, the more they offended, the safer they would be. The internal struggles of the spiritualized universe were much more serious than they had imagined. However, Lu Yin had suddenly challenged the world's experts, and this was a step that Chu Yi and the others could not understand. They felt that this step was meaningless, and there were other ways to cause trouble. The people who had joined the Daiyu Villa could cause trouble for the various powers. What was the point of challenging the world's experts? Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also easy to be seen through. If Lu Yin walked around the spiritualized universe and challenged the world's experts, his aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe would immediately be discovered. Previously, the various powers of the spiritualized universe had guessed that Wu Jiang had come from the consciousness universe. This was because before the primal origin had gone to the Tian Yuan universe, he had also fought in the consciousness universe and made great contributions. It was normal for there to be life forms from the consciousness universe under his command. However, when these auras that did not belong to the spiritualized universe were mixed together, outsiders would not be able to tell which one belonged to the spiritualized universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3450. If Lu Yin was recognized as not being from the consciousness universe, then there was only one answer left: he was from the Tian Yuan universe. This fact would cause the Daiyu Villa to be attacked by all the powers in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario that they had initially thought of, but now, Yu Sang Tian, the 7 great Sang Tians, and even the Ji Kong domain, who had guessed their identities, had not exposed Lu Yin. Thus, they just had to follow this plan. Lu Yin's actions could easily cause the Daiyu Villa to fall into a passive position. This answer was explained when Lu Yin returned to the Daiyu Villa. The primogenitor was shocked. "We don't need to make up for the karma." Lu Yin looked around with a solemn expression. "If we must make up for the karma, then we will be passive everywhere." Yu Sang Tian did not need to reveal that we came from the Tian Yuan universe, not only because he was worried that we would reveal his secret, but also because he was the one who initiated it from the beginning. If he left behind Palace Mistress Yao's spiritualized weapon, then I would suffer a karma backlash. This is very easy for him, and he can do it easily. Whenever he wants me to die, I can die at any time. He wants us to exist because we are working for him. Although I can't see what he wants to achieve, we need to change. The general direction of causing trouble in the spiritualized universe will not change, but I will jump out of the spiritualized universe and not be under Yu Sang Tian's control. I will walk the path of karma and challenge the world's powerhouses. This change might cause Yu Sang Tian to change as well, and it might expose our identities as being from the Tian Yuan universe to the entire spiritualized universe. We will be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. However, this is a step that must be taken. Everyone, Yu Sang Tian is not easy to deal with, and the spiritualized universe is even harder to deal with. The true danger has only just begun. No one cared. The moment they had stepped onto the boundless universe, they had all been prepared to die. Going on an expedition to a region that surpassed their own universe meant that they would face death at any moment. All of their names would be recorded in the history of the Tian Yuan universe. Walking out of the Daiyu Villa and challenging the world's powerhouses to increase their karma was not an easy path to take. It seemed like Lu Yin's strength could surpass the spiritualized universe unless Yu Sang Tian acted, but that might not be the case. What he had to face was an entire universe. How many experts had existed since ancient times? There was no rule that stated that one had to fight him one-on-one. Those rules were not part of the consideration. Nobody knew what Yu Sang Tian would do next to deal with him. There was also the wisdom domain, the door of skills, and the divine mountain, which was the small spiritual universe. It was also a universe. Although there might not be an elite like Yu Sang Tian, it was not to be underestimated. Just walking out of Dayu Villa was not enough. Several days later, the Grand Universe Mountain Manor announced to the entire spiritualized universe that the third master would go to sky beyond heaven and carve the words boundless outside the Zenith Palace. These arrogant words caused the entire spiritualized universe to boil. This was no longer just a challenge to the world's top experts. If Lu Yin was allowed to walk outside the Supreme Palace and carve the words boundless, then the entire spiritualized universe would lose all face. Lu Yin wanted to force the spiritualized universe, but at the same time, he was also forcing himself. Karma Heavenly Tao. He wanted to walk the hardest path and become the strongest Heavenly Tao. The only true God had managed to cultivate the Heavenly Tao out of the sequence method. Once he unified the Heavenly Tao, he would create another Heavenly Tao that would suppress everyone. This was also karma. The more difficult the cause, the more powerful the effect. There were no shortcuts in this world. The Heavenly Tao was a cycle, and everything was under the universe's starry skies. Kai Keqing saw Lu Yin in boundless. Ever since she had ascended boundless, she had not seen Lu Yin, and the outside world's guesses had all been false. During this time, she did not know why she had been asked to ascend boundless. That third master was not what she had thought. Now, she finally saw him. I need a maid, Lu Yin said bluntly. Kai Keqing's expression was clearly a question mark, but she had a cold expression and was not good with words. She did not ask any further questions and simply nodded. Wait for me at the bow. Lu Yin then left. There were too many taboos in the spiritualized universe. The Grand Universe Mountain Manor had violated these taboos, and Lu Yin was provoking the spiritualized universe's sensitive nerves, such as Kai Keqing, Yushan, and Kuang Yen. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Yao. This woman was known as one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin beauties, and there were definitely more people who admired her than Kai Keqing. It was just that her status was too high, and no one dared to think about it. Now, he wanted to beat her down to the ground, and everyone dared to think about it. Lu Yin released the space in his heart. Within the appointment platform, Palace Mistress Yao's face was pale, and she closed her eyes tightly to protect her mind that was on the verge of collapse. It was as if she had walked the same path as before, and she had seen everyone along the way. There were enemies, benefactors, and people she cared about. There were also people she despaired over. Karma caused her to continuously cycle through the past, and this process was incomparably despairing. Although it did not seem long, only a few days, the first few days were the most difficult to endure. Once she made it through, she would either grit her teeth and bear with it, or her mind would collapse. However, as a powerhouse, Palace Mistress Yao's mind would not collapse so easily. She did not want to continue experiencing this cycle of karma. This was hell, and it was hell for cultivators. If she was a normal person, it would not be a big deal. How complicated could a normal person's karma experience be? Cultivators walked the path of slaughter, and what they fought for was their lives. Do you want to come out? Lu Yin's voice entered Palace Mistress Yao's ears. Palace Mistress Yao suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a flash of realization in her eyes. She even looked a bit sluggish. How? Be my maid. All right. Palace Mistress Yao did not hesitate. She came out and stood in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, Palace Mistress Yao was no longer as peerless as before, and her temperament had changed greatly. She was now delicate and sorrowful, but this made people want to protect her even more. Lu Yin raised a hand and slowly approached her. Palace Mistress Yao subconsciously wanted to retreat, but when she thought about how she had been tricked by Yu Sang Tian and what she had just experienced, she held herself back and allowed Lu Yin's fingers to touch her cheek. Lu Yin smiled and retracted his hand. Remember, you are my maid. You must learn to say nice things to coax your master. Palace Mistress Yao was confused. Nice things. Seeing her like this, Lu Yin knew that she would not say anything. Did you not flatter Yu Sang Tian when you were with him? Lu Yin asked. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned cold as she thought of Yu Sang Tian. Hatred flashed through her eyes. No, he made me use absolute reversal to temper his heart. Lu Yin knew this. He had originally planned to make up for his karma with Palace Mistress Yao, but after the backlash, he no longer needed to do so. As for the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Yu Sang Tian, Lu Yin had already learned about it from the tributary of the River of Time. How should he put it? This woman was just a whetstone, and that was all. She was nothing else. She might have the strength to be number one under Yu Sang Tian, but the spiritualized universe might also have experts that surpassed her. These were what Lu Yin was looking forward to. Palace Mistress Yao did not know how to say nice things, so he had to find someone who could. He missed the ghost monkey, Ku Wei, and Elder Tan from the Blaze realm. They were all talents. Right, there were some here as well. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin blankly. I'll go too. Lu Yin said matter-of-factly, I don't know much about the spiritualized universe. Won't you come along? Old Tao wanted to refuse, as he was already on the same boat as Yuanxi. He had become an enemy of the spiritualized universe, and his future was uncertain. If he followed Lu Yin on this trip, his reputation might even surpass Yuanxi's. But seeing Lu Yin like this, he knew that he had no other choice. Lu Yin's gaze turned dangerous. You're not thinking of leaving the Dayu Villa, are you, second master? Old Tao hurriedly puffed out his chest. Of course not. I was impressed by your bearing the first time I saw you. The Tianyuan universe is a mythical land, and this lowly one's lifelong wish is to get closer to that mythical land and admire its glory. How could I leave? This lowly one will prepare to accompany you on a tour of the spiritualized universe and teach these ignorant weaklings a lesson. I'll let them know what you're like in a mythical land. Lu Yin was satisfied, and he glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. These were nice words. Palace Mistress Yao was dumbfounded. This old man was shameless. She had also climbed up step by step and experienced the dangers of the cultivation world. She had fought with others for her life, and she had also seen people flatter others. However, this was the first time she had seen someone who had cultivated to the level of a law sequence. How many years had it been? She could not even remember the last time she had heard such words. This old man's words were more disgusting than anyone else's. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out of Boundless Boundary, attracting the attention of countless people. They were all waiting to see how the third master would challenge the world's experts. This person would definitely head straight for the Extreme Palace, and he could not be allowed to carve words there. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe would be crippled. The third master would definitely be surrounded and killed. When they saw Lu Yin, everyone was stunned. He was just too relaxed and comfortable. Lu Yin was sitting on a wooden palanquin that had no cover. The palanquin was a slide pole, and Li Shou and Su Wang were the ones lifting the pole. Su Wang was in front, his body upright and his tail split in two. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3451. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. What? Extreme Palace engraving. They still didn't know about this matter. One stayed in boundless border, unable to come into contact with the outside world, while the other had just been released from the point of call. He felt like he had heard something incredible. Old Tao swallowed his saliva and carefully probed, "Young master, are you serious?" Lu Yin was very serious. "Of course. Let's go. You should know where the Extreme Palace is. Along the way, we'll enjoy the beautiful scenery. If there are any beauties, we'll tease them. If there are any delicacies, we'll try them. If there are any treasures, we'll snatch them." Old Tao revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Yes, young master." He thought for a moment. "We will pass through many domains on the way to the Extreme Palace. Our next destination will be the Great Ming Domain." "What do you mean?" "The Great Ming Domain is relatively famous among the 36 domains. Firstly, the Great Ming Saint of the Great Ming Domain is very powerful. Secondly, there is a heavenly river in the Great Ming Domain. Rumor has it that bathing in the mist of the heavenly river can allow one to blend with the heavens, clear one's mind, and heal one's hidden injuries." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He thought of the ancient gods. "Is this Milky Way very magical?" "It's quite effective. It's also useful for sequence nomological experts. However, the heavenly river is a treasure of the Great Liao Domain. To bathe in the heavenly river's mist requires the approval of Saint Great Liao. Few succeed every year. Let's go to the Great Ming Domain." Su Wang and Li Shou carried their poles out of the boundless void. The group seemed to be walking, but with each step, they traversed the void and headed towards the Great Ming Domain. Both in the open and in the dark, countless gazes were fixed on him. Palace Master Yao didn't die. She actually became a maid. Preposterous, impudent, impudent. Kai Kiching, my goddess, has actually become a servant. That third leader is too hateful. Bah, that old Tao is shameless. To think that I once treated him as an elder. How shameless. We must kill this person and save Palace Master Yao and Ai Qing. Brother Yushan is still tied up in Wujiang. Seize this opportunity and use him to exchange for Brother Yushan's life." Lu Yin smiled as he casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. He appeared very relaxed and at ease. This scene once again provoked many people. However, these people were not stupid, and they knew that they were not Lu Yin's match. They could only continuously spread the news and ask for the help of the spiritualized universe's experts. Yushan had been ranked second on the white spirit list, but he had been easily defeated. Palace Mistress Yao, who was known as the number one person under Sang Tian, had also been defeated in a baffling manner. There were too few people who could challenge Lu Yin right now. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing who would be the first. It was impossible for no one to take action. Otherwise, he would have carved his name into the Extreme Palace. If they could carve the words boundless into the Supreme Palace, no matter what the final result of this trip was, it would all be worth it. The group quickly left the 100 Herb region and strolled through the starry sky. More and more people were staring at them. Countless voices also entered Old Tao's ears. He knew that he was completely smelly, even more smelly than Yuanqi. At the very least, Yuanqi had used the title of First Master to provoke Yu Sang Tian, but what about him? He was a lackey. But what could he do? That was all he could do. The star toad yawned and glanced at Lu Yin. It didn't want to follow them out either, as it was too dangerous. It wasn't impossible to escape, but this was the spiritualized universe, and its aura that didn't belong to it was too obvious. Once it left the boundless, where would it go in the future? The first person to act arrived. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be down and out, but he was a spirit ancestor. Kai Kiching's body trembled when she saw who it was, and she frowned. A voice came from the shadows. A spirit ancestor. You actually dare to challenge the third master? You're courting death. He's just playing to the gallery. Right now, the third master is attracting too much attention. Countless people want to get rid of him, but they don't dare to. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely attract the attention of many important people. That's only if he survives. Wrong, he's not playing to the gallery. He's a servant of the Kai family and once admired Kai Keqing. However, due to the difference in status and power, he was forced to leave the Kai family. This person's willpower is firm, and he's extremely stubborn. It's just that he fell in love with the wrong person. Lu Yin glanced at Kai Keqing. He had heard it as well. A servant of the Kai family. TCH, a mere spirit ancestor like you dares to challenge our young master. Our young master wants to challenge all the experts in the world. You're not worthy. Scram! Old Tao shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. He was much stronger than this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Kai Keqing. Are you willing? Kai Keqing frowned. It has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man stared at her. If you're not willing, I'm willing to fight for your freedom with my life. Even if I fail, I'm willing to erase any killing intent from this person. Kai Keqing's fingers moved. Although her expression was still cold, Lu Yin could sense that something was different. This difference was not because she had feelings for the man, but rather because she was touched. You can leave. I'm willing, Kai Keqing said in a low voice. The middle-aged man looked at her deeply and then at Lu Yin. I can carry the palanquin as well. Lu Yin laughed. But I don't need you. You're too weak, and you won't be able to carry it steadily. I'm the spirit ancestor. Too weak. The middle-aged man didn't believe it. He knew that he wasn't a match for this third boss, nor was he a match for old Tao. Kai Keqing and Palace Mistress Ya were both stronger than him, and he was far from being their match. However, how could the two beasts carrying the palanquin be stronger than him? Even though Limitless had shaken the spiritualized universe, the only ones who truly understood Limitless and knew of its history were the large organizations that controlled a domain. Even the powerhouses of the sequence laws did not know about Limitless. Limitless had shaken most of the spiritualized universe's experts, but those who truly understood Limitless were only a handful in the entire spiritualized universe. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. You can try whether I'm weak or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Impudent. Since you had the courage to be the first to step forward, and you're only the spirit ancestor, I'll punish you. He then released the astral sky from his heart and sent the middle-aged man straight to hell. Kai Keqing was helpless. Please let him go. Lu Yin felt the man's karma enter the astral sky from his heart, and he glanced at Kai Keqing. You're just a servant. Don't say anything else and continue walking. Kai Keqing did not give up. He didn't hurt you at all. Lu Yin laughed. It'll be too late by the time he hurts me. Do you think he's really here for you, or is he just trying to play to the gallery? For me. Kai Keqing was very certain. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Lock him up for 3 days as punishment. Kai Keqing did not say anything else. A person's eyes could not lie. He had really come for her, but it was a pity that they were destined to never be together. It was not because of their status, but because Kai Keqing would not face any feelings. Her experiences since she was young had made her loathe other people's gazes. She was the kind of person in the entire universe who could live comfortably. No one knew whether the middle-aged man was dead or alive, they only knew that he had suddenly disappeared. Some rejoiced in his misfortune, while others admired him. It was not easy for the spirit ancestor to step forward in the face of the Dayu Villa's notoriety and the third master's ruthlessness. Even if he was just trying to play to the gallery, he still needed to have enough courage. 3 days later, the middle-aged man was released. His face was as pale as Palace Mistress Yao's, but his gaze was steady and abnormally steady. However, when he looked at Lu Yin, his gaze was filled with disbelief. Lu Yin waved a hand. "Let's go." No one could explain the Tao of Karma clearly. The middle-aged man had been locked up in the general appointment platform hell and had endured the karma. However, it was very difficult for him to explain it to the outside world. Even if he did, it would not matter. Yu Sang Tian knew that Lu Yin had mastered the Tao of Karma, and Lu Yin did not need to hide it from others. Chu Yi and the others all knew about the primogenitor. The more people who knew about it, the better. The middle-aged man took one last look at Kai Keqing. "I will come and find you again." Kai Keqing's gaze was cold. "There is no need." The middle-aged man left. His departure was destined to be extraordinary. Countless organizations were watching, and it was actually better to lock him up in the general appointment platform hell. Lu Yin could see this clearly, but he would not protect this person. Everyone had their own path, and this person had nothing to do with him. He did not care whether this person lived or died. The group continued to head towards the Dayu region. Their direction was very clear, and the Dayu region knew that Lu Yin and the others were coming. Dayu Saint looked into the distance and did not know what Lu Yin and the others were doing here. Were they passing by? Or did they have a purpose? He hoped that they did not have a purpose. The air in the Dayu region was humid due to the existence of the heavenly river. Many cultivators were attracted to the Dayu region. Although they could not bathe in the heavenly river's mist, as long as they were within the Dayu region, they could still catch a wisp of mist if they were lucky. The mist they caught was not very useful, and they could only sell it to others. There were always people who could collect a lot of mist and bathe in it. This also gave rise to a job in the Dayu region called a water catcher. Su Kai Kai was a water catcher, and his family had been doing this since he was young. It was unknown how many generations had passed down to his generation, and the family tree was already rotten. Originally, his family had a cultivation method that was passed down. Although it was ordinary, it was enough for him to become a water catcher. However, he was lucky and accidentally obtained another cultivation method. Coupled with his intelligence, he coincidentally joined Dayu's Saint sect and became Dayu's disciple. This identity allowed him to get closer to the heavenly river, which allowed him to catch more mist. Only Dayu's Saint could enter the heavenly river at will. Others, including Dayu's disciples, were not allowed to. Today, Su Kai Kai happily harvested a lot of mist. He hid the mist in his gourd and took it away. He was going to make a deal with someone. At the foot of the mountain range, when Su Kai Kai arrived, terrifying auras made him tremble. Why were there so many people in this mountain range? And they were all experts. Su Kai Kai, Su Kai Kai, someone shouted in a low voice. Su Kai Kai looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. "Sixth brother, it's good that you're here. What's going on today? What's wrong? Shoo, don't talk. Come here." Su Kai Kai quickly suppressed his aura and went over. The man called sixth brother lay on the ground and looked around. "Be careful. There are many important figures here today. Look over there." Su Kai Kai looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an old man lying on the mountainside with half of his body sticking out. "Who is that?" Qianlan White Region, Jade Tripod Sex One-Word Elder. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3452. Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan. The Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan that dominates the Thousand Orchid White region. Shoo, lower your voice. I was lucky enough to see him once from afar. Even the elders in our family are not qualified to greet him. Don't let him find out. Su Kai quickly agreed. And that one? The one buried in the ground? Shut up, that's a battle skill. Oh, then who is he? Wanderer Shuha of the Cloud Crane region. That Cloud Crane region. Which other Cloud Crane region can it be? A big shot. And that one? Which one? The most obvious one. The one standing like a wooden stake. Lower your voice, that's Sikong of the Bitter Sect. Hiss. Sikong of the Bitter Sect. Such a big shot is here. What are they doing? Is a treasure going to appear here? Humph, it's not a treasure, it's a ruthless person. They are all following the third master of the Dayu Villa and have been watching. Su Kai was puzzled. What Dayu Villa? Brother Six said, this is a big matter in the universe. It's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you, hey, you too. A delicate voice was heard. Brother Six and Su Kai looked up and saw a fair-skinned and beautiful girl with her hands on her waist, staring at them arrogantly. The two of them stared blankly. Little princess. Su Kai was confused. This girl was the descendant of Saint Dayu and was known as the Little Princess in the Dayu domain. He had never interacted with this little princess, so how did she find them? The girl lowered her head and stared at Su Kai. Your name is Su Kai, right? Su Kai nodded. Yes. Give me the mist you caught. Su Kai asked in a daze, why? The girl snorted coldly. Just give it to me. Why do you ask so many questions? Why? Is my words not listened to? Su Kai remembered that he had heard a rumor that the little princess wanted to go to the heavenly river and was chased out by Saint Dayu. Only those who had the permission of Saint Dayu could enter the heavenly river. Otherwise, no one was allowed, including this little princess. Now, this little princess was obviously interested in the mist. As long as there was enough mist, she would be bathed in the mist of the heavenly river. Su Kai was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a year to collect this. He had originally wanted to sell it to Sixth Brother, but he had never thought that the little princess would set her eyes on it. Brother Six was glad that he hadn't bought it yet. Otherwise, he would have spent the money and lost the item. He looked at Su Kairen sympathetically. Brother, consider yourself unlucky. Although I have some family background, I can't handle this little princess. What are you looking at? Give it to me. The little princess shouted. Su Kai reluctantly handed the gourd to the little princess. The little princess was satisfied. Remember, in the future, you will specially capture mist for me. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. If anyone dares to provoke you, just tell them my name. It's good, ah. Su Kai was stunned. Not only this time, but in the future. This wouldn't do. Wouldn't this be cutting off his path of cultivation? He relied on capturing water mist to obtain cultivation resources. Little princess, this. I want to cultivate too. The little princess was dissatisfied. Letting you catch the mist is already giving you face. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get Granny to beat you up. Not far behind her stood an old woman. Her cold gaze swept over. Su Kai was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only accept it. And you? The little princess stared at Brother Six. Brother Six was stunned. He hurriedly tried to please her. Little princess, what orders do you have? The little princess sized up Brother Six. You're here to find Su Kai to buy the mist. Brother Six was about to lie when a killing intent came from the old woman. His face turned pale. He smiled and said, yes. The little princess sneered. Give me the mist you bought before. Of course, sixth brother was not willing to accept the offer. Little princess, my clan has served Saint Great Chio for generations, transporting resources for him. This residence is given to me by Saint Great Chio himself, and my clan is absolutely loyal to Saint Great Chio and Little Princess. The little princess raised her eyebrows. Transport resources. At this moment, a shout came, causing the void to turn dark. The old woman instantly appeared in front of the little princess. She stared vigilantly at a person who was half buried in the ground. Where did this wild girl come from? Be quiet. The little princess was terrified. Just now, she seemed to have seen the biting cold killing intent of the flying crane's claw. It almost made her collapse. The old woman gritted her teeth. Wanderer Shuha from Cloud Crane region. This is the little princess of Daliu region. Even Wanderer Shuha has to give her face. Wanderer Shuha stared at the old woman. Talk more and I'll kill you. Shut up. He's coming. Another shout exploded in the old woman's ears like thunder. She almost fainted. She looked over in shock. It was Si Kong from Bufan region's Ku sect. It was actually him. The little princess's eyes turned red. She had never been so wrong since she was young. She was about to cry. The old woman hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear. Little princess, these people are not to be trifled with. They have been brought to various regions. The third master of Dayu Manor is coming too. Don't talk. The little princess was confused. She understood her grandmother. If her grandmother told her not to talk, she knew she couldn't talk. Su Kai secretly stared at the little princess. Well trained. This unruly girl was lawless. Fortunately, she had met a ruthless person who helped him vent his anger. However, these people were all staring because of the person who was coming. They didn't even dare to make half a sound. Who was that person who was coming? He looked into the distance of the mountain range. A black dot appeared faintly and gradually grew bigger. His mouth was wide open. What kind of appearance was this? A nobleman sitting on a sliding pole. Giant beasts carried a palanquin in front and behind him. Beautiful maids were beside him. That kind of beauty left the little princess by 180 streets. They weren't even on the same level. The entire starry sky was silent because of the person who was coming. The little princess also stared with her eyes wide open. The third master of Dayu Manor. She had heard of it before, but she didn't listen carefully. Was this the expert who even the people of Daliu region were afraid of? That person was so young. It seemed that he was even more lawless than her. The sliding pole swept past and suddenly stopped. Everyone who stared at this scene held their breaths. They didn't know why it stopped. Wanderer Shuha slowly buried his whole body into the ground. Sikong of the bitter sect of Bo Fan region retracted his head. Elder one of the Jade Tripod Alchemy clan of Qianlan White region bent down and didn't dare to raise his head. Everyone's heart seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only one person stared blankly at the young master on the sliding pole. It was Su Kairen. He was very sure that the young master was looking at him. You have been wronged. The voice came from afar and lowered the sky, attracting everyone's attention. They followed the young master's gaze and looked at Su Kairen. Including the old woman, the little princess, Wanderer Shuha, and the others, they all looked at Su Kairen in an instant. Su Kairen was stunned. Wronged? Little brother, our third master is calling for you. Come over and reply. A gentle voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life came from afar. It was old Tao, and the young master was, of course, Lu Yin. Lu Yin came to the Daliu region. He originally wanted to go directly to the Heavenly River and find trouble with Saint Daliu, but he felt that it was better to find a reason. Of course, it didn't matter if he didn't have one. His domain swept across, and those who were following him entered his eyes. He found the scene of Su Kairen being bullied by the little princess from afar. This matter could be used as a reason. Without a reason, there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying others. Su Kairen couldn't help but walk towards Lu Yin under the gazes of countless people. He didn't know why he went, but he knew that at this moment, he was being watched by everyone. These people represented various regions, and they were all important figures. Normally, he wouldn't see them, but now, they were all looking at him with all kinds of gazes. At this moment, he seemed to have become the center of the universe. No one could resist this temptation, so he went. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return, but he felt that he should go. A person's life was all about happiness. The happiness of love, the happiness of kinship, the happiness of fame and fortune, and the happiness of life. Even if they were to die, they would still want to be happy. Su Kairen went from apprehension to confusion, and then to forcibly stabilizing his state of mind. This process happened to coincide with the process of him coming from the mountain range to Lu Yin. This little one, Su Kairen, greets the young master. Lu Yin sized up Su Kairen with admiration in his eyes. Good name. You have been wronged. Su Kairen didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying and looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin leaned forward as if he wanted to see through Su Kairen. You are dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Su Kairen looked towards the mountain range. Yes, he was dissatisfied just now. Why should his mist be snatched away by the little princess? He still had to work for her in the future, and all he got in return was not a beating. Why? Tell me your grievances and dissatisfaction. I like to help people. Lu Yin raised his head proudly and looked down on the world. At the mountain range, the old woman trembled. How could this be? This Su Kairen knew the third master of the Dayu villa. How could this be? He was just an ant. The little princess didn't know what had happened, but her entire body was cold. Although she was inexperienced, she wasn't stupid. The person she had bullied just now seemed to have a powerful backer, but why? Su Kairen retracted his gaze from the mountain range and mustered his courage to look at Lu Yin again. He said respectfully, Yes, I have been wronged. I am dissatisfied. Speak. The Dayu domain has a Milky Way that raises mist. Bathing in the mist allows one to blend with heaven and earth and refine one's body. The Milky Way is unapproachable, but the mist pervades the entire Dayu domain. My family has captured the mist for generations to serve the Dayu domain. Today, the little princess of the Dayu domain snatched my mist and ordered me to hand over all the mist I captured in the future to her. This is my grievance. I used my own labor to exchange for the reward. Why should the little princess snatch it away? His voice wasn't loud, but under Lu Yin's arrangement, it spread in all directions and throughout the entire Dayu domain. Above the Milky Way in the Dayu domain, Saint Dayu's expression was ugly as he clenched his fists. That rude girl had caused a huge problem. The Dayu villa had always wanted the world to be in chaos, but this girl was looking for trouble at this juncture. He hurriedly rushed towards Lu Yin. At the mountain range, many eyes were looking at the little princess and the old woman. The old woman felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The little princess pulled the old woman's sleeve for help. Uneasiness and fear filled her mind. Brother Six silently retreated. This Su Kairen was extremely lucky to be able to talk to the third master of the Dayu villa, who was a top-notch figure. Shuha dug up the soil and said, Stay away. There is a god of plague here. Sikong of the bitter sect ran away. The first elder changed his position. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3453. Around them, the people who were staring at Luin all changed their positions, leaving the old woman and the little princess empty. These two were going to be unlucky, bloody unlucky. Who would have thought that a minor character like Luin would actually catch the eye of the third mistress? Even if they spent their entire lives daydreaming, they would never have thought that such a thing would happen. Luin tapped the pole lightly and looked at Su Kairen. "You're wrong." Old Tao was surprised but did not react. Around them, everyone was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? The old woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that the third head was not helping an ant, but using this to establish a good relationship with the Great Ming region? Yes, Saint Great Ming was a sequence law realm expert who controlled the Heavenly River. If one wanted to bathe in the Heavenly River mist, they would need Saint Great Ming's permission. The third head must have thought so too. The little princess's breathing quickened as she looked into the distance with anticipation. Su Xiren's mind went blank. What did he say? It's over. It's all over. This person is clearly helping the little princess. Luin slowly said, "Your injustice did not come from the little princess, but from Saint Great Ming." Su Kairen was stunned. Saint Great Ming. Luin looked serious. Yes, you were born in the Great Ming region. The Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming region and not Saint Great Ming. What right does he have to monopolize it? The little princess can bully you because she has Saint Great Ming behind her. It's Saint Great Ming who is bullying you, not that little girl. Su Xiren's head was buzzing. How did it escalate to such a level? Luin looked up. Saint Great Ming, come out. Behind Su Kairen, the void distorted as Saint Great Ming walked out with an ugly expression. Su Kairen slowly turned around and saw Saint Great Ming, who was only a few meters away. He was so frightened that he almost fell. Saint Great Ming did not even look at Su Kairen. He stared at Luin. What did you mean by that? Luin's lips curled. What did you hear? Why? Do you want me to repeat it? Saint Great Ming suppressed his anger. The little girl was rude and bullied others. I'll give this little brother an explanation. From now on, this little brother can enter and exit the Heavenly River as he pleases. No one will stop him. Is the third head satisfied? In the entire spiritualized universe, more than half of the cultivators wanted to get rid of Dayu Manor to express their goodwill to Yu Sang Tian. But who could do it? Who dared to do it? Yu Shan did it and was hung on Wujiang. Palace Mistress Yo had become a servant girl. One expert after another had died in the Myriad Beast territory. The Battle of Alan Domain's Water Curtain Sky and the Battle of the 5 Domains Are Empty had shown the 36 domains how terrifying the Dayu Manor was. Saint Great Lu did not want to be the first to test the third master with his own life. Perhaps only Sang Tian's level could fight against Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not qualified, so he could only admit defeat. Luin sneered, not satisfied. Great Lu clenched his fists and asked, "Third leader, what else do you want?" Luin looked in a certain direction, and his gaze pierced through the void. He saw a river that was filled with mist descending from the sky, and it carried a myriad of colors. Is that the Celestial River? It's a nice view, but it's too wasteful to leave it here. I'll help the Great Ming domain keep it. Once we get rid of Yu Sang Tian, it'll benefit all the cultivators in the universe. Saint Great Chiu was shocked. Once Yu Sang Tian was dealt with, the Great Yu Mountain Manor would not rest until Yu Sang Tian was dead. Furthermore, what did this person say? Keep it for the Great Ming domain. He wanted to seize the Heavenly River by force. Third Master, the Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming domain. You can't take it away no matter what. Saint Great Chiu tried to stop him. Lu Yin stood up. Then let's see if you can stop me. Alright, you'll have to pay the price for attacking me. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and headed toward the heavenly river. Saint Great Chiu had no choice but to act. You've gone too far. My old friends, please lend me a hand. When he found out that Lu Yin was causing trouble for the Great Ming domain, he had already used all of his connections in hopes of getting a few powerhouses to help him deal with Lu Yin. At the very least, Lu Yin would be wary of him. Lu Yin could not ask for anything more. The more people there were, the better. They could increase the way of karma and reduce the possibility of him being devoured by karma. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward. Saint Great Chiu was the only one who chased after Lu Yin toward the heavenly river. The heavenly river was colorful, and the scenery was breathtaking. Mist filled the air, making it look like a celestial palace. Below, a few figures could be vaguely seen bathing in the mist, looking serene and peaceful. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "Third Master, stop." The people bathing in the mist opened their eyes and looked up in dissatisfaction. Who dared to disturb them? They had paid a huge price to obtain the right to bathe in the mist, and those who were qualified were all people with backgrounds. They had been here for several years and had been very quiet. Why was there suddenly such a commotion? Saint Great Chiu had gone too far. Just as they were about to say something, the heavenly river trembled and swept up from below as it was summoned by a huge hand. The terrifying pressure crushed them in an instant. They were all young elites, but they could not withstand such terrifying pressure. It was definitely at the level of a sequence law, or even higher. What was going on? Was there an enemy from the Great Ming domain? In the sky, a jade-white palm descended. It was the Saint Great Chiu's hand, Saint Great Chiu's ultimate technique. Under the Saint Great Chiu's hand, Lu Yin guided the heavenly river into the starry sky at his heart with one hand and struck out with the other to face the Saint Great Chiu's hand. Below, the people bathing in the mist widened their eyes. This person was actually facing the Saint Great Chiu's hand head-on. Although Saint Great Chiu was not at the peak of the sequence law, he was still a top expert who was qualified to enter the White Soul list. In particular, the Saint Great Chiu's hand had been praised by Yushan, who was second on the list. In terms of strength, unless one cultivated the 14th or 9th infinite strength sequence law, it would be difficult to shake him. This person was actually facing him head-on. Then, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. The Saint Great Chiu's hand collapsed. The jade-white palm was torn apart and scattered from the sky. Saint Great Chiu's face was ashen, but he was not surprised. With his strength, he could only be considered qualified to enter the White Spirit list. However, he did not enter the White Spirit list. As for Yushan, he was ranked second on the White Spirit list. However, he was defeated by the third master in a single blow. As for the ninth master, he did not even have the strength to resist before he was annihilated. Especially Palace Master Yao, the number one under Sang Tian, was also defeated. The difference was too great. If he wanted to win, there was only one possibility, and that was that his sequence law could cause a backlash. That was the only possibility. Lu Yin bent his finger and pointed it at Saint Great Chiu. He flicked his finger, and the void rippled. Saint Great Chiu had seen this scene before when he sparred with Yushan. However, Yushan could not do it as casually as Lu Yin. This person's strength surpassed Yushan's. Unshakable. This was what it meant to be unshakable. "Old friend, help me!" Saint Great Chiu shouted. However, no one responded. Old Tao sighed. Saint Great Chiu must be thinking of a way to delay and withstand a few more strikes. Sikong of the Bitter sect shook his head and muttered to himself, Saint Great Chiu cultivates the 20th sequence law, forbidden return. With this sequence law, he can cause his opponent to suffer a backlash. Some people will suffer a backlash at the 5th strike, while others will suffer a backlash at the 3rd strike. This person has been cultivating diligently for so many years, sitting under the white willow. His sequence particles should have increased by a lot. Perhaps he can already cause an expert of the same level to suffer a backlash after 2 strikes, or even 1. However, this 3rd master is very strong. Saint Great Chio can't cause him to suffer a backlash after 3 to 5 strikes, 8 strikes, 9 strikes, or 10 strikes. He hopes that he can use his old friend to delay the 3rd master for a few more strikes and achieve his goal of forbidden return. Unfortunately, no one will help him. Even if the 3rd master suffers a backlash, he might not necessarily lose. If he doesn't lose, then the person who attacked him will be in trouble. No one will provoke the Dayu Villa at this time. Unless Yu Sang Tian makes a clear statement and summons all the spiritualized universes to surround and kill him, it will be difficult for anyone to step forward. Saint Great Chio is finished. Bang! Saint Great Chio's shoulder was pierced through, and blood splattered across the void. Following that, his arms and legs were pierced through by Lu Yin. He would not die, but he would be severely injured. He stared at Lu Yin and counted silently as he endured the injuries to his body. 10 strikes. His eyes suddenly widened as sequence particles spread out and enveloped Lu Yin. This was his only chance. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the heavenly river was completely drawn away, falling into the void where his heart was. In front of him, the sequence particles enveloped him and dispersed. Saint Great Chio's eyes cracked as he watched the sequence particles being completely dispersed. However, he smiled. How could he not have considered that the 3rd master could use the law to not approach him? Of course, he had. This person could defeat Palace Mistress Yao, who was a primordial realm powerhouse. Saint Great Chio had considered the law to not approach him, but so what? The law of breaking and returning did not apply at this moment. This person had already entered the law from the very first strike. As long as there was a backlash, there was still hope. The appearance of the sequence particles was to guide the backlash. Regardless of whether this person had used the law to not approach him, the law had already been set. Backlash, please. Saint Great Chio stared at Lu Yin, his breathing ragged. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Lu Yin observed the void where his heart was. There was now an additional heavenly river, and the scenery was clearly much better. The void where his heart was should be filled with something, such as rivers, mountains, land, and so on. Yep, he had a new goal for this trip. The heavenly river was wrapped around a tree, a white willow. Was this a tree that grew in the heavenly river? Lu Yin looked at Saint Great Chio, who was clearly waiting for something. Lu Yin directly threw him into the hell of the appointment platform to increase the way of karma. Saint Great Chio did not know why the backlash had not appeared before he had been imprisoned. 10 strikes had already passed, so why was there still no backlash? Was the difference that great? Without the heavenly river, there was only a ravine below. There were also many pairs of dazed eyes that stared at him blankly. The people following him were helpless. The difference between Saint Great Chio and the 3rd master was just too great. There was no way to make up for it. The Great Chio region was finished. The little princess mind was in a mess. She finally understood that the 3rd master was here to cause trouble for the Great Chio region, but what could she do? The old woman held her hand, afraid that she would be impulsive. Lu Yin returned and sat on the pole again. Su Kairen, I've already resolved your dissatisfaction. There's no need to be polite. Only then did Su Kairen react. Sir, where's Saint Great Chio? With his strength, he could not see the heavenly river at all. Lu Yin laughed. What do you think? Su Kairen was at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yin suddenly waved a hand, and Su Kairen disappeared. Everyone who was watching this scene did not know where Su Kairen had gone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3454. Lu Yin sent him far away. If this person stayed in the Dali region, he would only be unlucky. While sending him away, Lu Yin also changed his appearance so that only Sang Tian could see through him. Lu Yin also gave him a sum of resources to make up for his loss. Karma, karma. Where there was a cause, there would be an effect. This matter could be considered a good ending. As for Saint Dali, he would continue to be locked up. The enemies of the spiritualized universe were still people, and Lu Yin would not kill them for no reason. However, he would not allow them to have the ability to deal with the Tian Yuan universe either. Old Tao, where do we go next? Lu Yin asked. Su Wang and Li Shou continued to lift the pole and head into the distance. Before leaving, they even praised their surroundings, which made Old Tao's teeth ache. Old Tao thought for a moment. Third Master, do you have any special needs? Lu Yin said, anything that can cause trouble is fine. Old Tao said, then let's go take a look at the 9 domains ring. With your strength, you will definitely be able to let people who surpass the 9 domains see you. At that moment, everyone in the 9 domains will be able to see your actions, even if you can't transmit your voice. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. There's such a thing. Alright, let's go to the 9 domains ring. Lu Yin's group attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe, and those who could look over were not ordinary people. Just as they were about to leave the Dali region, Lu Yin took out the white willow. I forgot to ask. What's the use of this thing growing in the heavenly river? Old Tao was shocked when he saw the white willow. Why is it here? Not only Old Tao, but even Palace Mistress Yao's expression changed. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss. He had thought that the white willow was a plant in the heavenly river, but now it seemed that it was not. At the same time, those who were watching them were shocked. A white willow. Why is it in the third master's hands? Could it be that the white willow was stolen by the Dayu Villa? Impossible. The white willow was stolen a long time ago, and the Dayu Villa has only been here for a short time. I think it has something to do with Saint Dali. The heavenly river. Don't you think that Saint Dali was very strange for a while? Although it was not easy to bathe in the heavenly river mist in the past, it was possible as long as one paid a small price. However, ever since Saint Great Liao came out from his seclusion and announced that he had gained enlightenment, he was no longer allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist casually, especially for those at the level of spirit ancestor. It was not like that in the past. Now that I think about it, the change in the rules of the heavenly river was not far from when the white willow was stolen. Hurry up and send the news back. Concepts are going to be overturned. This matter concerns concepts, and it even forced out a 7-star exalted sovereign. This matter is not simple. Lu Yin heard the discussions around him, and his gaze landed on Old Tao as he waited for an explanation. Young master, is this white willow in the celestial river? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin nodded. They were dragged in by me along with the heavenly river. Seems like there's a story behind it. Since the universe had developed to its present state, the ties and karma involved were far too deep. Mortals had a few lifetimes or even dozens of lifetimes of grudges, let alone the cultivation world that had developed for countless years. He couldn't see it because his level wasn't high enough. The karma involved in the white willow could not be dug out unless one was an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin planned to stir up trouble and seize treasures along the way to the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. This path would definitely involve too much karma. After all, those who could catch his eye were not simple. For those cultivators to be able to reach his level, it was impossible to say that there was no karma behind them. He was like a hoe that was about to start digging in the cultivation world. What could be dug out from the ground was karma. And this white willow was the first to be dug out. Old Tao looked at the white willow and sighed. There is indeed a story behind it. No wonder Saint Great Liao made the rule that cultivators above the spirit ancestor were not allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist. The source is actually here. There is a region in the spiritualized universe called the concept. As the name suggests, the concept is a place to cultivate one's consciousness. Most of the cultivators who walked out of this place became the team leaders of the various teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, as he had never heard of this before. When fighting against the consciousness universe, one's consciousness cannot be weak. It is impossible for our spiritualized universe to catch up to the life forms of the consciousness universe in terms of consciousness. The only way is to use a spirit treasure array. Using consciousness as a spirit treasure, we can form a spirit treasure array. The various teams that are scattered throughout the consciousness universe can work together to form a corresponding consciousness spirit treasure array in the shortest time possible. This is the power that can resist the consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe. Spirit treasure array. That was the source box array of the Tian Yuan universe. Old Tao looked at the white willow. The concept is a place that specializes in cultivating consciousness and allowing them to work together to form a spirit treasure array that can resist consciousness attacks. It can be said that the appearance of the concept sped up the process of defeating the consciousness universe. Lu Yin understood, as this was normal. Wars between different universes could not be completely controlled by oneself. The consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe was too strong, and if the spiritualized universes always used their own cultivation methods to fight, their efficiency would be too low. They were also changing. The concept was established by Yu Sang Tian, and the one who helmed it was the Qi family. However, after many years, they were unhappy with the Qi family's domination of the concept. Gradually, the other Sang Tians joined forces to support a faction called the Crusader Alliance. This faction quickly expanded until it was able to rival the Qi family and share the concept. This white willow is one of the most valuable treasures for cultivating consciousness in the concept. The person who guards it is called Lord Qi, and he is an ancestor of the Qi family. However, for some reason, the white willow was stolen, and the Crusader Alliance accused the Qi family of stealing it in order to monopolize the white willow. The Qi family had no way to defend themselves, as no one could steal the white willow from the concept without being detected. However, the white willow disappeared. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and said, "There are strong people in the intent realm. Although they are not as strong as Sang Tian, they are not necessarily weaker than Sang Tian. It is impossible to steal white willow right under the nose of such a strong person, especially when Lord Qi is guarding it. The only explanation is that the Qi family stole it." Lu Yin studied the white willow, and the outline of the concept gradually appeared in his mind. The Qi family could not explain, so they could only interrogate Lord Qi. Because of the Crusader Alliance, Lord Qi risked his life to break through to the spiritual prime realm, but he actually succeeded. The Qi family could not bear to see Lord Qi die, so they showed their cards to the Crusader Alliance and allowed Lord Qi to escape the concept. All of this was because of this white willow. No one would have thought that this white willow would be under the Sky River in the Daliang domain. With Saint Daliu's strength, it is impossible to steal the white willow. This matter is very serious. Lu Yin smiled and looked at the white willow with interest. This was interesting. He had originally wanted to cause trouble and add embellishment to the starry sky in his heart, but he did not expect to be involved in this old case. The concept. Yu Sang Tian is behind the Qi family. Yes. Even if the Crusader Alliance has Sang Tian's support, Sang Tian will not appear directly. How can the Crusader Alliance fight against the Qi family? Palace Master Yao continued, because the Crusader Alliance gave birth to a consciousness cultivation genius. He is one of the few cultivators in the spiritualized universe whose consciousness has reached the spiritual prime realm. Old Tao said, in the concept, consciousness is king. This person has contributed greatly to the creation of the consciousness spiritual treasure array and has not stopped refining it. Using the intent realm to refine the spirit treasure array and create a new spirit treasure array, he cares more about the realm than the Qi family who created the intent realm. That's why he can protect the league against the Qi family. Lu Yin was curious. Yu Sang Tian did not look for him. Old Tao shook his head. No. After all, the 7 great Sang Tian are not just decorations. Even if Yu Sang Tian rules the spiritualized universe, the existence of the 7 great Sang Tian will still make him wary. Lu Yin looked at the white willow swaying in the wind. Now that the white willow is in my hands, the news has spread. It seems that the concept will send someone to look for me soon. Old Tao asked, what do you plan to do? Lu Yin put away the white willow. Ignore him. Let's go. The appearance of the white willow made the spiritualized universe more excited than Lu Yin stealing the heavenly river. No one expected that the white willow would appear in a robbery in the Daming domain. Why was the white willow in the hands of the third master? What was the role of the Dayu Villa in the theft of the white willow? This made everyone curious. Lu Yin was carefree, and his maids were picturesque. Even though he was hated by most people in the spiritualized universe, there were too many people who envied him. Who did not want to live a carefree life? Lu Yin had fulfilled many people's dreams. A voice shouted from afar, Third Master, is there anyone in the world who is afraid of you? Lu Yin laughed, no. Third Master, what is the purpose of this trip? Engraving words in the Ji Palace. Why are you challenging the experts in the world? There are no experts in the spiritualized universe. Third Master, you are too arrogant. Find an expert for me to see. Third Master, who is your master? Come and ask yourself, Lu Yin shouted. No one dared to come. Third Master, Kai Kiching and Palace Master Yao serve you. Is life bliss? Palace Master Yao and Kai Kiching looked to the right at the same time. Just as they were about to attack, they were stopped by Lu Yin. Ha ha ha, life is bliss. Ha ha ha. Countless people gritted their teeth in anger, but their eyes turned red with envy. Palace Master Yao and Kai Kiching could not attack, so they could only grit their teeth. Third Master, you are unparalleled. You treat the experts in the world as nothing. You have the most beautiful woman and do the most arrogant things. We admire you. We admire you. We admire you. Ha ha ha. Half a month after Lu Yin and the others left the Daming domain, someone from the Intent Realm came. I'm Qi Guan of the Intent Realm. Greetings, Third Master. A middle-aged man stood in front of Lu Yin and the others. He looked refined, but there was a faint hostility in the depths of his eyes. This hostility was not obvious. It could even be said that even a spirit prime expert like Palace Master Yao could not sense it. However, Lu Yin could sense it because Qi Guan cultivated the power of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than this person's. As a consciousness cultivator himself, Lu Yin was able to sense this hostility. However, even if he could not sense it, he could imagine that the Qi family was backed by Yu Sang Tian. The Dayu Villa had violated the rules and provoked Yu Sang Tian. How could the Qi family not be hostile to the Dayu Villa? In particular, Lu Yin's destination was the Ji Palace. Engraving there was equivalent to engraving on Yu Sang Tian's face. This was something the Qi family could not tolerate. However, the Qi family did not dare to do anything. They knew that they could not go against the Dayu villa. Lu Yin crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. Beside him, Palace Master Yao was holding fruits and snacks. What is it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3455. Qi Guan glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. He could only look up to her, but he never expected that she would one day become this person's servant. What a pity. May I ask if the third master has obtained a white willow? Nonsense. Lu Yin was not polite at all. Qi Guan was stunned. No one had ever dared to be so rude to him. He was from the Qi family, backed by Yu Sang Tian, and everything had been smooth sailing. Even if the Rebel Alliance and the Qi family were enemies, they would not be so rude. Lu Yin's attitude made him speechless. If you don't know the white willow, why are you looking for me? Do you think you're an expert and want to play with me? Lu Yin sneered. Qi Guan adjusted his state of mind and suppressed his anger and hostility. He said in a low voice, "The white willow is a concept's supreme treasure. If it's with you, the Qi family is willing to exchange it for the white willow and Saint Dayu." Lu Yin took a snack from Palace Mistress Yao and stuffed it into his mouth before spitting it out. It doesn't taste good. Change it. Palace Mistress Yao handed over another snack. Lu Yin tasted it. It doesn't taste good either. Change it. It doesn't taste good. It still doesn't taste good. What's wrong? Don't the Dayu domain have any delicious snacks or fruits? Local products are fine too. Old Tao tried to curry favor. Master, the Dayu domain doesn't produce these. It will be different when we reach the 9 regions ring. People from all over the spiritualized universe gather there all year round, and there will be countless good wine and food. Master will definitely be satisfied. Lu Yin nodded reluctantly. All right, let's go. Why aren't you leaving? Old Tao pointed at Qi Guan. He's still here. Lu Yin was dissatisfied and looked at Qi Guan. What's your name again? What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke me by blocking my path? Qi Guan suppressed his anger. This person was clearly humiliating him. Damn it, why was no one dealing with Dayu Manor? Dayu Manor offended Yu Sang Tian and would not live long. When the time came, he would skin this person personally. I'm Qi Guan, and I would like to make a deal with the third master. I'm willing to pay the price in exchange for the white willow and Saint Dayu. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The white willow is pretty. What do you want Saint Dayu for? By the way, I heard that the white willow was stolen before. Don't tell me you think it was Saint Great Lu who stole it. Qi Guan said, of course not. It's just that the concept of this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. I hope that third master can make things easier for us. If you want to find a convenient place, then find one. I don't have a convenient place for you. Qi Guan really wanted to slap this person to death, but in the current situation, he could only swallow his anger and bow slowly. Third leader, please state your price. White Willow and Saint Great Lu are useless to you, Qi family is willing to exchange for them at any price. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the truth worth any price? Old Tao explained, Master, Qi Shengjuan, who guards the White Willow, is a spiritual prime. He is now on the Black Spirit list and has 7 stars. He is definitely a strong man. If the Qis can find out the truth, Qi Shengjuan can return. With another spiritual prime, the Rebel Alliance will not be a match for the Qis. The Qi clan is not exchanging for White Willow and Saint Great Liao, but for the entire concept. Qi Guan was furious. He stared at Old Tao. Even if Qi Shengjuan returns, he will not be able to suppress the Rebel Alliance. Old Tao, my Chi family has a relationship with you. Don't talk nonsense. Old Tao was surprised. You can't suppress the rebel alliance with another spiritual prime. Your Chi family is really desolate. Chi Guan glared at Old Tao. This old man deserved to be killed. Old Tao had no other choice. He could only follow Diu Villa and try to please both sides. In the end, he could not please them. Even if he wanted to please them, it would not be the concept. He was already considered half a person of the Grand Domain. The Torch City's city lord was Yi Xia, Yi Sang Tian's man. Lu Yin was impatient. The battle between your concepts has nothing to do with me. If you want White Willow and Saint Great Lu, sure, but give me a sequence foundation in exchange. Qi Guan was furious. A sequence foundation. In the spiritualized universe, even if the Gate of Arts had hidden sequence foundations, there would not be more than 15 of them. This was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. Where would they get a sequence foundation? Even if they did, they would not exchange it. Third manager, if you are not willing to exchange White Willow, then Saint Great Lu is useless to you. My Chi family hopes that you can give us some face. As long as the price is within an acceptable range, the Chi family will owe you a favor, Qi Guan requested. At that moment, another person arrived. It was a woman. The concept of the Rebel Alliance. I am Wu Tong. Greetings, third manager. The woman bowed. Her attitude was much better than Qi Guan's. Qi Guan was neither servile nor overbearing, but this woman was very respectful. Lu Yin smiled. Wu Tong. What a good name. I like it. Wu Tong smiled sweetly. Thank you, third manager. Qi Guan's gaze turned cold, and he became even more furious. Wu Tong was just a spirit warrior and was like an ant in his eyes. However, because of her sweet and cute appearance, this third manager's attitude was so good. He was even rude to a powerhouse at the level of the sequence laws. Little Wu Tong, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked gently. Wu Tong bowed elegantly and gracefully. She also had the cuteness of a girl next door. I heard that third manager captured Saint Great Lu. If Saint Great Lu is useless to you, I wonder if you can give him to the Rebel Alliance. The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay the price as long as third manager is satisfied. Lu Yin smiled and pointed at Wu Tong as he scolded Qi Guan. Listen to what she said. Even if you want to make a deal, you should first ask me if Saint Great Lu is useful. If he is not, then you should give him to them. What about you? You've lived for so long in vain. Learn from this little girl. Qi Guan was furious and glared at Wu Tong. Wu Tong's face paled, and she quickly bowed to Qi Guan. Greetings, ancestor. As cultivators of the same concept, even those from the Rebel Alliance had to bow to Qi Guan and call him ancestor. Qi Guan did not say anything to Wu Tong. Instead, he faced Lu Yin. Third manager is right. I will remember. The most important thing now was to take Saint Great Lu away. Both the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance had to get to the bottom of the matter of the White Willow being stolen. If the Qi family was willing to let the Rebel Alliance take Saint Great Lu away, the Rebel Alliance would not take the initiative to find a reason to oppose the Qi family. They also wanted to find the truth. She always felt that there was a hand behind her back. Qi Guan's attitude made Wu Tong's eyes flash. It seemed that the theft of the White Willow really had nothing to do with the Qi family. Qi Guan really wanted her to take Saint Great Lu away. Wu Tong smiled sweetly at Lu Yin. Third manager, I wonder what price the Rebel Alliance will pay in exchange for Saint Great Lu. Lu Yin was happy. Little Wu Tong, as long as you say it. Wu Tong sighed in relief. No. Wu Tong was stunned. Qi Guan was also stunned. Even old Tao was stunned. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. The people who were watching them were also stunned. They had thought that Wu Tong could take Saint Great Lu away. What was going on? Wu Tong almost did not react. She looked aggrieved. Third manager, you don't want to make a deal. Is it because Saint Great Lu is useful to you? If so, the Rebel Alliance will not force you. Lu Yin sighed. Saint Great Lu is useless to me, but I just don't want to give it away. Little Wu Tong, sometimes my temper is so stubborn. There is no other way. Wu Tong was speechless. What kind of reason was this? Qi Guan could not bear it anymore. He had suffered more humiliation today than he had in his entire life. He had reached his limit. Third manager, my Qi family has already been very polite to you. As long as it is within an acceptable range, you can state any conditions you want. But you have repeatedly made things difficult for me. Do you think my Qi family has no one to back you up? Lu Yin blinked. Yes. Qi Guan was furious. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait. My Qi family will let you know what a concept is. You will regret your words and actions today. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin sneered. You want to leave after saying such arrogant words? Do you think you are Yu Sang Tian? He then reached out. Endless power spread through his 5 fingers. Lu Yin's palm covered the sky in an instant. It was as if the heavens were pressing down on him as he grabbed at Qi Guan. Qi Guan was shocked. Third manager, do you want to fight to the death with my Qi family? With a bang, Qi Guan was grabbed by the power of the giant palm and directly pressed into the hell of general appointment. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used one move, and Qi Guan had already used his strongest consciousness. It was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Everyone had guessed that he came from the consciousness universe, and this was further proven. Lu Yin's consciousness surpassed Qi Guan's, which was very difficult to achieve. The fact that he could defeat Yu Shan and Palace Mistress Yao meant that he was strong or had a high realm. However, these 2 points had nothing to do with consciousness. The cultivation of consciousness was a different path. Lu Yin had suppressed Qi Guan on the path of consciousness, confirming his identity as someone from the consciousness universe. The exposure of this identity did not cause much of a stir. The true top figures knew that they were from the Tian Yuan universe, and those who guessed that they were from the consciousness universe could not threaten the Daiyu Manor. Regardless of whether it was the Tian Yuan universe or the consciousness universe, the Daiyu Manor was still the spiritualized universe's enemy. However, because Yu Sang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians did not give any orders, no one took the lead. Otherwise, the Daiyu Manor would have been surrounded. Those who were secretly watching Lu Yin and the Daiyu Manor were actually waiting for that order, or rather, for the siege to begin. Before that order was given, whoever took the lead would be unlucky. The more arrogant Lu Yin was, the more unlucky he would be in the end. Unless he could defeat Yu Sang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians. Although Qi Guan was not powerful, he was definitely suitable to fight in the consciousness universe and use spirit treasure arrays. However, he was still too weak against Lu Yin. Karma Heavenly Tao, General Appointment Stage, and Hell had gained another master of the sequence laws. Wudong's face was pale as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin comforted her, "Don't be afraid, little Wudong. Qi Guan is too impudent. I'm just teaching him a lesson." Wudong bowed. Qi Guan's actions do not represent the concept. Third Master, please do not take out your anger on him. Don't worry, I won't. You can go back. Wudong pursed her lips, feeling wronged and afraid. She bowed to Lu Yin once more and left. Old Tao looked at Wudong's back and said, "This little girl has guts. She dares to talk to Master with just a spirit warrior cultivation. She will be someone important in the future." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3456. She wasn't afraid at all, Kai Keqing said. Wudong's personality was the complete opposite of hers. One was cute and passionate, while the other was cold and quiet. However, they had one thing in common: they were fearless. Kai Keqing could see this in Wudong's eyes. Lu Yin smiled. "She's a good talent, but her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I would have taken her with me." He glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. When Wudong had asked for Saint Dayu for the second time, Palace Mistress Yao had told Lu Yin that the League of Destruction also belonged to Yu Sang Tian. This fact changed Lu Yin's mind. He now knew that Yu Sang Tian had set up a trap in the intent realm. The Qi family and the League of Destruction seemed to be opposing forces, but they both belonged to Yu Sang Tian. This effectively prevented other Sang Tians from interfering in the intent realm and made them suspicious of each other. Yu Sang Tian was a worthy opponent. Not only was he strong, but he was also smart. Lu Yin looked around. "Don't bother me with the intent realm. The one who stole the White Willow was the League of Destruction. Saint Dayu said so himself. Don't bother me again, or I'll catch everyone who comes." His voice spread out in all directions, bringing with it many dumbfounded gazes. The League of Destruction stole the White Willow. Was this for real? Impossible. How could it be the League of Destruction? The League of Destruction can barely protect themselves under the pressure of the Qi family. How could they dare to make the Qi family their enemy? How is it impossible? Who else besides the League of Destruction can steal the White Willow in the intent realm? It must have been done by someone from the intent realm. Outsiders can't do it. Is it true? Could it be that the third master instigated it? I don't know, but the intent realm is no longer peaceful. On the other side, Wudong was far away from Lu Yin. She looked back and fell into deep thought. The third master seemed arrogant and despotic, but he wasn't stupid. What did he want to do instead of Saint Dayu? The Dayu Villa had already offended the Myriad Beasts Border, Royal God Mountain, School of Techniques, and Yu Sang Tian. Was it going to offend the intent realm as well? What did the Dayu Villa have? Kai Keqing was right. She wasn't afraid. Although her cultivation was low, she had a say in the Alliance Crusade. She was the one who made the decision for many things. She was able to speak to Lu Yin on behalf of the Crusader Alliance not because of her strength, but because of her status. Her status in the Crusader Alliance was not low. Right now, she wanted to know who had spoken to the third master. When she had asked Lu Yin for the second time, Lu Yin's attitude had changed. Someone must have said something to him. Who was it? At that moment, Lu Yin's words reached her ears. She was stunned. The Alliance had ordered the theft of the White Willow. The third master was trying to sow discord. Clearly, the White Willow was not stolen by the League, and the League had never had any dealings with Saint Great Yun. Yet, this man had just poured dirty water on the League. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such an obvious framing to succeed. However, the situation in the artistic conception was complicated. The upper echelons could see the truth, but the lower echelons could not. This would inevitably lead to disputes. She really wanted to look for Lu Yin again, but she decided against it after some thought. It was meaningless. This third master seemed to be polite to her and even teased her a little. But in fact, he didn't care about her at all. He turned hostile at the drop of a hat. If Qi Guan was captured, the Qi family would definitely think of a way to save him. The FA alliance could only watch from the sidelines. Wu Tong looked back again, and a thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. Then, she left. At the same time, far away, a pair of eyes were also looking at the Great Yun region. His gaze was cold and sinister, like that of a venomous snake. The white willow is actually under St. Great Yun Celestial River. I won't let off anyone who dares to frame me. The universe's starry sky was endless, and the constellations that appeared were also endless. Some constellations could not be explained by humans, such as the springboard. Even Yu Sang Tian could not tell whether it was man-made or natural. The spiritualized universe also had similar constellations that could not be explained, such as the 9 regions ring Sunday. The 9 regions ring sun was not a region, and it did not exist in the 36 regions. It was in the starry sky, and it was a strange constellation. Every season, at a fixed time, there would be 9 regions that would see the same constellation at the same time. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, they would be able to see it at that moment. Hence, it was called the 9 regions ring Sunday. Because of this unique constellation, it naturally attracted many people. As long as one stepped onto the 9 regions ring sun at that special time, they would be seen by everyone in the 9 regions. To those who saw the 9 regions, that moment had been treated as the time since ancient times, and it was like the end of the year. This was the ancient people's understanding of the unknown starry sky. Even when people from the 9 regions left the starry sky and saw the constellation clearly, they did not stop using the 9 regions ring sun as the time of year. Instead, it was passed down as a tradition. Anyone who could magnify their image in the 9 regions ring sun was an elite genius. Countless youths fought for this privilege, and those who saw the 9 regions ring sun treated it as the end of the year festival. It was worth mentioning that the 9 regions ring sun was not only visible to those from the 9 regions. The 9 regions ring sun was the beginning, and it existed because of the constellation. Some people could be seen by those from the 10 regions ring sun, while others could be seen by those from the 15 regions ring Sunday. There were even some who could be seen by those from the 20 regions ring sun, which shocked the spiritualized universe. For example, Yu Shan had been seen by those from the 18 regions ring sun when he was young, and he had been seen by those from the 13 regions ring sun when he had only used 3 blades. The 9 regions ring sun had become one of the ways that the spiritualized universe's younger generation compared themselves. A few decades ago, most of the young elites who were qualified to board the battleships and head to the Tianyuan universe had come to the 9 regions ring sun, and they were seen by those from the 12 regions ring Sunday. Lu Yin was interested. How long until the 9 regions ring sun? Old Tao respectfully replied, less than 3 months. Lu Yin was curious. Have you been there when you were young? Old Tao smiled and shook his head. I don't have the heart to compete with the elites. Lu Yin looked at Kai Keqing. What about you? Kai Keqing was indifferent. No. Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. What about you? Palace Master Yao said indifferently, the 17th domain. Lu Yin was shocked. 17. That's 1 less than Yu Shan. Palace Mistress Yao said, the number of people who can see the 9 regions ring sun is not based on one's strength, but on one's bearing. What do you mean? Lu Yin was confused. Palace Mistress Yao explained, it's a special constellation. It's called a constellation because it's not man-made. It's a natural birth of the universe, but this constellation is also man-made. It needs to be conquered. It's like a naughty child. The greater your bearing, the more you can conquer it, and the more people will see it. Conversely, fewer will see it, but at least people in the 9 regions will see it. Lu Yin did not expect such a constellation to exist. The universe was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things. He had seen illusory gravel, narrow passages, and all kinds of strange things. It was not strange for such a constellation to exist. Magnanimity. It reminded him of the Lost Tribe's welcoming card, which also required one to attract it. He could use any method. When he had attracted the card to break the true God sky switching technique, he had also relied on bearing. True God sky switching technique. Where was the only true God? His side was too ostentatious, and the only true God was too low-key. However, once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Who was seen by the most people in the history of the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao did not hesitate. Old Man Xing Xia and Yu Sang Tian. Old Man Xing Xia. An ancient person who died long ago. There are no records of him. What about Yu Sang Tian? How many? All of them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The distance between the Dian region and the 9 domains ring was not far. It was only 1.5 regions apart, which was equivalent to being between 2 neighboring regions. It was not hard to guess that the Dayu Villa's third manager wanted to go to the 9 domains ring. After all, the 9 domains ring was very important, and the third manager looked very young. No one knew how he had cultivated to reach such heights at such a young age. The 9 domains ring had attracted countless people from the spiritualized universe. Since ancient times, many geniuses had left their names behind. Gradually, a floating city formed around the 9 domains ring. It was called Ring Sun City. It was impossible to trace back who had built Ring Sun City. Its history was even older than Yu Sang Tian's. Yu Sang Tian had left his name behind in Ring Sun City, and the place where he had left his name became the city's greatest glory. With the place as the center, a place known throughout the spiritualized universe had appeared, the 100 Water Towers. Each tower represented a person, and the towers resonated with the 9 domains ring. The wider the area covered by the 9 domains ring, the taller the tower would be. The tallest tower now came from Yu Sang Tian. Although Ring Sun City was huge, it was still limited. The 9 domains ring's area of influence was also limited. Therefore, the number of towers remained at 100 throughout the year, and would only be replaced. The 100 Water Towers was the reason for this. If one could place one's tower in the 100 Water Towers, it might not mean that one was very powerful, but the aura would definitely shake people's hearts. Since ancient times, many people who had failed in cultivation had tried to make a name for themselves in Ring Sun City. Even if they could not make a name for themselves in cultivation, they would not have lived in vain if they could leave a mark in the 100 Water Towers. They would even be valued and nurtured by powerful forces. There were less than 3 months before the 9 domains Ring Sun City gradually became lively. Ring Sun City was not made of soil, but of water. The whole city was made of water. The walls, the roads, and all the facilities inside were made of water. This kind of water was gray and not transparent. The whole city was like a vertical lake that extended horizontally. Come. Don't miss out on the good spirit seeds. I don't know which generation my ancestor left it behind. Every time I enter my dreams, I can see a fairy floating towards me and saying something. However, I'm stupid, and perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. Seeing that my Lord has such luck, I'm willing to part with it. I don't want my treasure to be covered in dust. I hope that my Lord can use this opportunity to transform into a mortal and achieve great things in the future. Just a little help from me will be enough. Scram, liar. My Lord, I'm not a liar. Everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Although I can't cultivate, I'm not stupid. Scram. If you don't scram, I'll have someone break your legs. Young master, please don't be angry. Come to the pavilion and rest for a while. How about Miss Lou, or play a tune for you to soothe your body? Ha ha ha, alright, I'm coming. Tip me more. I have money. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3457. Bang! A fight broke out in the corner of Ring Sun City. The surrounding people cheered loudly. Ring Sun City didn't forbid fights. After all, the entire city was made of water. No matter how much damage was done, unless the entire city was vaporized, it was impossible to destroy the city. This city had a long history. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to destroy it. A man and a woman faced each other and started to fight again. Bitch, you dare to insult my ghost fire region. Today, I will burn you alive. Humph, how many times has your ghost fire region defeated my Linyu sect? You still dare to be so arrogant. The woman had wings on her back. Her face was like a flying bird. In a restaurant not far away, someone said with disdain, Ghost Fire region and Linyu sect are just two rivers. Their conflicts are not small. Rumor has it that the Ghost Fire region likes to burn the wings of beasts to increase their own flames. Linyu sect is made of flying beasts. Naturally, they don't get along well with the Ghost Fire region. However, the Ghost Fire region can't win against the Linyu sect. The Linyu sect has the 10,000 Beast region behind them. Ring Sun City was very lively. The place with the most people was the 100 Pagoda Forest. It was also the quietest place. No one dared to be presumptuous here. They had to show respect to the seniors who left the water pagoda here. Figures came and left one after another. Occasionally, there would be people exclaiming, "Isn't that little Sky Death? It's actually here. It's really little Sky Death. It's the descendant of the 10,000 Beast region's hidden expert, the three-headed Death. It's said that it's an elite of the 10,000 Beast region. It's extremely powerful." It was praised by the three-headed Death's ancestor. He said that it had the potential to surpass any three-headed Death in the future. Is it courting death? That's right. The third master of the Dayu Mountain Manor is coming. If it's here, it will be destroyed if it's not pleasing to the eye. The 10,000 Beast region can't suppress the Dayu Mountain Manor. Shoo, don't let it hear you. In the 100 Water Pagoda Forest, hundreds of water pagoda towers stood tall. Under the light, they flashed with 7 colors. It was very beautiful. Little Sky Death turned into its human form. It looked at the 100 Water Pagoda Forest and turned to leave. When it passed by the people who were talking, it stomped its foot. The few of them were aghast and hurriedly wanted to run. Little Heaven Death's eyes turned cold and he reached out. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Little Tiandai, this is the 100 Water Pagoda. Show some respect to your seniors." Little Sky Death stopped, looked in the direction of the voice, and sneered, "Don't be a hypocrite. Will your Royal God Mountain respect the 100 Water Tower? My Royal God Mountain respects every place in the spiritualized universe." The one who spoke was a woman. When she appeared, the entire 100 Waters Pagoda became brighter. The 7 colors of the pagoda illuminated the surroundings. Everybody was stunned. That woman was really beautiful. The name of the woman who came was Rumu. She came from the Royal God Mountain. Those who had seen her called her painting in Jianghu. In other words, she was like a beautiful painting that fell into the mud of Jianghu. This woman's eyes were valiant and her temperament was graceful and luxurious. She seemed like someone from Jianghu, but at the same time, she didn't seem like someone from Jianghu. Her beauty was second only to the twin beauties of the heavens beyond heaven. Little Sky Death didn't want to waste its breath on Rumumu. It attacked the escaping people with its palm. The few of them were overwhelmed with shock and regret. They shouldn't have spoken so much. No matter how soft their voices were, they would still be heard. Rumumu waved her hand and blocked Little Sky Death's palm. She looked at Little Sky Death with a heroic gaze. Little Sky Death's gaze was fierce. How dare you stop me? Rumumu was calm. This is the 100 Waters Pagoda. If you want to fight, leave this place. Who do you think you are to stop me? Little Sky Death shouted and attacked Rumumu. Both of them were spiritual warriors. Little Sky Death's palm power was shocking and powerful. Rumumu frowned. Her every move was gentle and beautiful, and she easily dissolved Little Sky Death's power. You won't be able to revive your ancestor even if you vent your anger like this. The third master of the Dayu Manor is coming. Do you want to attract his attention? Rumumu said. Little Sky Death's eyes widened. There was an unprecedented murderous intent in his eyes. The Dayu Manor. It was this Dayu Manor that killed his ancestor and weakened his bloodline in the 10,000 Beast border. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to Ring Sun City. Some people didn't even need to become famous through the 9 regions Ring Sun because the entire spiritualized universe knew about them. But now, he had to do something to uplift his bloodline. As for the third master of the Dayu Manor, he didn't dare to provoke him. He really wanted to kill that person, but he knew the gap between them was too big. What about you? The Royal God Mountain doesn't allow marriages with the outside world. The Dayu Manor openly violated this rule. What do you want to do here? Little Sky Death pulled away from Rumumu and stared at her. The surrounding people were curious. They didn't expect people from the Royal God Mountain and the 10,000 Beast border to come. If the third master was unhappy, he would kill them. Rumumu smiled faintly. I'll meet the third master. Do you want to come? Little Sky Death clenched his fist. He didn't dare, but he didn't expect Rumumu to dare. But now that he thought about it, the Royal God Mountain had never attacked the Dayu Manor. The Alan region also attacked secretly and didn't expose themselves. At this moment, there was a commotion. Everyone looked into the distance. Another important person had arrived. It's young Master Yu, someone exclaimed. Rumumu was surprised. Someone from the Jikong region. Little Sky Death also looked over. No one could ignore the appearance of the Jikong region successor. This time, it wasn't just young Master Yu, but also Master Li. Master Li was the protector of the Jikong region successor. He was extremely powerful, and his appearance had shaken Ring Sun City. Rumumu's eyes flashed, and she walked towards young Master Yu. Little Sky Death snorted and left in the opposite direction. In the corner, a man's lips curled up as he stared at Little Sky Death. This guy's experiences could also be collected. Most importantly, he had to find a way to collect the third master. In outer space, a group of people was always eye-catching. Luin leisurely ate some fruit and took it from Palace Mistress Yao. The fruit had a unique fragrance. He had to admit that this woman was pleasing to the eye. No wonder so many people were infatuated with her. Kai Kiching was too cold, but she was also liked by many. On the carriage, the star-toad yawned. It was bored. Su Wang and Li Shou weren't tired at all while carrying the palanquin, and they didn't dare to be tired. When they noticed that someone was staring at them, they immediately praised the person, leaving Old Tao speechless. Young Master, Ring Sun City is up ahead. We can't see it before the 9 regions Ring Sun constellation appears, Old Tao introduced. Luin looked into the distance. It's quite lively. I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces. He sensed Mr. Li's aura. Jikong Domain's Path Protector was also guarding the Path Protector. Lu Yin would find an opportunity to force this guy into the appointment platform and increase the Tao of karma. Aside from Mr. Li, there was more than one expert hidden in Ring Sun City. Lu Yin had a premonition that there would be. Lu Yin felt that there was a great harvest. Ring Sun City quieted down at this moment. Countless people looked up at the sky. That group was about to arrive. Most people had come for the 9 regions Ring Sun, but there were also some who had come to keep an eye on Lu Yin's group. When Lu Yin arrived in Ring Sun City, the entire city's attention was drawn to him, and he looked towards the 100 water towers. The carriage was carried all the way to the 100 water towers. Lu Yin sat on the carriage and ate some fruit. He didn't say anything and just looked at the 100 water towers. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the 100 water towers, young Master Yu and Mr. Li both looked at Lu Yin. Across the 100 water towers, young Master Yu nodded at Lu Yin. He wasn't angry about being left behind in Limitless. Smart people didn't show their thoughts. Mr. Li was the same, but he was more cautious than young Master Yu. His cool AI was still unstable because of his battle with the third master. This person had grasped incredible power, so he had to be careful when meeting him. Behind young Master Yu, Rumu, and many other elites were looking at the other side. Was that the third master of the Dayu Villa? He was so young, but he could defeat Palace Mistress Yao. How did Yushan and the others cultivate? Lu Yin moved and reached out to take the fruit from Palace Mistress Yao's hand. He tossed it and casually threw it at young Master Yu. The red fruit left a trail of red light as it passed through the 100 water towers and headed straight for young Master Yu. Young Master Yu's eyes narrowed as red filled his vision. He couldn't move, dodge, or escape. A hand appeared in front of young Master Yu and grabbed the fruit. It was Mr. Li. Everyone around the 100 water towers watched. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. The Jikong domain had a special status in the spiritualized universe, and young Master Yu was treated with respect wherever he went. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. No one dared to attack the heir of the Jikong domain, except for those on the dark spirit list who were already public enemies. Rumu was shocked, as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. Was this person really so lawless? Breaking the rules, provoking the outland, and snatching Palace Mistress Yao. Every action was challenging the bottom line of the spiritualized universe. What gave Dayu Villa such confidence? She suddenly regretted saying that she wanted to talk to the third master in front of everyone. This person was too bold and didn't care about anything. Such people were the most terrifying. Mr. Li put down his hand and looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. Let's leave first. This person really knows how to attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3458. At that moment, Lu Yin raised his hand again. Mr. Li's expression changed, and he wanted to pull Mr. Yu away. Even though the secret transmission was the true successor of the Jikong domain, the public transmission still needed to travel the world, and it was also indispensable. However, Lu Yin did not attack this time. Instead, he hooked his finger at Yu Gongzi and signaled for him to come over. Everyone was speechless, as this was a very rude action, but Lu Yin had still done it. He didn't care about the intelligible void domain, nor did he care about this special descendant of the spiritualized universe. Yu Gongzi lifted his foot and walked towards Lu Yin. No one had expected his reaction. How could the heir of the Jikong domain be so spineless? Was he scared? But with Mr. Reason by his side, what was there to be afraid of? Mr. Li could not figure out the foolish young master's plan either. He reminded her in a low voice, "The closer you are to that person, the less I can protect you. Think carefully." Yu Gongzi did not hesitate and walked towards Lu Yin. Mr. Li had no choice but to follow along. His duty was to protect young Master Yu. If young Master Yu did not encounter an obvious assassination attempt, it would be very difficult for him to forcefully take young Master Yu away. After all, he was only a path protector and had no right to interfere with young Master Yu's actions. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Yu Zongzi walk over step by step. Whether it was openly or covertly, Yu Zongzi was very smart. The smarter a person was, the harder it was to deal with them, but the easier it was to get along with them. Palace Master Yao, Old Tao, and the others didn't expect Prince Yu to be so obedient. Soon, Yu Gongzi walked in front of Lu Yin. "We meet again, Third Master." Lu Yin leaned forward and looked at Mr. Yu. "The 5 regions are all empty. Is this related to you?" Young Master Yu shook his head. "No." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Li and then at young Master Yu. "Give me your path protector, everything can be discussed." Yu Gongzi's eyes flashed. Mr. Li looked at Lu Yin warily. "Third Master, I am a guardian, not a servant." Lu Yin didn't mind and took a bite of fruit. "It's all the same." Mr. Li did not retort, as he did not want to clash with Lu Yin. The previous battle had left him too fearful, and if they fought again, he might not be able to keep Kuei in check. Prince Yu left without saying anything. Mr. Li could not wait to leave. He stood up and stretched before looking at the tallest tower. "Is that Yu Sang Tian's tower?" Old Tao replied respectfully, "Yes, the tallest water tower is Yu Sang Tian." Lu Yin was disdainful. "It's so small, it's useless. Wait until I break it down and show that old bastard Yu Sang Tian." Ha! The surrounding people were silent. Some were mocking him, and some were resentful. Lu Yin was too arrogant, to the point where no one could respond to him. He was so strong that even Mr. Li didn't dare to face him directly. Not long after, the group arrived at the restaurant. The entire Ring Sun city was made of water, including the restaurants. From the restaurant's position, one could see the entire 100-water pagoda. It was the best position in Ring Sun City. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even enter the restaurant. And this position could only be occupied by special people. Others couldn't even touch it. Lu Yin immediately sat down when he arrived. The restaurant owner was helpless and didn't dare to stop them. To be able to open a restaurant here, one had to have a powerful backer, which corresponded to Sang Tian. Opening a restaurant was not to make money, but to rope in the elite geniuses. Whoever could enter the 100-water pagoda was worth roping in. All the restaurants, wineries, brothels, and so on in Ring Sun City were like this. Since Lu Yin could see the entire 100-water tower, those in the 100-water tower could naturally see him as well. Lu Yin was used to being stared at. Ever since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, their every move had been scrutinized. "Sit anywhere you want. This restaurant is reserved by the owner today. No one else is allowed to enter." Lu Yin displayed his dominance. The restaurant owner wanted to say a few words, but in the end, he didn't dare. So what if he had Sang Tian's backing? Even if Sang Tian himself came, he guessed that the third master wouldn't care. He could only accept it. There were naturally people who were unhappy with such tyrannical behavior, but so what? Lu Yin didn't care. He only cared about Yu Sang Tian and their tacit understanding. He would provoke the various powers of the spiritualized universe to reduce Yu Sang Tian's apprehensions and prolong the duration of the Tao of Karma. He would do his best to completely escape the backlash of karma. At that time, he would be free to stay in the spiritualized universe, return to the Tianyuan universe, or head to the consciousness universe. "Owner, someone wishes to meet you." "It's a girl named Romu from Mount Royal," Old Tao respectfully inquired. To his left, Su Wang and Li Shou were sitting at a table, looking at the dishes on the table in confusion. Eating food. They didn't understand. These were just toys. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching stood on either side of Lu Yin. The star toad was perched on his shoulder. It was golden and festive. From Mount Royal. "Let her in," Lu Yin said as he ate. Rumu quickly entered the restaurant. The number of gazes around them didn't decrease at all. Little Skydeath's eyes were cold as it stared at Lu Yin. It was this person, and if it had the chance, it would definitely kill him. Even though it hated him, it knew that it didn't have the guts to face him directly. Rumu had actually dared to go up. Many people admired her. For example, Mu was a goddess in the royal god mountain. Countless elites were infatuated with her. However, those outside the royal god mountain could only suppress their infatuation. Only the cultivators of the royal god mountain could pursue her. Many people said that Rumu would be the next palace mistress Yao, and that she would definitely replace her position in Yu Sang Tian's heart. Coincidentally, Rumu had been exposed to the sequence since she was young, and it was the absolute reversal. Rumu's appearance stunned Lu Yin, but it wasn't that he was stunned. He had seen too many beauties, and the word stunning was far from his reach. It was just that Rumu's temperament was too similar to Ming Yan's. When he'd first met Ming Yan, she'd been a princess of a manor. She was graceful and elegant, so beautiful that he couldn't look straight at her. After she'd stepped into the stars and taken charge of a brothel, her temperament had changed. She had the nobility of a royal family, but also the heroic spirit of a cultivator. Her appearance with two souls, the white-haired Ming Yan, was even more similar to this Rumu. Was this the so-called drawing into the world? Lu Yin stared at Rumu, and she bowed slowly. Rumu of Mount Royal greets the third master. Rumu reminded Lu Yin of Ming Yan, and it touched his heart. Unconsciously, his temperament had changed as well. The arrogance and insufferably arrogant feeling had gradually disappeared, and he'd become Lu Yin again. No, he hadn't changed. Lu Yin had always been Lu Yin, and his arrogance was all an act. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't change his nature. Lu Yin had stepped into the stars since the beginning of his cultivation. Every step he took was fraught with danger. He had the ruthlessness and selfishness of a cultivator, but he also had the domineering and open-mindedness of a master of the starry sky, willing to shoulder the future of the entire universe. This temperament was also full of contradictions to outsiders, but this was Lu Yin. Rumu looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes. For a moment, she was lost in the endless starry eyes. What kind of eyes were these? They covered the stars and seemed to take her in as well. It was like a vortex that made it difficult to escape. She'd never thought that the third master would have such a pair of eyes. It had nothing to do with cultivation strength, appearance, or temperament. These eyes covered everything in the world. Lu Yin looked away after Rumu looked at him. Go down. Rumu was stunned, thinking that she'd heard wrong. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were also confused. What did he mean? She just bowed and didn't say anything, and he went down. Rumu looked at Lu Yin, puzzled. Lu Yin waved. Rumu didn't know what she'd done wrong, but she still left the restaurant and waited quietly. Master. Is there something wrong with her? Old Tao asked tentatively. Lu Yin didn't answer. Pour the wine. Palace Mistress Yao obediently picked up the wine jug and poured wine for him. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he drank cup after cup of wine. Would he still have a chance to return to the Tian Yuan universe? Would he still have a chance to see Yen, Er? Another face appeared. It was Long Shi. Although the karmic cycle was fake, the feelings he had for Long Shi were real. He didn't know how to face it. Xiao Xiaoshuan was fake, but he knew that it was his first child. It was an illusion, but he had real feelings for it. It was a child that he would never meet again. He'd thought about it before. One day, he'd solve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe and return to the karmic cycle to see if he could still find his wife and child. As for Yen, he could have unfrozen her long ago. He'd been worried about the Eternals, but after the defeat of the Eternals and the crisis of the spiritualized universe, he'd never thought of unfreezing her. Why? Did he want to wait until the crisis of the spiritualized universe was resolved? Lu Yin didn't know. He could face all the dangers in the world, but he couldn't face his feelings. Ming Yen and Long Shi weren't the only ones waiting for him. Bai Wuxian, who had fused with the consciousness planet in his heart, was also waiting for him. He couldn't face these feelings. Several days passed, and Lu Yin remained in the restaurant, looking at the 100 water towers. Many people came every day, looking forward to the day when the 9 realms ring sun would become famous throughout the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at the 100 water towers and saw many people. Many people could see him as well. There was no lack of discussion about him in Ring Sun City. In front of the restaurant, Rumu stood calmly, waiting for Lu Yin to meet her again. She was also very confused, but one thing was certain, things had changed. Her impression of Lu Yin had completely changed. If a person didn't recognize themselves, they would be themselves. If they recognized themselves, they wouldn't be themselves anymore. Rumu now felt that she wasn't herself anymore. She was very clear that she might have developed a strange impression of the third manager. She had never had such an impression of anyone before, and once she recognized this change, she was no longer herself. The third manager invites you in, Old Tao said. Rumu took a deep breath and stepped into the restaurant again, stopping in front of Lu Yin. Rumu of Royal God Mountain greets the third manager. Lu Yin returned to normal and said frivolously, Royal God Mountain? You're the only one sent here. Rumu looked up at Lu Yin, but his eyes were gone. She was shocked, this person's eyes had changed. Was that just an illusion? No one sent me here. I came here myself to see the third manager. Lu Yin was curious. See me? Why? Third manager, why are you protecting Ba Lu and Yi Yao? Rumu asked directly. Lu Yin casually said, to be happy. Rumu wasn't surprised. The price for this happiness is a bit high. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3459. Lu Yin smiled at her. I'm willing, no matter how high the price is. Rumu agreed. Third Master is right. Dayu Villa has repeatedly violated the rules because of happiness. If my Royal God Mountain can make Third Master happier, I wonder if Third Master would be willing to give up protecting Ba Lu and Yi Yao. Lu Yin was curious. Happier? Let's hear it. Rumu's expression was solemn. Third Master, please dismiss your attendants. Old Tao and the rest subconsciously wanted to leave. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. No need. With your status and strength, you don't qualify for me to keep this a secret. Rumu was troubled. Third Master, this is important. Lu Yin looked at Rumu and stared into her eyes. Little girl, there's a principle that perhaps your parents haven't taught you. Let me teach you today. If a person can't bear the value they bring, only destruction awaits them. Alright, let's go. Rumu looked deeply at Lu Yin and hesitated for a moment before bowing again and retreating. Lu Yin watched her leave. She really did have something to say, but whether it was true or not, he didn't want to hear it. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Yu Sang Tian's sensitive nerves. Other than that, he could do anything. This girl came from Royal God Mountain, and her motives weren't simple. Rumu walked out of the restaurant and looked back. She saw Lu Yin drink a cup of wine and had a complicated expression. What was this person thinking? Normal people wouldn't be unwilling to listen to her. He couldn't see through her or understand her. Too many people came to Sun Ring City every day, and there were many conflicts between them. Fights broke out from time to time. Lu Yin felt like he was watching a play. His days were leisurely, and some fights were interesting. For example, Shikaku Boy came from Cloud Crane Domain and had a unique fighting style. There were also Blue Flame Man and Red Flame Man from Ghostfire Domain, and Third Lin and Chu Lin from Linyu Sect. Master, that's Little Situ from Bo Fan Domain's Bitter Sect. Bitter Sect cultivators mainly train their minds, and they're also people who like to collect their intents, Old Tao introduced. He knew too much about the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and stopped. His fingertips jumped up and down. To others, it was a strange movement, but only Lu Yin could see a karma spiral entrenched at his fingertips. He tapped it lightly. Karma spirals swept out, piercing through one person after another. Regardless of whether it was the karma wheel or the karma heavenly Tao, they were all similar to techniques and not battle techniques. What Lu Yin wanted was to find a way to use karma to attack. This method was very difficult to grasp. Sometimes, he was just short of a little inspiration, but that little inspiration could not be found no matter how hard he tried. The karma spiral continued to weave through Ring Sun City. The person who was penetrated felt it, but there was nothing. It was very strange. Through the karmic spiral, Lu Yin could see various scenes that were related to why they had come to Ring Sun City. However, because there were too many scenes, he didn't plan on looking at them in detail. To him, these people were just passers-by. They were meaningless. He saw a lot of karma that was related to him, and they were all people who were watching him. Many experts had gathered in Ring Sun City. Lu Yin glanced in a certain direction. Just now, when the karma spiral had pierced through Little Skydeath's body, Lu Yin had sensed the karma of hatred. This fellow hated him, and his hatred was extremely strong. Lu Yin asked Old Tao to identify the person. Old Tao looked over and replied respectfully, "So it's Little Death Sky." Do you still remember the three-headed death that attacked Wujiang? That's his ancestor. Lu Yinming Bai Ming didn't mind and continued. He quickly asked Old Tao to identify the person, and Old Tao recognized the aura of the Alan domain. Clearly, it was related to the battle there. The karma spiral continued to travel back and forth, and there were thousands of people who had karma with Lu Yin. As the spiral returned, Lu Yin stood up. There were many experts in Ring Sun City. Who is this person? Old Tao looked over and frowned. This person looks familiar, but, he's looking at me. At the same time, in a corner of the 100 Water Towers, a man was looking at Old Tao from a restaurant. The moment their gazes met, the man's expression changed and he turned to leave. Old Tao exclaimed, "It's him, Shu Qian, a 6 stars dark spirit on the black spirit list." Lu Yin raised a brow. A 6 stars dark spirit. The black spirit list and the white soul list corresponded. The white soul list recorded the top experts of the spiritualized universe. Those who were on the list had a 90% chance of breaking through to the spirit prime realm. Even Sang Tian had been on the list. On the other hand, the black spirit list recorded the greatest threats to the spiritualized universe and those who needed to be eliminated. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had always been looking forward to a black spirit list expert joining the Dayu Villa to seek protection. Ordinary offenders didn't even have the qualifications to be recorded on the black spirit list. Only those who were recognized by Beyond Heaven as a threat to the spiritualized universe were qualified. In other words, almost everyone below the level of the sequence laws didn't qualify. Now that he had finally encountered a black spirit list expert, Lu Yin's interest was piqued. He took a step forward and disappeared. Within Ring Sun City, Shu Qian hurriedly left his original spot. How had he been discovered? He recognized Old Tao. The old man was extremely senior and was very familiar with the spiritualized universe. Shu Qian had heard of Old Tao's name when he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation. Since he had looked into the old man's eyes, he should have been recognized. He had to leave immediately. Once someone on the black spirit list was exposed, they would be surrounded and attacked. The reward for killing someone on the list was simply too great. It was so great that people would forget about life and death and surround him like moths to a flame. Suddenly, his shoulders sank as an unshakable force stopped him. "Why are you running?" A voice came from behind him, and Shu Qian saw a hand pressing down on his shoulder. This was the hand that had stopped him from moving. Lu Yin pressed down on Shu Qian's shoulder and exerted a little force, causing Shu Qian to feel a sharp pain. "Who are you?" "Third Master." Shu Qian's heart sank. "I didn't offend Dayu Villa. Why are you attacking me?" "You're Shu Qian from the Black Spirit list." Shu Qian did not deny it. "Yes. You've been watching me." Shu Qian continued, "Many people have been watching you, Third Master." At the same time, Shu Qian felt like he was being penetrated again. He had experienced this once before. Now that he thought about Lu Yin's actions, he understood that the third manager had used some method that he couldn't see to make a move. He hadn't just targeted Shu Qian, but rather the entire Ring Sun City. Shu Qian was shocked by this conclusion. No matter what, he was still a powerhouse of the sequence laws. Even if he didn't cultivate the sequence laws, he could still see the sequence particles. If he could even see the sequence particles, then what kind of power did the third manager have that Shu Qian couldn't see? When he thought of this, Shu Qian felt a sense of reverence for Lu Yin. He had to stay as far away from this person as possible. He didn't feel safe at all when he was too close, and he felt like he had been completely seen through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3460. Shu Qian had a good feeling, as he had indeed been seen through the 10,000 books. Lu Yin's karma spirals pierced through the scrolls and saw the karma of the 3,791 people. In that instant, he ignored his surroundings and everything else. It was as if he was immersed in darkness. Karma spiraled endlessly, transforming into lines. Countless lines circled around in a disorderly manner. These lines were karma. One end of the karma, and the other end of the karma. He casually waved his hand, and countless karma lines flew out, colliding with each other. Some were knocked away, while others were connected. The connected karma lines formed new karma lines that then collided with each other. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he understood. The lines that were knocked away had no karma with each other, but the connected lines had karma with each other. For example, the line that he saw had two unrelated battles, but when they were connected, it led to an old case. The side that had died in the battle had created an old case, which had been investigated by the side that had caused the battle. The side that had died did not even know the reason. There had to be a source behind the seemingly inexplicable battle. Shu Qian had recorded the karma of both sides of the battle, and in the end, they were connected by karma lines. Even Shu Qian herself did not know this. Only Lu Yin had seen through karma and used karma to find the cause. Everything returned to normal, and Lu Yin laughed. Karma lines, ha ha ha. So this was karma. Everything had a cause, and karma was connected by karma lines. Similar karma lines could naturally be connected, but different karma lines could not be connected. The self-illuminating heavens technique had another way of using it, and this method was similar to a battle technique. Xu Qian and the others were shocked by Lu Yin's sudden laughter, not knowing what he was laughing about. Lu Yin stood up, and karma spirals shot out from his fingertips, heading towards the entire Ring Sun City. They pierced through each person and formed karma lines. He did not know what those lines were, nor did he need to know. He had just casually formed them. He then waved his hand, and the karma lines collided. Some of them were connected, allowing Lu Yin to see karma. He looked at a person in Ring Sun City. This person was also very confused about how he could become the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. His talent was average, his opportunities were average, and he had no background at all. However, he surpassed many of his fellow disciples because his wife was the daughter of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect's first elder. As for the one-word elder, he abandoned his wife when he was young and got together with the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect. That was why he could become the Jade Tripod sect's great elder. He had always secretly taken care of his wife and daughter, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation. At the same time, he thought of a way to kill his current wife, the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect whom he hated. This person could be said to be a villain. He did not dare to tell his daughter about this because his daughter hated him. Only by not telling her would he be able to get along well with his daughter. As for his daughter's husband, he naturally took care of him and walked step by step to the position of the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. No one knew about this, but Lu Yin did. Lu Yin looked at a man and a woman. This man and woman both knew that the other party was their biological brother and sister, but they had to protect their identity as husband and wife. It was indeed a tragedy. They only found out after they got married. There was also the one with horns on his head. That was a fake. After Xu Qian left, Old Tao said, "He probably won't stay. It's the 9 Realms ring, and if he doesn't succeed this time, he'll try again next time. It won't be long anyway. No, he'll stay, and this is his only chance." Lu Yin was certain. Old Tao was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yin looked outside. He's on the dark spirit list. Everyone's eyes were on me this time, so they won't do anything to him. Especially since he left safely, but it might not be the same next time. For him, it might not have been long, but it's the same for others. As long as he still wants to leave behind something in the 100 Waters Tower, he'll definitely come again. Others can afford to wait. Old Tao thought about it and quickly praised, "Boss, your foresight is godly. This lowly one is fortunate enough to follow you in this life. I don't expect to see your back in the future, but I hope to walk the same path as you. I'll be satisfied if I can learn even a 10,000th of what you've done." Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing were already numb. Old Tao's flattery along the way was enough to make one's scalp numb, and it was not repeated at all. Just this alone was impressive. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Xu Qian had indeed not left. This was his only chance, and there might be people surrounding him the next time. As for Lu Yin, since he had let Xu Qian go, he would not do anything to him. He couldn't see the third boss in his eyes. This person must have stayed in Ring Sun City for the sake of the 9 domains Ring Sunday. Thinking of this, Xu Qian's eyes blazed. Then, she would show this third head how much she had prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He had specially created a concept-based battle technique for the 9 realms ring. Concept-based battle techniques were not something that could be learned just because one wanted to. Lu Yin was the only one who could learn the overturning sky palm that Lu Shaoxian had created, and the setting sun technique that he had created was similarly unattainable. Concept-based battle techniques focused on conception and comprehension. Concept-based battle techniques were similar to spiritualizing the universe's conception, but one referred to one's realm while the other referred to one's consciousness. Conception. Lu Yin felt that he should go take a look. The consciousness that existed there should be something he could absorb. He had a reason to go, as Qi Guan was still in hell. Ring Sun City became even livelier because of Lu Yin's arrival, but as time passed and Lu Yin remained in the restaurant, everyone went about their own business. Aside from those who were watching him, Lu Yin also saw the liveliness of the Nine Realms Ring City. He ate many delicacies from various regions. He saw an exotic woman. He saw all kinds of battle techniques, some of which actually lit up his eyes. They were not useful to him, but rather inspired him. Lu Yin's location also became a shadow in Ring Sun City. Everyone who came to Ring Sun City would take a look at him and get to know the third master of the spiritualized universe. He was the one who had dared to challenge the spiritualized universe's top experts. No one could understand how Lu Yin could be so strong at such a young age. Some were unconvinced and wanted to challenge him, but they were knocked out by their elders before they could even make a move. It was not their place to step forward. The Nine Realms Ring will arrive in 10 days. This time, my Ghostfire region will leave a mark in the 100-water pagoda. Arrogant, your Ghostfire region is despicable and sneaky. How can you have such magnanimity? If there's one, it's my Cloud Crane region. Brothers, please don't argue. It's not just one person who can leave a mark in the 100-water pagoda. If you have the ability, you can all do so. A woman smiled. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her beauty was compelling. She looked at the restaurant and Lu Yin as she spoke, her eyes rippling with charm. A battle broke out in the distance. The closer it got to the Nine Realms Ring, the more fights broke out. Everyone was competing with their magnanimity. Lu Yin watched with interest, and his gaze gradually swept to a corner where a man walked out. He had arrived a long time ago and had been sitting motionless in the corner. Now that the Nine Realms Ring was approaching, he finally moved. The first step was to push away those who blocked his way. The second step was to push away those who blocked his way. The third step was to arrive in front of the cultivator from the Ghostfire region and strike with a palm. The cultivator from the Ghostfire region sneered. Red flames spread and burned the void, but they were dispersed by the palm. The fourth step was to face the Cloud Crane region Shikaka boy. The boy shrieked, and a crane danced in the sky. This was the Shikaka region's ultimate technique, but it was also defeated by the man. The man's hands were torn apart, but he did not care. Shikaka boy spat out blood and fell to the ground, shouting, "Who are you? You want to cross the heavens in 9 steps and enter the 100-water pagoda. You're courting death." The charming woman attacked the man, but he did not turn around. He took 9 steps forward and did not retreat. No matter how the woman's army descended, he remained unmoved, his body radiating brilliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3461. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a sign that one had trained their body to the limit. He had done the same before. This person was an emissary with a power level of around 600,000 in the Tianyuan universe. He was about the same as these geniuses, but he had trained his body to the limit of his current realm. The woman could not break his defense at all. The woman's 100 weapons descended, but the man grabbed them with one hand and crushed them. She retreated helplessly, her face pale. "I won't stop you. I give up on the Nine Realms Ring." In the Nine Realms Ring, bearing was the most important thing. The man's fourth step was enough to suppress the crowd and force the woman to retreat voluntarily. Her bearing, including that of Shikaka boy, had all been defeated. There was no need to wait for the 9 realms ring. The man took his 5th step, and this time, he stared at a bald man. The bald man was dressed simply and his eyes were closed. He had not opened them since he had arrived at Ring Sun City. As the man appeared, the bald man opened his eyes and met the man's gaze. He combined his palms, 1,000 karmic palm. Someone exclaimed, 1,000 karmic palm. Isn't that 1,000 karmic demons move? This man is 1,000 karmic demon successor. 1,000 karmic demon was once a 5-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was an extremely powerful existence, but he died in the Ark region. Rumor has it that 1,000 karmic demon wanted to steal the Ark and cross the distance to the consciousness universe, but he died in battle. I didn't expect 1,000 karmic demon successor to appear. Bang! The bald man and the man's palms collided. The man's physical strength had reached the limit of his current realm. Although the bald man had not yet reached it, he was very close and had the 1,000 karmic palm. Their palms were ferocious, and many people around them retreated. Only a few elders stood firm. Many people had been brought to Ring Sun City by their elders. Within Ring Sun City, the 9 Realms Ring was a competition between the younger generation, but there were also some elders who bullied the younger generation. At this moment, an elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the 2 youths clash. He wanted to eliminate these 2 competitors for his young master's protection. Bang! There was another collision, and the bald man took a step back. The 1,000 karmic palm was still no match for the limit of physical strength of the same realm. The bald man did not want to retreat, but he had no choice. The man's palm descended once more, and the bald man was sent flying. This was the 5th step. At the 6th step, the man's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Yin. In the shadows, the old man who originally intended to make a move against the man hurriedly stopped and was shocked. This little fellow actually wanted to make a move against the 3rd boss. He must be crazy. In his eyes, this man at the spirit battle level could only be considered a small fellow because he was the spirit ancestor. And in the eyes of the 3rd master, he was also a little fellow. This person was simply too audacious. Yes, he was gambling, staking everything on the last step of the 9 Realms Ring Sunday. He didn't want 9 steps, but 6. The 6th step would be the 3rd boss. Daring to face the 3rd boss, his spirit was unparalleled. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. She actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone for the 6 steps to ascend the heavens. The man took his 6th step and faced the restaurant directly. He met Lu Yin's gaze and struck out with his palm. If this attack did not kill him, then his aura would subdue everyone. However, before he could take the 6th step, his body fell straight to the ground. No one knew what had happened. Lu Yin made his move. This person was extraordinarily courageous, and he truly did not fear death. If he did not die with this step, he would definitely leave his name in the 100 Waters Pagoda. His bearing was already unparalleled, and he was challenging the heavens with the body of an ant. But was Lu Yin the kind of person who would pave the way for others? If this had been the Tian Yuan universe, he would have been happy to do so, but this was the spiritualized universe. The stronger the person, the more likely he was to be a threat to the Tian Yuan universe. Then he would just fall. As for killing him, there was no need. An ant challenging the heavens was a gamble for survival. It was not a gamble for one's own strength, but rather for the heavens' carelessness. This person had succeeded. Lu Yin did not kill him, but he also did not let him take the 6th step. The entire plan had been based on a single move. The difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by bearing. It had to be overcome step by step. The crowd dispersed, leaving behind the man on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The baldy stared at the man in a daze. He was very similar to this man, but this man had attacked first, and he had been defeated. They were all independent cultivators who had faced the pressure of various powerful organizations, and it had not been easy for them to walk out. They looked up at the restaurant. Lu Yin continued to drink, occasionally listening to old Tao's flattery. He was carefree. One day, he would be able to do the same and make the spiritualized universe not dare to underestimate him. The closer it was to the Nine Realms ring, the more people would think of ways to increase their bearing and suppress others. There were all sorts of strange methods. There were even people who had learned from the Dayu Villa and provoked the realm beyond heaven, but they had been completely destroyed. Lu Yin sympathized with them. One day before the Nine Realms ring, someone had completed the 9 steps of bearing. The 9th step had been directed at Ru Mu, and he had defeated her by a single move. His bearing was unparalleled. This person's name was Yi Jun, and when he defeated Ru Mu and completed the 9 steps, his name was destined to spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Yi Jun was the image of a peerless young master that everyone had imagined. His bearing was unparalleled, and his eyes were like swords. He was perfect and unparalleled. Many girls' eyes lit up, as if they had seen another Yushan. But in the next moment, Sword Chi appeared out of nowhere and beheaded him. Even in death, he had a smile on his face. He had believed that he had reached the peak, but it had ended in his death. Many felt that it was a pity, as Yi Jun was definitely a genius. What a pity. No one knew who had attacked him, but there was no need to know, as no one had helped Yi Jun. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. He had seen who had attacked him, but he would not interfere. Was it a pity? There was no other way, as this was the path of cultivation. This person was indeed a genius, but his edge was too sharp. If he could avoid this calamity, his future would be limitless, but how many people could avoid it? There had been too many geniuses since ancient times, but those who could reach the end were not necessarily geniuses. In Ring Sun City, Yi Jun was not the only one who had completed the 9 steps. Ru Mu had not completely revealed his strength. Advancing did not necessarily mean advancing. Sometimes, retreating was also advancing. Unfortunately, most people could not see it clearly. They had thought that Yi Jun's death would make them tremble in fear. On the contrary, the two of them had started the 9 steps. This was the most effective move. Under the 9 steps, they would win every step. It was as if they had defeated everyone in Ring Sun City. Who would not be moved? Bearing. If one could pass it, one would be unparalleled. If one couldn't, one would be arrogant. Regardless of whether it was unparalleled or arrogant, one had to go through it. A purple-haired girl attracted everyone's attention. She had completed the first step to the 7th step almost instantly. Her opponents were not weak, especially Bufanyu's Ku men. Little Situ. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro. The bitter sect was extremely famous in the spiritualized universe. The cultivators inside mainly focused on tempering their minds. Willpower did not necessarily represent strength, but it represented perseverance and, to a certain extent, bearing. Little Situ of Ku men was not weak, and his willpower was as steady as a rock. Even Yi Jun didn't pick him as an opponent. Little Situ could be defeated, but if he wanted to suppress Little Situ in terms of bearing, it would be very difficult. He would rather die. However, the purple-haired woman chose Ku School's Little Situ, using a stalk of grass to make him lose his way, ultimately defeating him. This scene made the expression of Sikong of the bitter sect, who was staring at Lu Yin, turn ugly, but he did not attack the purple-haired woman. Some people could make a move, while others couldn't. This purple-haired woman was no different. In Ring Sun City, besides the 3rd headmaster, no one would attack the purple-haired woman. Behind her stood a ruthless man. On the 8th step, the purple-haired woman attacked a man with a round face who seemed to be no threat. The man was startled. Purple dress, Did I provoke you? Why are you looking for me? The purple-haired woman smiled faintly. Stop pretending. Everyone knows that you are a master from the heavens craftsman realm, but I don't believe that you are a master from the heavens craftsman realm. The surrounding people were in an uproar. That little fatty is a master from the heavens craftsman realm. That's impossible. How is that possible? I don't believe it. It should be true. Otherwise, Purple Dress wouldn't have chosen this little fatty as the person to attack on the 8th step. But that little fatty doesn't look like a master at all. You can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing the surrounding people's discussions, the little fatty's face turned red. He scolded angrily, "You are the little fatty. Your whole family is little fatty. Purple Dress, you asked for it. You can end this 9 regions ring Sunday." After speaking, he opened his hand, and the silk threads condensed, forming a net that flew towards Purple Dress. The purple-haired woman laughed. Little fatty, you finally exposed yourself. Only a master dares to use the Heavens Craftsman Realm's 100 transformation spirit thread. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. You. Before she finished speaking, the little fatty wailed. His arms were cut by the spirit thread, and blood splattered on the ground. The surrounding people were stunned. Purple Dress was also stunned. What does this mean? The little fatty wailed in pain. I said I'm not a master, but you insisted that I am. Master, save me. Your cute disciple is going to die. Master, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Then, they burst out laughing. The little fatty was also forced. The surrounding people's discussions made him unable to back down. He could only risk using the 100 transformation spirit thread, and this was the result. Purple Dress's face was as purple as her long hair. She was so angry that she was trembling. This bastard, she had been wrong all along. This damn fatty was unfathomable several times. She really thought that he had broken through and become a master, so she deliberately left the 8th step for him. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now, not only had the little fatty become a laughingstock, but she had also become a laughingstock. As for the presence of the 9 steps, there was no need to think about it. It had all been exposed. Purple Dress gritted her teeth in anger. The little fatty had only cared about looking for his master to treat his injuries. She wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. In the restaurant, Kai Kaching's lips curled up. Even she couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Old Tao smiled and shook his head. Purple Dress, it's over. I never thought that the presence of the 9 steps would be broken so easily. Lu Yin looked at Purple Dress. He had seen this woman before in the tributary of the River of Time. She was one of the elite geniuses who had invaded the Tian Yuan universe, and her strength was not bad. He then turned to look at the little fatty who was looking for his master everywhere. This little fatty was doing this on purpose. Interesting. He was very smart. Purple Dress was unstoppable. Since she had chosen the little fatty as her opponent for the 8th step, she had a certain level of confidence. The little fatty could have used the 100 transformation spirit thread, but he had deliberately failed. He had only cut his own arm to break Purple Dress' presence and reduce the number of competitors. It was so simple that there was no need to fight. In comparison, the little fatty was the smartest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3462. What's the situation with the Heavens Craftsman Realm? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao explained, my spiritualized universe is connected to a parallel spacetime portal. There are a total of 36 domains connected by spirit threads, and these threads come from the Heavens Craftsman Realm. The heavens craftsman realm produces spirit threads and is good at making weapons. Weapons made from spirit threads are especially popular, and attacking in the 36 domains can increase one's strength to a certain extent. Thus, the heavens craftsman realm has a very high status among the 36 domains. The strongest in the heavens craftsman realm are also the best at making weapons, and they are called grandmasters. Below them are grandmasters, and young masters. There are no titles below them. That fatty is a young master, and the difference between a grandmaster and a young master is the 100 transformation spirit thread battle technique. Anyone who can use the 100 transformation spirit thread is a grandmaster, because to make a spirit thread weapon, one must use spirit threads. So that's how it is. Of the 36 domains, some were ordinary while others were very powerful. In the distance, Ziyi's expression turned ugly. The old woman arrived and consoled her. Forget it. No one expected that fatty to be so disappointing. Next time, he'll definitely be able to pick a good opponent. Ziyi was unwilling to accept this. How could she become a laughingstock? She had always been the one to take the initiative, and she had provoked origin destroyers several times. That cat and the one hiding in the blanket were the true elites of the spiritualized universe. They had once taken a battleship together and had almost gone to the Tian Yuan universe. These people had been fooled by her, and she had actually become a laughingstock. If news of this spread, how would she face the world? The 8th step. She had lost at the 8th step, so she had to raise her bearing. However, even if she defeated the number 1 person of the younger generation, she would not be able to make up for it. Suddenly, she looked up at the restaurant. There was only one way, and that was to challenge someone she could not defeat and use her unrivaled spirit to suppress everything. It was that person, the 3rd master of the Dayu Villa. Ziyi took a step forward and arrived at the restaurant to face Lu Yin. Not far from her was the first man to reach the 9th step. He was still unconscious, and no one dared to check if he was dead. The old woman was shocked. Young master, what are you doing? Lu Yin looked down at Ziyi. Another one had come. Was she trying to use herself as a laughingstock? She was too naive. Ziyi's dignity did not allow her to become a laughingstock. If she really did become a laughingstock, then she might as well die. In the distance, little Fatty saw this and was shocked. It can't be, right? Is there a need to go so far? This beauty's ego is too strong. Everyone was stunned, and many of their eyes lit up. Great, if Ce died at the hands of the 3rd master, then the ruthless person behind her would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a good show to watch. Only that kind of ruthless person would be able to uncover the secrets of the Dayu manor. Young master, don't be rash. The old woman pulled Ze, wanting to take her away. Ze was stubborn. Granny, if I don't take this step, I will become a laughingstock. The old lady said anxiously, Young master, it's better to be alive than dead. This person doesn't even care about Master Yu Sang Tian. He even said that he would carve his name in the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. He doesn't care about Grandmaster Tian Shu and doesn't care about any Sang Tian. Ze clenched her fists. Although he had used the karma spiral to pass through many people in Ring Sun City, he had coincidentally avoided the salamander. This little guy was deliberately avoiding him. Although that was the case, this little guy's bearing was extraordinary. Was he still underage? The sun shone brightly and illuminated the 9 filaments. Soon, the light spread throughout the 9 filaments, allowing countless people to see the elite geniuses that had appeared at the end of the year. In the past, many geniuses had been able to merge with the sun. After all, those with a bit of strength had powerful backgrounds, and their knowledge and experience far surpassed others. Naturally, their bearing surpassed most people. However, before the salamander could illuminate the 9 filaments, the sun moved. The salamander was furious. Who's so unruly? The others were shocked as well. Anyone who merged with the sun would not be disturbed. This was a rule that had been passed down for countless years. Otherwise, no one would be able to properly illuminate the 9 filaments. The salamander had been the first to merge with the sun, and the others could only watch. Anyone who broke the rule would become everyone's enemy. However, someone had clearly broken the rule and used their bearing to draw the sun away, preventing the salamander from illuminating the 9 filaments. How many years had it been since something so unruly had happened? The salamander was naturally furious. Within Ring Sun City, the salamander's protector was furious. He took a step forward and wanted to attack, but he suddenly stopped in place. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and he didn't dare move. The sun wasn't moving in the same direction as it should, but rather towards Ring Sun City. Looking in that direction, everyone could only think of one person, the third master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3463. Above the restaurant, Luin slowly stepped out and floated in the air. He looked up at the descending ring sun, its scorching light causing the water to boil. The 100-water pagoda was the tallest, and it began to melt as Ring Sun approached. There had never been a case of Ring Sun descending upon Ring Sun City. But at this moment, Ring Sun was about to descend, as if it couldn't wait to be subdued. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were shocked. They knew that with Lu Yin's ability, he could definitely illuminate many domains. He might even be comparable to Yu Sang Tian's 36 domains, but even Yu Sang Tian had taken the initiative to merge with Ring Sunday. What was happening now? Ring Sun was descending to merge with Lu Yin. The cultivators heading towards Ring Sun avoided it as it swept past them and descended upon the city. The 100-water pagoda melted. The tallest pagoda represented Yu Sang Tian, and it was the first to melt. Ring Sun City looked like a red crystal lying in the starry sky, reflecting the rainbow-colored light. It was magnificent. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked up. Bearing? What was bearing? Was becoming an unparalleled powerhouse bearing? Was challenging the impossible bearing? No, neither was it. Protecting a part of the universe, this was magnanimity. He, Lu Yin, was the master of the Tian Yuan universe. He had personally led the Tian Yuan universe's experts on an expedition to the spiritualized universe. This was bearing. There was no need for words. Just by standing there, his bearing overshadowed everything else. At this moment, even if Yu Sang Tian was here, Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass him. Ring Sun would only merge with him because he was the one with the greatest bearing. He had experienced too much, and he was indifferent to life and death. Who could compare to him in bearing a universe on his back? He not only represented himself, but also the Tian Yuan universe. He represented the countless people who were facing despair and destruction. He had enjoyed the bliss of the world, carefree and unfettered. He had climbed up step by step from an ant to the abyss of death. He had experienced everything in this world, in this universe, and in this universe. The moment he arrived at Ring Sun City no longer had a choice. Ring Sun City was in an uproar. Everyone who saw this scene was about to go crazy. How could this be? How could something like this happen? Ring Sun completely descended and merged with Lu Yin. Light suddenly erupted, piercing through the darkness, descending upon regions, landing in front of countless people. It wasn't just the 9 filaments. At this moment, all of the 36 filaments in the spiritualized universe saw Luin. There were some domains that had only seen the 9 regions ring sun once since ancient times, and it happened in Yusang heaven. Right now, it was the second time. They saw an unfamiliar young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't exude an imposing aura, but instead, he stood at the highest point and looked down on everyone. Regardless of whether they were in the 36 filaments or in outer space, everyone could only look up at Luin. In the land of 10,000 beasts, many eyes opened and looked up. Who is this person? My 10,000 beast border has seen the 9 regions ring sun 3 times since ancient times. This child is the 3rd master of the Dayu Mountain Manor. The Dayu Mountain Manor has killed the experts of the 10,000 beast border. We will not rest until we are dead. Old Salamander, your descendants have also gone to Sun Ring City, right? It doesn't matter. Life and death are up to fate. However, if this brat dares to attack my juniors, I will have to go to the Dayu Manor to demand an explanation. Within the Gate of Arts, the earth was churning. This brat is really something. He was able to show us that the Gate of Arts is close to the sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, we have only seen the 9 domains ring sun twice. This brat is comparable to Yusang Tian. Who is he? I want to take him in as a disciple. You are not qualified. You are the one who is not qualified. My time is almost up, and I want to pass on my mantle before I die. Who knows how many elites and geniuses will fight over it? He is the 3rd master of the Dayu Manor. Everyone, be quiet. Zhang Ming's voice rang out. Everyone fell silent. They were indeed not qualified to be the Dayu Manor's disciple. The Jikong domain, Lushan domain, Heaven's Craftsman domain, Boat domain, and many other domains that rarely saw the 9 domains ring sun looked up in surprise when they saw Luin. Within the sky beyond Heaven's palace, Yusang Tian looked up. They met again, Master Lu. In the Heaven's Origin universe, Yusang Tian had fought against Luin in the sky above Heaven's sect. Now, a few decades had passed, and Yusang Tian saw Luin again in the spiritualized universe. Yusang Tian had taken the initiative, been passive, calculated, and schemed. Everything he had done was to fight against this person. Yusang Tian's eyes flashed with murderous intent when he recalled the tremors from before. If not for the fact that the time wasn't right, he definitely would not have allowed this person to continue living. This person was too dangerous. Soon. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked at Luin. Luin could not see them, but he knew that everyone could see him, and that was enough. He raised his right hand and wrote in the void. The light constantly distorted as it headed towards the 36 domains. My Dayu Manor announces that all crimes will be lifted and that we will protect all those who are not evil. These words headed towards the entire spiritualized universe, constantly stirring up the nerves of some people. Inside and outside Ring Sun City, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They should stop this, but who could stop this? Xu Qian was bitter, as he had been defeated. The moment Ring Sun descended upon Ring Sun City, he had used his intent realm battle technique. Sunrise illuminates my mausoleum in the east. This meant that even after he died, the light would illuminate his mausoleum, and everyone would worship him. This was an intent realm battle technique that had been specially prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He believed that he could definitely illuminate more than 15 domains and fulfill his master's wish. He had waited a long time for this moment. This intent realm battle technique was extremely difficult to create, but the moment he created it, he knew that he had succeeded. However, no one had expected that they would encounter the 3rd master. Concept battle skills could not shake Huan Ri at all. Huan Ri had merged with the 3rd master without any hindrance. What did he have? He wasn't the only one. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, many people had tried to seize Huan Ri, but no one had succeeded, including the masters of the sequence laws. No one could surpass Lu Yin in terms of bearing. They had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing. They were not just facing one person, but the entire universe. In the past, Deyu Mountain Villa had let some people know that they were provoking sky beyond heaven and you sang heaven. Now, the entire spiritualized universe knew about this. Lu Yin was very clear that the more he did this, the more Yu Sang Tian would let go of his misgivings, which would give him more time to increase his karma. Stillwater. As for the other experts in the spiritualized universe, there would definitely be a group of them who would make a move. However, most of them were smart and would not rashly make a move to court death. The 10,000 Beasts border was like that. Light flashed in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and the scene constantly changed. This light was coming from the distance. Lu Yin sensed something and released his karma. The God Sealing Catalog's golden light instantly pressed down on Huan Ri's city. Endless karma spiraled into the sky and extended along with the light. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a shocking scene. This was the karma of the spiritualized universe. At that moment, another light suddenly appeared, crossing an unknown distance to arrive in front of Lu Yin. It was accompanied by a finger and a claw. A projection. Old Tao cried out. The finger and claw suddenly descended in front of Lu Yin. He had no idea where they had come from, but they brought with them an unparalleled killing intent that swept through the heavens, causing everyone to feel suffocated. A primordial realm powerhouse. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he raised his left hand. With the Tao of Tianyi, his right hand formed a claw, the desolate god's claw. Bang! Bang! The void shook as darkness spread out in all directions, engulfing Huan Ri city. Everyone moved aside. Someone had used a projection to cross an endless distance and ambush Lu Yin. The others did not want to be implicated. The person who dared to attack the third mistress had to be powerful, at least on par with Palace Mistress Yao. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Lu Yin seemed to see two pairs of eyes, both icy and sinister. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Do you think you can deal with me? Lu Yin's eyes widened as he exerted strength in his arms, shattering the two attacks. The sequence particles scattered in front of him. Was it a sequence technique? Someone was using a sequence technique to ambush him. At that moment, his mind rumbled as a boundless consciousness descended from an unknown place, smashing into Lu Yin's head like a morning bell. Lu Yin's vision darkened as his consciousness planet rotated in the starry sky above his heart. He shook his head vigorously and heard a faint voice. Be careful. Behind him, an old woman walked out of the void with a sinister smile. The Qi family isn't something you can offend. She then stabbed at Lu Yin with a spike, tearing through the void to reveal absolute darkness. This scene seemed to freeze in time. Everyone could see Lu Yin's head being separated from his body as his blood dyed Huan Ri city red. At the same time, this scene was transmitted to the entire spiritualized universe by Huan Ri's light. Everyone in the spiritualized universe stared at the sky, shocked by this scene. This was a shocking assassination. Two primordial realm experts had attacked with their full strength, and one of them had even used their consciousness to launch a sneak attack. In the end, the old woman had a chance, and the consciousness used to launch the sneak attack was equivalent to a primordial realm expert. In other words, 3 primordial realm experts had worked together to create this opportunity. The old woman was a 7-star dark spirit, and Lord Qi was also a primordial realm expert. This was the strongest assassination since ancient times. This scene would definitely be fixed in the minds of countless people, never to fade away. The spike was about to touch Lu Yin's neck. Then, it pierced through. The spike brushed past Lu Yin's neck, piercing nothing. Impossible. The old woman's eyes narrowed as Luin turned around, his gaze as deep as the ocean. Many pieces of trash want to kill me. You're just one of them. The old woman stared at Luin blankly. Such a trap had actually failed. She hurriedly retreated, but Luin paused and frowned. Innate gift. Using this opportunity, she pulled away from Luin and stared at him in disbelief. You didn't faint. Luin looked at the old woman. Was that your innate gift? Not bad, it's combined with space. Unfortunately, I won't let you escape a second time. At this moment, the sun disappeared, and the light dispersed. The 9-domain sun ring had ended. To the spiritualized universe's people, they had seen a shocking assassination attempt, but it had failed in the end. What had left the deepest impression on them was Luin turning around. His gaze was as deep as the ocean, giving off an unshakable feeling. Who was this person? The various organizations in the spiritualized universe were shaken. They were all guessing who had done it. In Ring Sun City, Old Tao blurted out, Lord Qi. Luin heard it. So you're Lord Qi. You really are a 7-star dark spirit. You have some strength. Lord Qi was shocked. Some strength? Only this person would dare to say that. She was a spiritual primordial realm expert, someone who had once used her own strength to create a will, becoming of famous existence on the Black Spirit ranking. Today, she had already overestimated the third boss by working together with others, but she had still underestimated him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3464. Master, be careful. Lord Qi has an innate gift that allows her to freeze the void, similar to a spatial technique. This innate gift allowed her to be successful in her youth, and she was once called the top of the younger generation. No one in her generation could avoid freezing the void, but as her cultivation increased, more and more people came into contact with the power of space and time. This caused her innate gift's effectiveness to decrease, but it's still very useful for sneak attacks, Old Tao explained. Lord Qi glanced at Old Tao coldly. Old thing, you've offended my Qi family. You'll die a horrible death. Old Tao did not want to offend the Qi family, but currying favor with Luin was the right thing to do. If Luin had just died, it would have been fine, but Luin had even ignored such a situation. Old Tao was shocked, and he was certain that aside from Sang Tian, no one was a match for this third master. If he did not curry favor now, then when? When he thought of this, Old Tao became excited. Old woman, you're the one who's courting death. You don't even know who you've offended. Our master is a god who came from a mythological land. How can a mere mortal like you compare to him? Close your dog eyes. Even looking at our master is an insult, and you want to kill him. Even thinking about it is sinful. You're not worthy. Bah! Lord Qi was furious and wanted to slap Old Tao to death. She and Old Tao were old acquaintances, and he had once called her Fairy June. Now, he was calling her old woman. How preposterous! How hateful! Lord Qi sneered. Good, good, good. Old thing, just you wait. Once I deal with this person, I'll consign you to eternal damnation. With that, she threw the spike in her hand at Luin. She landed encircling Sun City and appeared in another location. There were a few people there, and they were working together. Luin looked over and saw a spirit treasure array. So that was how it was. It was a spirit treasure array with intent. No wonder there had been such a powerful consciousness attack. Lord Qi had teamed up with a few spirit ancestors and used a spirit treasure array to attack with a consciousness comparable to a spirit prime. Again. Lord Qi did not believe that Luin could withstand a few attacks. A spirit prime's consciousness had caused the spiritualized universe to suffer greatly, and there had been cases of bitter adversity cultivators dying to a spirit prime's consciousness. In her opinion, Luin was at most a spirit prime, and he could definitely defeat this person. Luin grabbed the spike and casually turned it, looking into the distance, and waited for the consciousness attack. Old Tao was shocked. "Master, be careful. That's a concept spiritual treasure array." Palace Master Yao, Kai Kiching, and the others all saw the spirit treasure array of the intent realm again. They were once part of this spirit treasure array. Anyone who had participated in the war in the universe of consciousness would be familiar with this numinous treasure array. To life forms in the universe of consciousness, this numinous treasure array formation was a shield to protect spiritualized cultivators, but to spiritualized cultivators, this numinous treasure array formation was a killing weapon. The Qi family relied on this spirit treasure array formation to intimidate the spiritualized universe. Qi Shangjuan didn't know how Luin had managed to withstand the first attack, but it didn't matter. This person definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second, third, and fourth attacks. The Qi family had killed many of their enemies because of this, and Luin wouldn't be an exception. Luin stood tall in the sky and did not move at all. He looked at the numinous treasure array formation with a strange gaze. So that's how it worked. She had not expected any of this, but it was fine. She still had her final trump card, the Life's End chapter. This 6th-ranked sequence cultivation method was enough to bury this person. However, she had never dreamed that Luin would recognize the Life's End chapter. The Life's End sequence cultivation method used the laws to analyze the opponent and turn it into a poison that only targeted the opponent. Meng Sang also cultivated this sequence cultivation method. This sequence cultivation method was not very useful in a fight, but once it was used, victory would be decided. If he had not fought with Meng Sang in the tributary of the River of Time, Luin would not have recognized it and would not have been ambushed by Qi Shangjuan. Even so, he could still resolve it. The small boat could reverse for 1 second. 1 second was enough. Qi Shangjuan did not know how complicated her opponent's cultivation was. He had dabbled in everything and had even reached great success in everything. Lu Yin's recognition of the Life's End chapter caused an uproar. Old Tao was shocked. Qi Shangjuan had cultivated a sequence cultivation method. Or was it the 6th-ranked final chapter of life? Palace Master Yao, Si Kong of the Ku Men, and the other experts didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder the Qi clan wanted to protect Lord Qi. Lord Qi was too talented. She was talented, cultivated her consciousness, and even practiced the sequence method. Until now, she had not used her spiritualization talent. This woman was truly worthy of being a 7-star black spirit. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro. If she was given time, she might be able to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Since Lu Yin knew about the Life's End chapter, it meant that this method was useless. Qi Shangjuan knew that he had been holding on for so long in vain. He wasn't as strong as Lu Yin, and now that he was heavily injured, he really would die if he continued to hold on. She had narrowly escaped the intent realm and had been protected by the Qi family until now. If she were to die like this, she wouldn't be willing, and the Qi family wouldn't be willing either. Third head, the Qi clan has grasped the intent realm. Let me live. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Qi Shangjuan said in a low voice. Lu Yin said disdainfully, the Qi family has grasped the concept. Are you joking with me? Then what is the War Alliance? Lord Qi gritted her teeth. The War Alliance and the Qi clan are not what they seem to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape even if I had a slim chance of survival. If the Daiyu Villa wants to change the structure of the spiritualized universe and remove the taboos, it's not as simple as defeating Yu Sang Tian. Before Yu Sang Tian existed, there were various taboos in the spiritualized universe. In particular, beast-shaped spiritual molds can't be combined with human-shaped spiritual molds. This has been passed down since ancient times and has never been changed. Lu Yin didn't care if Yu Sang Tian was the one who had set the rules. What he wanted was to find trouble and cause trouble. After all, this was the spiritualized universe, not the Tian Yuan universe. It didn't matter how much trouble he caused. However, Lu Yin was curious about Lord Qi's attitude. You don't seem to respect Yu Sang Tian that much. Lord Qi exhaled, and the blood at the corner of her mouth froze. As she spoke, the frozen blood tore open. A person who has been shackled since young will not want to break free. However, once they break free once, they won't want to be shackled again. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. You're quite lucky. If the white willow hadn't been stolen, you would have been an obedient ancestor of the Qi family and protected the white willow. You might not have been able to break through to the primordial realm even before you died. Now, not only have you broken through to the primordial realm, but you've also opened up the structure. You're no longer beneath Yu Sang Tian. Your horizons have surpassed most people. Not bad at all. Lord Qi let out a breath. Third boss, you're willing to let me go. The Qi family will definitely repay you handsomely. Lu Yin suddenly struck out. His palm descended and covered Lord Qi's sky. It's a pity that the Qi family won't have such horizons. How can a family betray Yu Sang Tian? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lord Qi's eyes widened. She felt the threat of death, and her body flushed red. Third boss, you forced me. Every cultivator in the spiritualized universe would go through a spiritual molting. Spiritual molting was an inevitable process, but it was also a process that separated geniuses from mediocre people. Mediocre people couldn't spiritualize or spiritualize weapons. Only geniuses could. Lord Qi was obviously a genius. She could even be considered the strongest of an era. She naturally had spiritualization, but she couldn't use it in normal battles. She would only use it when she was putting her life on the line. This was her greatest secret. Even the Qi family didn't know about it. The Qi family only knew that she hid her spiritualization talent, but they didn't know what kind of talent it was. Lord Qi's spiritualization talent was very simple. She used her life to exchange for battle prowess. She burned her life. The more life she burned, the stronger her battle prowess would be. The reason why she could escape from the intent realm back then was not only because she had broken through to the spirit prime realm. How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the spirit prime realm fight her way out of the grand intent realm? It wasn't because of the Qi family either. It was because the Qi family had already decided to give up on her. Even though the Qi family had secretly helped her when she broke through to the spirit prime realm, they hadn't given her a way out. They had only allowed her to see a way out. She had truly escaped the intent realm because of her spiritualization talent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3465. Breaking through from the sequence lower realm to the spirit prime realm would cause one's life to undergo a metamorphosis. Breathing in the breath of the universe's beginning, one's life would be greatly extended if the laws did not get close to them. However, in order to unleash her intent realm, she had burned her life force. As a result, her lifespan would be much less than other spirit primes. This was her greatest secret that could not be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, the Qi family would not value her so much, to the point that she could become Sang Tian's future. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan was burning her life force again. This time, her lifespan would be even less than the sequence lower realms, but there was no other way. This was the only way to survive. With the burning of her life force, Qi Shangjuan's entire body turned red. Dark red ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. The air became scorching hot, and many parts of Ring Sun City evaporated. Inside Ring Sun City, everyone was fleeing. Qi Shangjuan was like another Ring Sun, one that posed a threat to many powerhouses. Back in the restaurant, Old Tao and the rest left as well. Circling Sun City should have been destroyed. The city had originally been made of water, but Lu Yin had drawn encircling Sun City, which had caused part of the city to evaporate. Now, Lord Qi's actions were a disaster for the city. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Qi Shangjuan in shock. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan had actually brought her danger. She believed herself to be the strongest under Sang Tian. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, her strength was definitely not fake. However, Qi Shangjuan had surpassed her and displayed a terrifying strength at this moment. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to act. Qi Shangjuan's strength continued to rise as she stared at Lu Yin. She was hesitating. Should she flee or kill this person? Burning her life force had greatly increased her strength, giving her confidence. However, Lu Yin's calm expression made her unsure. Was this person faking it, or was he really so calm that it made her afraid? Could she really kill this person if she acted? Qi Shangjuan was not confident. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at her pitifully. This is your final struggle. Unfortunately, you still can't escape. Qi Shangjuan took a step forward and headed in another direction. She no longer hesitated. Even if she could kill this third boss, she would not act. This person was unfathomable and could not be defeated. She only wanted to live and make up for her lost life. She wanted to wait for the moment when the Tian Yuan universe was reactivated. She had the right to wait for that moment. Boom! A loud sound rang out. No one else could hear it except for Lord Qi. Her head exploded violently, and her vision blurred. Her body swayed, and her escape slowed down. Her body was getting closer and closer to the ground, and the last thing she saw was Lu Yin walking towards her step by step. This is consciousness. Qi Shangjuan had completely fainted. She had been knocked out by Lu Yin's consciousness. Qi Shangjuan's consciousness was not at the level of the primordial realm. He had only reached that level by working with the 3 other spiritual ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had absorbed some of the consciousnesses of Ruin, Monochrome, and Godless, the remaining consciousnesses were enough for him to reach the level of the primordial realm. Qi Shangjuan was unable to block the consciousness of a primordial realm expert at all. Even if she burned her life force to obtain great strength, her consciousness would not increase. She directly fainted. Circling Sun City had been completely destroyed, and everyone had fled. Only the water beneath Lu Yin's feet remained. No one knew how Lu Yin had defeated Lord Qi, but Lord Qi had clearly displayed his terrifying strength. The pressure from that strength had made it difficult for everyone to breathe, and even Xu Qian was terrified. But in front of Lu Yin, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just how strong was this third master? Only Sang Tiankai could make a move. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But why hadn't Sang Tiankai made a move yet? Was even Sang Tiankai not confident? Lu Yin tossed Lord Qi into the general appointment platform hell to increase his karma. A primordial realm expert would experience a lot of karma in their life, and Lu Yin did not know how much his karma had increased. Sage Dayu, Qi Guan, Lord Qi, and more would be tossed in. Lu Yin walked out of Circling Sun City. The last drop of water evaporated. The 9 regions Circling Sun still existed, but Circling Sun City was gone. Anyone who wanted to come would have to build a new one. The 100-water pagoda could not be restored. Lu Yin had purposely destroyed it and evaporated Circling Sun City. The stars were silent, and circling sun was still there. However, no one participated in the 9 regions circling Sunday. Su Wang and Li Shou raised their poles and nodded at Lu Yin, their white teeth reflecting light. Lu Yin sat on the pole. Old Tao. Old Tao hurriedly answered, "Boss, are you here?" "I'm here." "Where's the intent?" "Intent? It's in the opposite direction from here. It's about 8 regions away. It's a bit far." "Go to the intent without stopping," Lu Yin said directly. Old Tao asked carefully, "Boss, are you going to cause trouble for the Qi family?" Lu Yin said coldly, "The Qi family is causing trouble for me. Qi Guan was rude and was suppressed by me. Lord Qi ambushed me. I have reason to suspect that the person who ambushed me with a finger and a claw is also from the Qi family. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Old Tao was shocked. Destroying the Qi family was really like piercing through the heavens. No matter how much trouble the Dayu Mountain Villa had caused, even if they killed the experts of the 10,000 Beasts border, it could not be considered as directly facing a colossus. However, it was different now. The Qi family represented the intent, which was definitely a colossus in the spiritualized universe. It was as famous as the 10,000 Beasts border, the Gate of Arts, and Royal God Mountain. There were as many experts there as there were clouds, and they were especially skilled in consciousness. They had created spirit treasure arrays and became a banner for the expedition to the universe of consciousness. If he really destroyed the Qi family, what would happen to the Dayu Mountain Villa? He did not dare to say anything about the others, but those who were fanatical about the expedition to the universe of consciousness would definitely cause trouble. There were also the cultivators who returned from the universe of consciousness. Those captains had all cultivated in the intent before, and it was hard to say how many enemies they would attract. Old Tao wanted to persuade him. Lu Yin glanced at him. "What, you don't dare?" Old Tao was shocked and hurriedly said, "We'll do whatever the head says. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Palace Mistress Yao finally glanced at Lu Yin. This person was too ruthless to destroy the Qi family. What was the difference between destroying the Qi family and destroying Sang Tian? Those who had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin's group were stunned. Annihilate the Qi family. Something big was about to happen. Shu Qian was full of admiration. The dark spirit list was not tolerated by the spiritualized universe, and there was no difference between the Dayu Mountain Villa and the dark spirit list. This third manager had dominated the universe and had threatened to carve the words, "Beyond Heaven." Now, he wanted to destroy the Qi family. Zi had returned with the old woman. She was shocked when she heard that Lu Yin wanted to destroy the Qi family. The little fatty from the Heavens Craftsman realm sighed in admiration. The man who had been the first to take the 9 steps and had wanted to challenge Lu Yin on the 6th step was convinced. He had awakened when Ring Sun City had melted and had been watching until now. He recalled that he had wanted to challenge the third manager, and it was fortunate that he had not died. Even further away, Ming Chuan from the Zhikong realm was twitching. Was he going to destroy the Qi family? With the Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, it might be possible, but it would not be easy. Qi. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Qi family was supported by Yu Sang Tian and had grasped a domain. Everything else aside, one would first need to be able to resist the terrifying consciousness of a domain. This person came from the Tianyuan universe, and even if his consciousness was strong enough to resist a spiritual prime's consciousness, he would not be able to resist the consciousness of an entire domain. Aside from the Beyond Heaven, there were 7 other major entities in the spiritualized universe. Each of them had their own foundations, and they were all existences that even Yu Sang Tian cared about. The domain was one of them. If the third manager could really destroy the Qi family, then the situation in the spiritualized universe would change. However, nothing could happen to the domain. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had made Luin famous, but only as the 3rd manager. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had been seen in all 36 zones. The elimination of taboos and the assassination had refreshed the understanding of countless people in the spiritualized universe. Now, the Daya Mountain Villa's 3rd manager had declared that he wanted to destroy the Qi family, which was even more shocking. Countless people headed towards the domain. Some were here to watch the show, while others were furious. How presumptuous! The domain nurtures consciousness cultivators, and they are all captains of consciousness universes. Their contributions to the spiritualized universe are enormous, yet this person dares to declare that he wants to destroy the Qi family. This is not just a provocation to the beyond heaven, but also to the entire spiritualized universe. This is a provocation to the kindness that we owe to our cultivators. How can we tolerate such a daring and ungrateful person? Rumor has it that the 3rd manager is a life form from the consciousness universe. He's helping the consciousness universe deal with our spiritualized universe. The consciousness universe should be destroyed. Many consciousness universes that surrendered were captured by the domain. The 3rd manager's goal might be them as well. How detestable. Return to the domain and kill the 3rd manager. Return to the domain. Return to the domain. Many consciousness cultivators headed towards the domain. They wanted to live and die with the Qi family. Within the domain, the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Gong, looked towards the 9 Zones Ring Sun with a gloomy expression. On the 9 Zones Ring Sun, he saw the assassination attempt. The 2 people who attacked with the projection array were not from the Qi family. He did not know who they were. Qi Shengjuan wanted to attack, and he knew that it was his order. The Qi family could not lose face. Since the 3rd manager dared to attack Qi Guan, he had to pay the price. Qi Shengjuan and the 2 people worked together coincidentally, but they still failed. Qi Gong did not know who was behind the 2 people. He only knew that the Qi family was in trouble this time. The 3rd manager's strength was shocking. He must be at the level of Sang Tian, and he was heading towards the domain. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the Qi family. Many people from the Qi family wanted to see him. Qi Gong knew that they were panicking, so he let them in. Father, 12 captains have returned to protect the Qi family. Uncle, will the 3rd manager really come? Patriarch, let's work with the Crusader Alliance. The 3rd boss is fine even after facing the encirclement of 3 spirit primes, and she's even captured the venerable ancestor. She defeated Palace Master Yao before as well. She's the strongest below Sang Tian. If it weren't for Sang Tian, we might not be able to stop her. The domain will not be defeated. We are still waiting to destroy the consciousness universe and restart it. This is the future of the domain. How can it be defeated by the Grandeur Villa? Enough! Qi Gong barked. Everyone quieted down and looked at him with uncertain expressions. Lu Yin's battle achievements had truly frightened them. The outside world now only knew that Lu Yin was at the level of Sang Tian, and this was only Lu Yin. The Grandeur Villa also had Sang Tian, Zhong Yuan Qi, who was also known as Zhong Yuan Qi. They had always been successful in the spiritualized universe because of their domain, and few people dared to provoke them. Now that they were in danger, they naturally panicked. End of chapter 1. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.